Influence of Fabians upon Liberal Party. The executive of the South St. Pancras Liberal and Radical Association, he had coolly walked in and demanded to be elected to the association and executive, which was done on the spot by the astonished association 10 strong or thereabouts. In addition, there were the Radical Clubs of London. These 300 spontaneous organizations were mainly working class in composition, and the most important of them were united in the Metropolitan Radical Federation, which had refused to become merged in the London Liberal and Radical Union. Only a minority of the members of these clubs joined them for political reasons or engaged in political activity, but that minority was of a very energetic and advanced radical character, and included many socialists. When they saw the Liberal Party's organization apparently wide open to democratic influence, and when they knew it had been deprived so recently of its outstanding radical leaders, there was every reason why those Fabians who had been radicals before they were socialists should consider that permeation tactics might induce the party to adopt an advanced scheme of social reform. It was quite possible to argue at that time that it might be easier to capture the Liberal Party for Labour or socialist policy than to defy the established party structure entirely and create a third party. The defection of the Liberal Unionists had meant not only the removal of the Chamberlainites and the Whigs, but also the withdrawal of a number of the money bags from the Liberal Party. This had had the immediate effect of making it impossible for the Liberal associations to employ paid organizers, but equally, it set a premium on the work of enthusiastic volunteers, and it was thought to have removed a center of opposition to socialistic proposals. Only the fanatical devotion of the party to the aging Gladstone, full of his Home Rule schemes and mistrust of social legislation, seemed, in the late 80s, a serious impediment. There was a difference of opinion in Fabian ranks at the time concerning the formation of a Labour Party, as we have pointed out elsewhere, but the division was not on the question whether an attempt should be made to push the Liberal Party in a socialist direction. For the time being all the Fabians were agreed about that, but on the question whether their efforts were likely to be ultimately successful, or whether at a later stage they would be obliged to abandon the Liberals and form a new Labour Socialist Party. Whatever their expectations of the future, most Fabians in the late 80s agreed with Sidney Webb that the time was not ripe for the society to give much encouragement to the attempts that were being made to form a Labour Party degree. Fabian activity in the Liberal Radical Party. The Fabians began their permeation of the Liberal Party immediately after the announcement of the party's Nottingham programme of 1887. This feeble document enraged the radicals and proved a good starting place for Fabian criticism. The Society's True Radical Programme of the same year was intended to push further along some of the lines laid down in Chamberlain's unauthorized radical programme of 1885. W. T. Stead observed shrewdly, some years later, that Mr. Sidney Webb aspires to be Mr. Chamberlain of London. The only suggestion which a Chamberlainite radical of the late 80s might have objected to strongly in the Fabian Society's immediate demands of that period was the proposal for a minimum wage and a maximum working day. This demand was the chief one emerging from Labour and Socialist, rather than Radical, sources at that time. Webb's pamphlet wanted a programme. An appeal to the Liberal Party set the tone of the Fabian campaign. It was a call to the Liberal Party to make a bid for the support of the working class and the radical clubs by adopting an advanced radical and Labour programme of the Fabian type. At the same time the Society instructed its members to join liberal and radical associations and play an active part in them. Fabians were also urged to give lectures to these associations and to write to the liberal press, which they did to some effect. The radicals, on their side, were at first far from hostile to these new allies and willingly provided them audiences and space in influential papers like The Star. The Fabians did a great deal to inspire and urge forward London radicalism of a socialistic type in the 5 years from 1887 to 1891. Well-known Fabians can be discovered in positions of influence in liberal and radical bodies. Many of them were pluralists. Thus Sidney Webb, in 1888, was a member of the Holborn, Westminster, and the London University Liberal and Radical Associations. And the annual reports of, say, the Holborn Liberal and Radical Association from 1887 to 1891 give an idea of the extent of Fabian activity. In the first report of the Holborn Association, Sidney Webb's name was mentioned amongst the list of well-known liberals and radicals of the district * who were invited to take a seat on the platform. The Rev. Stuart Headlam appeared as the chairman of the Bloomsbury ward amongst the officers of the executive, while in the report itself special mention was made of the very successful discussion groups which had been held during the year at Headlam's house. Registered. The second report regretted that the Nottingham Liberal Party conference programme contained so little calculated to solve the pressing problem of urban poverty, and urged that the next Liberal Federation meeting at Birmingham should adopt a programme of 7 points that were identical with those being put forward by the Fabian Society. 1 When, at the time of the third report in 1890, the association joined the London Liberal and Radical Union, Headlam and Webb were among the representatives it elected to that body, and in the fourth report of 1891 there were resolutions adopting the Progressives' London programme, and urging the National Liberal Federation to declare in favour of the 8 hours day and of introducing model conditions in national and municipal employment. Registered. The annual reports of other liberal and radical associations which the Fabians permeated tell a similar tale. Thus, the reports of the Strand Liberal and Radical Association show that there were 3 Fabians on the executive committee: the Rev. Stuart Headlam, the Reverend W. E. Mall, and the Reverend W. A. Oxford *, and that these 3 were among the representatives which this association elected to the Council of the London Liberal and Radical Union and to the National Liberal Federation. The report for 1891 mentioned Sidney Webb moving a resolution, following the Liberal Party's adoption of the Newcastle programme, that this meeting congratulates the National Liberal Federation in having declared a programme, giving prominence to important measures of social reform, and it urges the General Purposes Committee to give definiteness to that programme by the early preparation of bills dealing with the several proposals, especially as regards the extension of the Factory Acts and the taxation of land values. Registered. The Fabians paid an equal amount of attention to the radical clubs. Graham Wallace in particular was active and influential in the Metropolitan Radical Federation, and the radical clubs were the chief centres of Fabian propaganda by the spoken word. The Fabians abandoned to the SDF the soapbox oratory of the street corner to casual collections of bystanders, and wisely concentrated their efforts instead on the organised groups of working men in the clubs. The most important post held in the Liberal Party during the 90s by a Fabian was Sidney Webb's membership, from 1889, of the Executive Committee of the London Liberal and Radical Union. It was shortly after his election to this position that this organisation forwarded to the National Liberal Federation a list of suggestions for the agenda of its 1889 conference, comprising resolutions in favour of extending the powers of the London County Council, providing better housing for the working class, widening the scope of the Factory Acts, shortening the duration of Parliament, removing taxes from the breakfast table and imposing them on ground rents, paying salaries to members of Parliament, establishing the second ballot, and introducing the 8 hours working day for government and municipal employees. This programme has a distinctly Fabian appearance, especially the last 2 items of it. On the other hand, it must be admitted that practically all these demands were common radical currency at the time, and were by no means new to the leaders of the London Liberal and Radical Union. In the year before Webb was elected to the Executive Committee, J.F.B. Firth had been a member of it, and the programme of Firth's Municipal Reform League had been accepted in 1888 by the London Liberal and Radical Union. 2 This had anticipated most of the points of the 1889 programme, and others had been anticipated by the Liberal and Radical Union's activity in its Housing of the People campaign. Registered. The Newcastle programme, a Fabian victory. Pease and Shaw between them have endeavoured to create the impression that the Liberal Party's famous Newcastle programme of 1891 was Fabian in origin and inspiration. This claim seems an exaggeration of Fabian influence, though it can readily be admitted that the Fabians did much to help forward that radical aspect of liberalism of which the Newcastle programme was the much acclaimed outcome. The Newcastle programme did not make any great change in Liberal Party policy. Every item of it had been adopted by the National Liberal Federation at its annual meetings in 1889 and 1890, and some had been adopted in 1888. The Newcastle program gained publicity because it happened to be the statement of Liberal policy issued before the 1892 election registered, and because Gladstone in 1891 at last gave his blessing to its social demands registered. But to say that is merely to shift the interest in tracing origins back a couple of years, to the policy adopted by the National Liberal Federation in 1889. The resolutions adopted by the National Liberal Federation at its annual meeting in 1889 were moved not by Fabians, but by such well-known liberals: Third Report, London Liberal and Radical Union; SE Report, London Liberal and Radical Union. As Professor Stewart, CA 5, and Sir Wilfrid Lawson point one, all these men were, however, connected with the London Liberal and Radical Union, and the importance of London radicalism in urging forward these measures must be recognized. But the resolutions adopted by the National Liberal Federation were not identical with those recommended to it by the London Liberal and Radical Union. They contained some additional items, and the most significant addition was the proposal for leasehold enfranchisement, a scheme to which the Fabians were vigorously opposed. There were also two significant omissions: the proposal for a second ballot, and, more important, the demand for an 8-hours day, even if Webb had had something to do with drawing up the suggestions put forward by the London Liberal and Radical Union. The resolutions accepted by the National Liberal Federation differed substantially from them, and those proposals which chiefly differentiated the Fabian from other, more general, radical opinion were not accepted. At the Newcastle Conference itself, it appears that the Fabians, far from gaining a victory, suffered a defeat. Altogether, there were about 9 Fabians attending the conference, but of them only Sidney Webb attempted to speak. He wished to move an amendment to the omnibus resolution on social questions, which was a repetition of the resolution of the previous year, presumably for the purpose of deleting the clause approving leasehold enfranchisement, but he was prevented from putting his amendment by a technicality of procedure. Registered the Fabians, as part of their campaign for converting the Liberal Party into the Party of Labour, were also behind a proposal which was put before the Newcastle Conference in the name of the Metropolitan Radical Federation, urging the retirement or withdrawal of 50 Liberal candidates in London and the country, so that 50 party seats at the next election could be placed at the disposal of direct representatives of trade unions and labour. To this demand Schnedhorst had replied by letter, saying that the National Liberal Federation had always sought to encourage Labour candidatures, and would continue to use its influence in that direction, but that it had no actual power to interfere with local associations' choice of candidates. He ended on a somewhat discouraging financial note: I need hardly say that if such candidates are really to represent the labouring classes, it is essential that at least some portion of their election expenses should be subscribed by the classes to whom they belong, and I should be glad to have any information you can give me as to the position of your association in this respect. In its report to the Newcastle Conference, the Committee of the National Liberal Federation was even more discouraging. The committee desires to point out that while it is ready to exercise its influence, it has no authority in the selection of candidates. That authority rests in the electors of each constituency through their chosen representatives. In order to secure the selection of Labour candidates and to carry them at the poll, it is necessary that there should be a local demand and that the choice should be accepted by all sections of the party. The committee regrets to observe that in 1 or 2 constituencies so-called Labour candidates have been adopted in opposition to well-known and tried Liberal members. Such a policy, if persisted in, can result in nothing but disaster. It will alienate loyal members of the Liberal Party, and will greatly retard the return of genuine representatives of Labour. Nor can it be overlooked that in all these cases opposition is directed against Liberal members and in no single case against a Tory. The return of a large number of Labour representatives to the legislature of New South Wales has afforded encouragement to the advocates of a Labour Party independent of all political combinations. It is forgotten that the circumstances of the colonies and of the United Kingdom are widely different. The Fabians, then, had an influence on the Liberal Party's Newcastle programme only insofar as their activity urged forward more general radical claims. Their influence was one of a number, and perhaps not the most important one. How would it compare, for instance, with that exercised by the labor agitation following the dock strike? If these two factors, Fabian propaganda and the labor agitation following the dock strike, were independent, and if it were necessary to decide which was the more important influence on the Liberal Party, the decision would have to go against the Fabians. They were, after all, a small, even if active group, and the Liberal newspapers and spokesmen were prepared at times to speak contemptuously of them, whereas they adopted quite a different tone towards the resolutions of the Trades Union Congresses of 1890 and 1891, at which the new Unionists had gained notable victories. But the two elements are hardly separate. Webb, as early as Wanted a Program, had recognized that it was the threat of the formation of a third party which would give effect to the Fabian demands, and drive the Liberals to a more radical policy. Fabian propaganda was based on that assumption. The Liberal Party did move, rather slowly and reluctantly, in the direction of social reform in the early 90s. The agitation in the world of labor following the dock strike was a potent impetus, but the Fabians had a share in galvanizing London radicalism, even if they were not mainly responsible for the Newcastle programme nor successful in forcing the Liberal Party to accept any Fabian measure that went beyond radicalism. Fabian influence on Liberal Party leaders. Gentlemen, I do not call myself a socialist. The name of radical is good enough for me. If socialism is the same thing as communism, if it means the abolition of private property, if it means the assumption by the state of the land, the assumption and administration of all land and all capital, if it means an equal distribution of products, I say that that is against human nature, and could only produce convulsion and disaster. But if socialism means a wise use of the forces of all for the good of each, if it means the legal protection of the weak against the strong, if it means the performance by public bodies of duties which individuals could not perform either so well, or not at all, for themselves, why, then, the principles of socialism are admitted all over the field of our social activity. Gentlemen, do not let us quarrel about nicknames. I have said before to a more popular audience than this, and I say it again, I shall always say it, that if we are agreed upon certain definite ends for today, that is enough for me. Let us achieve the task which is assigned to us. Do not let us endeavor to settle millennial problems, let us do what we have to do. Continuing, Morley expressed himself in favor of reduction of taxes on the breakfast table, of free education, of the provision by school boards of free meals to needy school children in cases where voluntary charity falls short, of the extension of the powers of the municipalities as demanded by the London Progressives, and of the overhaul of poor relief. But he declared himself decidedly against any legislative enactment to limit working hours to 8 a day or 48 a week, warning his listeners specifically against the Fabian plan for trade option, and, while he recognized that fluctuations in wages were the cause of much distress, he said he had no panacea. Morley's speech reveals once more that the dividing line between radicals and socialists was by no means clear-cut on some practical issues, but if the Fabians ever had any hopes of persuading him over to any unequivocally socialist position, they were speedily to be disillusioned. Of all the influential men in the Liberal Party, R.B. Haldane stood closest to the Fabians. Although the Society also counted among its friends in the cabinet, when the Liberal Party took office in 1892, Arthur Acland, Asquith, Sir Edward Grey, and Sidney Buxton point to the Fabians counted this group as its friends, not simply because they were considered the radical wing of the Liberal Party, but also because they claimed to have influenced them during the debate on the Leasehold Enfranchisement Bill in 1891. This measure was defeated in the debate of April 29, 1891 by a narrow majority of 13 in a House numbering 354, and its defeat was made possible by the opposition of a group of radicals, headed by R.B. Haldane and Sir Edward Grey, who voted with the bulk of the Conservatives. Their decision may well have been influenced by the Fabian leaflet, which was sent to all members of Parliament before the debate. At all events, the Fabians prided themselves that they had won over a group of radicals to a collectivist attitude to this matter, and set much store by its significance. Did the Fabians overestimate their influence with these men? Except in the case of Haldane, they appear to have done so. None of the others in this group was eventually persuaded over from radicalism to socialism. Ackland and Buxton were, and remained, radicals of the type of the leaders of the London progressives in the best days of LCC activity, broad-minded, public-spirited radicals, unafraid of a little collectivism, but equally unimpressed by the socialists' more far-reaching demands. Asquith and Gray drifted steadily more and more to the right, and away from Fabian influence. Only R.B. Haldane, who had been converted by Fabian criticism of his earlier radicalism *, remained throughout fairly intimately associated with Webb and the Fabians, pressing Fabian ideas, or those which he had worked out in conjunction with Webb, gently upon his liberal colleagues. The 8 hours day as a borderline between radicals and socialists. We have seen it is difficult to know where, in the late 80s and early *90s, radicalism ended and collectivism began. Radical was a term which covered a great variety of persons, some willing to go further in a socialist direction than others. The Fabians were concerned to keep the borderline as blurred as possible. They wished to present collectivism as a natural and inevitable extension of radicalism. But even the SDF, anxious as it was for clear-cut distinctions, included many obviously radical demands in its program. Socialists tried to turn moderate radicals into left-wing radicals, and to persuade left-wing radicals to move further forward, and there was considerable disagreement amongst radicals about which particular measure involved taking the fatal step across the border into socialism. Some radicals were inclined to regard such things as the provision of free meals in schools as the borderline case, but this was disputed by others. 1 There was more general agreement concerning the demand for the legal 8 hours day. While nowadays this would hardly be thought a socialist proposal, it was a demand originating with the socialists and at first opposed by leading radicals as an unwarranted legislative interference with the industrial system. Their opposition was to the obligatory reduction of hours by statute, not to the reduction itself. The conflict between socialists and radicals occurred over the legal 8 hours day for miners, but the extension of this proposal, the demand for a universal legal 8 hours day, also served to bring out differences between Fabian and more left-wing socialists. The proposal for a general 8 hours bill needs only to be mentioned here, its fate will need to be described later. The difference between the socialist groups concerned the method of implementing a general 8 hours act. The original Fabian contribution to the proposal was the device of trade option, that is to say, an act accepting the general 8 hours day in principle, establishing it as the legal maximum working day for certain classes of workers, and giving the Secretary of State power to bring other classes of workers within the scope of the act when he was satisfied the majority of workers at the trade desired it. The purpose of trade option was to meet the objections to a general act of those trade union leaders who were unfavorable to the 8 hours demand. The SDF immediately countered the Fabian trade option scheme with their proposal for trade exemption, the contrary plan, whereby the act should apply to all classes of workers unless the majority of workers at a trade voted it should not do so. Trade option and trade exemption were long a battleground between the different socialist groups and in the TUC. But the General 8 Hours Bill was far from being practical politics in Westminster. So far as the legislature was concerned, the dispute raged over the 8 Hours Bill for miners. On this particular measure, all socialists were agreed, but in the wider ranks of labor there was a division. Though the majority of miners desired an 8 Hours Act, and the miners of Central England, of Wales, and Scotland ardently supported it, the miners of Durham and Northumberland were hostile. The main reason for the opposition was that the miners of Durham and Northumberland were a favoured section, the men there worked only 7 hours or less bank to bank, and they feared that a legislative maximum working day would become a minimum. But this was not the only reason. A number of influential Lib-Lab parliamentary representatives were opposed to legislative interference, partly for reasons provided them by the liberal economists, partly because of a genuine fear that legislation would weaken the trade unions, and therefore that trade unions should secure the 8 hours day without recourse to state intervention. A miners' 8 hours rule was introduced into the House of Commons by Cunningham Graham in 1888, 1889, and 1890, but it failed in each session to secure a favorable place in the ballot for opportunities. The Trade Union Congress of 1889, inspired by New Unionism and the decisions of the International Trade Union Congress of the previous year, adopted by a large majority a resolution for a Miners' 8 Hours Act. In the following year the TUC proceeded to advocate a general 8 hours bill, and confirmed its decision again at the 1891 Congress. Although the Liberal Party made no definite promises of legal limitation of hours in its Newcastle program, it became a major issue during the 1892 election. In W. T. Stead's handbook for the 1892 election, all the party leaders gave their opinion of the measure. Only Chamberlain supported it, Morley definitely opposed it, while Salisbury and Gladstone were cautiously disapproving. Even so advanced a radical as Haldane stressed the difficulties of a miners' 8 hours bill in a speech to the 80 Club at this time registered, but the miners' 8 hours bill was a matter on which the radicals were being pressed forward in a socialist direction in the early 90s, the most important pressure coming from the TUC dominated by the New Unionists. Fabian propaganda reinforced this labor pressure on the Liberals, and in particular the carefully documented analysis of the problem by Sidney Webb and Harold Cox, which appeared in 1891 at the height of controversy, must have been very persuasive. When the bill was first presented to the House of Commons in 1892, the Conservatives were still in power, and it was rejected at its second reading by 272 votes to 160. It was reintroduced before a Liberal House in 1893, and the second reading was carried in 1894 by 281 votes to 194. But in the meantime Gladstone in 1893 had given his blessing to a local option device for overcoming the objections of Northumberland and Durham, which might be said to have carried the option device the Fabians had proposed for a general 8 hours bill into the particular bill for miners. An amendment to this effect was subsequently carried, but the bill in this form was unacceptable to the majority of miners, and it was withdrawn. As a result, the passing of the Miners' 8 Hours Act was put off for 14 years. The Liberal government of 1892-5 and the Newcastle Programme. The Liberal government, during its period of office from 1892 to 1895, did make an effort to carry out the Newcastle Programme, but the promised measures of domestic reform were only really given effect in legislation from 1894 after the retirement of Gladstone. A few progressive administrative changes were made, but the years before 1894 were barren of social legislation, and such measures as were introduced went down in defeat. The inactivity of the Liberal government must be set against the growing power of the left-wing groups in the Trades Union Congress until 1895, and the increasing propaganda for establishing an independent Labour Party during those years. Even the achievements of 1894, chiefly the Parish Councils Act and Harcourt's budget, were set in an atmosphere of intestine strife, where personal rivalries for the leadership of the party intensified the conflict between its left and right wings, and threatened it with disaster. The Fabian Society between the Liberals and the ILP. In those years, the Fabian Society was divided almost as much as the Liberal Party itself. The Newcastle Programme and the Society's influence on the progressives of the LCC were considered by some Fabians to have demonstrated the effectiveness of the policy of permeating the Liberals. But at the same time Fabian societies were spreading throughout the provinces, and many men who were taking the lead in the movement to bring an independent party of Labour into existence were joining the Fabian ranks. This intensified the conflict, always latent in the society, between permeation and independence. Bernard Shaw flitted lightly between the two groups, endeavouring, with belligerent words and moderate recommendations, to keep the peace between them. Stormy debates took place at Fabian meetings during 1891-2 whenever the question of political tactics arose. Hubert Bland and Robert E. Dell, supported by the newcomers to the society, such as Joseph Burgess and Keir Hardie, and by the representatives of local Fabian groups, like S. G. Hobson, were conducting a strong campaign to win the society for the policy of building up a national third party on the basis of independence. William Clark, Edward Pease, Bernard Shaw and Sidney Webb all wrote to the Workman's Times Register taking a very pessimistic view of the prospect of founding such a party. The letters of Pease and Webb in particular excited the editor's fury. Pease had said that the situation required measures, not men, and Webb had declared that the nature of an Englishman seems to be suited only to a political fight between two parties, the party of order and the party of progress. Both sides spent much time examining contemporary events for portents favoring their policy, but the omens of 1891-2 were contradictory. At first the balance swung to the side of independence. In 1891 H.W. Massingham and other Fabians were suddenly dismissed by the proprietors of the Star, who proceeded to Gladstonize its politics. This was a heavy blow, as the Fabian influence on London radicalism had been exercised to a very considerable degree through that newspaper. It seemed for a while as though this happening would cause the Fabians to throw their energies behind the campaign for a Labour Party. Bernard Shaw delivered a call to battle in 2 addresses to the society, which were later printed as Tracts 40 and 41, where he declared that the game is played out. A few months later, however, Massingham had transferred to the Daily Chronicle and opened its columns to the Fabians' degree, and they also made a new capture in the Radical Review registered, so permeation was once again restored to favor. The 1892 election for the LCC also resulted in a triumph for the Progressive Alliance, and an ignominious defeat of the S.DFS independent candidates. More difficult to interpret was the result at the general election of 1892. 1 Fabian J. Keir Hardie was elected out of the 7 Fabian candidates. This was the first Fabian parliamentary victory. But was Hardie's victory, and the result of the Labour poll in general, a victory for independence or for permeation? The answers given to this at the time depended on the prejudices of the observer and his method of reckoning. The independent Labour men could point out that, even without any national organisation behind them, 3 independent Labour representatives J. Keir Hardie, John Burns, and J. Havelock Wilson had been elected. Havelock Wilson's was the clearest case, for he had fought and defeated both Liberal and Liberal Unionist candidates. Furthermore, some other independent Labour candidates had polled extremely well, the best instance being Ben Tillett at West Bradford, who had stood against both Liberal and Conservative candidates and had secured 2,749 votes to the 3,306 for the Liberal, and 3,053 for the Conservative. It was also argued that in the North a large proportion of the votes had come from former supporters of the Tories, and that it was not, as Liberal Party headquarters always supposed, a matter simply of independent Labour candidatures draining away the Liberal vote. On the other hand, the supporters of permeation could point out that John Burns and Keir Hardie, although they had officially rejected Liberal assistance, had in fact been given straight fights against Tories, and that in all other cases where this had happened, Labour polled well, while many independent Labour men had secured only an insignificant number of votes. The failure of the election results of 1892 to make a decision between the value of permeation and independence meant that the attitude of the London Fabians remained divided as before. The Fabian Election Manifesto of 1892, although it was one of Bernard Shaw's masterpieces of compromise, had been written shortly after the dismissals from the Star and had displayed considerable hopefulness and optimism concerning the independent Labour candidates sponsored by the Society. After the election, Shaw moved more to the side of Webb, Clark, Wallace, and Pease, who were sceptical. Feelings between the two factions in the Society had not been improved by an incident during the election. The independent Labourites had decided to oppose John Morley at Newcastle, because of his hostility to the 8 Hours Day, but Webb and Shaw and other prominent Fabians rallied to the defence of Morley, for they regarded the Labour candidature as hopeless, and likely to result in presenting the seat to the Conservative *. Furthermore, a powerful minority amongst the supporters of independent labor, antagonistic to the Liberals, wished to recommend abstention from voting where no independent labor candidate was standing, whereas the Fabian Society always advocated voting for the better man. There is always a better and worse, and it took the view that the Liberal was better than the Tory. The coolness and distrust shown by leading Fabians towards the movement for independence may partly be explained by the degree to which their attention was engrossed by the politics of London. The working men of London and southern England who took an interest in politics seem to have been more closely linked with the Liberal Party, and more hostile to the Tories, than was the case in the north. The new unionism upsurge in London did not produce a political counterpart in an independent labour movement, but subsided again in progressive radicalism. In Yorkshire and Lancashire the conditions were different, and, as one shrewd contemporary observer wrote, the Liberal as often as not in the minds of working-class voters was associated with the Pre-Factory Act horrors, the cotton famine troubles, the Manningham strike, and the general oppression of the self-made man who adores his maker. The gospel of independence found a more receptive audience in the north, with results most surprising to Londoners. Towards the end of 1892, the Workmen's Times took in hand the preparations for a conference at Bradford of the representatives of the scattered independent labour groups, for the purpose of forming a national party. Immediately the two groups amongst the London Fabians rushed into print, for and against. Shaw, in a letter to the editor of the Workmen's Times, took a pessimistic view, predicting that the new party would not become the party of the entire working class, but merely of a small section of it, and that its pretensions would result in a repetition of the history of the SDF. Shaw's letter provoked a furious reply from a pseudonymous fellow Fabian in the next issue *, beginning with the taunt, "If the big guns of the Fabian Society would only spend a little time outside the Liberal Club they might see how wrong are their assumptions." He went on to consider Shaw's question whether there was any difference between the new ILP and the old SDF, and answered, "Not much, except that we have had 10 years of socialist propaganda since the early 80s, and what failed then may succeed now, for the simple reason that working men radicals are now permeated with socialism. Is there a single radical club in London where the majority of members are not socialists? But what can they do inside the club?" He contrasted the failure of Deptford radicals to get a working man as their parliamentary candidate with the growth of local I.L.Ps. The Manchester and Salford Labour Party is beginning to look like a success, and the opportunists, as is their custom, are now patronising it. But how much of their policy would have been required to call it into life? It is not only the NILP that some Fabians object to, but any independent Labour Party. As Shaw mentions Sparling and Utley, I will refer to their opinions. Utley objects to any independent Labour Party. Utley told the Deptford men that they must join the Liberal associations, and not think of fighting out their cause themselves. Sparling, in a letter to me, said if the NILP progresses, as I am afraid it will not progress, that is, if it becomes a definite socialist party, adequate to the political needs of the workers, the case will be altered. And why, oh opportunists? Are the Fabian leaders to be pioneers no longer? 3. Immediately before the Bradford Conference was called together in January 1893, Pease, as secretary of the Fabian Society, wrote to the Workmen's Times saying that the London Society would send delegates to the conference on condition that this action were not taken as merging the society in the I.L.P.2. The Fabians were given this assurance. Had they not been given it, apparently the conference would have taken place without the representation of the London Society. The provincial Fabian societies would have attended in any case, as most of them did not approve of the parent society's attitude. However, with this assurance, a members' meeting of the London Society decided, in spite of further gloomy prophecies by Shaw, to send Bland and Shaw to represent them at the conference. Bland was not able to go, so his place was taken by de Matos. The part played by the Fabians in the Bradford Conference belongs to the history of the Independent Labour Party, and will be told in the next chapter. It now becomes necessary to explain why it was that Shaw and Webb, who gave the Independent Labour Party so cool a reception when it was founded, changed their minds a few months later, suddenly launched a shrewd attack upon the Liberal Party and flung themselves enthusiastically behind the cause of independent labour representation, even at the cost of splitting the Fabian Society and driving out some influential members, and also why this moment of enthusiasm passed, and gave place to bitter disappointment, and a reversion to their former pessimism. The article "To Your Tents, O Israel," in the Fortnightly Review of November 1893, which was later incorporated into the Tract A Plan of Campaign for Labour registered, created a sensation, though the liberal newspapers attempted to belittle it. Beatrice Webb in her journal has recorded the dismay amongst the liberals, including the liberal friends of the Fabians*. At this carefully documented exposure of the liberal government's failure to carry out the promises of the Newcastle programme, especially those which required purely administrative action. It ended with a vigorous call to the workers to withdraw their support from the Liberal Party, and to build up instead an organization for giving the financial and political support of the trade unions only to Labour and Socialist candidates. The manifesto led to the resignation from the Fabian Society of some prominent Liberal members, and the Liberal radicals never forgave the Fabians for what they considered was a treacherous attack at a time when the Liberal Party was in parliamentary difficulties. Beatrice Webb has given two explanations of this change of front: first, that the Fabians were genuinely exasperated with Liberal delay in putting the Newcastle promises into effect, and second, that they were in fear of being left behind by the I.L.P. degree. It is worth elaborating this second point. The Fabians appear to have been impressed by the support shown for the ILP at the time of the Bradford Conference, and by the temperate and efficient tone of the conference itself, perhaps also by the readiness of many of the ILP delegates to dispense with the services of the London Fabians altogether, if necessary. After the conference, the Fabians were at pains to emphasize, indeed to overemphasize, the Fabian contribution to the development of the I.L.P** inside the society. The ILP supporters signalized their victory over the Liberal group by carrying an amendment to the Society's constitution registered, and by forcing the unwilling executive to commence negotiations for socialist unity with the SDF and the Hammersmith Socialist Society. 6 A few months later, forced to decide how to act in face of the desertion of the provincial Fabian societies to the ILP, Shaw wrote a letter to the Workman's Times, which was definitely a fighting strategic retreat on his part. He declared that the ILP had done well so far, but it might still go to the bad, for instance by recommending abstention from voting for other parties. Therefore the Fabian Society had refused to issue a tract unreservedly backing the ILP, as asked for by some ILP men, until it knew how the ILP was going to turn out. On the main point, he disapproved of the expression desertion to describe the action of provincial Fabians in joining the ILP. He thought Fabians ought to join the ILP, and looked forward to the time when there would be in every big centre of population in the kingdom a Fabian society with 100 members, all belonging to a Labour Party with 5,000 members, when the Fabian task would be the congenial work of bringing the Labour Party up to the socialist mark instead of bringing the radical wing of the Liberal Party up to the independent Labour mark. The apparent early success of the ILP itself was not, however, the main reason which prompted Shaw and Webb to publish the famous article and tract. The reason was the decision of the Trades Union Congress of 1893 to establish a fund for supporting independent Labour Socialist candidates at both local and parliamentary elections. Here was a real cause for Fabian enthusiasm. In its election manifesto of 1892 the Society had already advocated a similar plan, and the Webb studies had brought home to the Fabians the overwhelming importance of the trade unions in the English labour movement. If this plan were carried out, the ILP, backed by the financial power of the organised working class, might become a political force which would put the Liberals entirely in the shade, especially as the Liberal Party appeared to be in a process of disintegration. When the full details of the Fabian plan for securing independent Labour and Socialist candidatures appeared in Tract 49 at the beginning of 1894, it appeared, however, that the Fabian Society as a whole had merely swung from the Liberals, but was still far from willing to give exclusive support to the ILP. Once again their plan was to obtain trade union financial support for all labor and socialist organizations running candidates, not merely for the ILP. The Fabian suggestion was that the trade unions could act through the trades councils, except in London where there would be a need for separate constituency organizations, though the London Trades Council could coordinate them. As the trades councils were to have the power of selecting candidates, the role of the socialist parties was presumably to be that of propaganda bodies, and of recommending candidates to the trades councils for selection. Perhaps the Fabians had in mind that the majority of those selected would as a matter of fact be ILP men, but the ILP resented this new example of Fabian compromise. The Fabians' enthusiasm for the scheme was genuine. They considered their financial plan for a contribution of 1 penny per member per annum would provide funds to finance 50 candidates. But their hopes, like those of the ILP, were short-lived. The Trade Union Congress of 1894 showed that the idea of gaining trade union support was unfounded, and the I.L.P.'s hopes of gaining exclusive support even more so. This failure meant that the inner circle of the Fabian executive reverted once more to the view that independent labor action was futile. Even before the I.L.P.'s strength was tried and proved wanting at the 1895 election, leading Fabians had predicted its defeat, and had grown estranged from it. The election result amply confirmed them in their opinion. 20 Fabians went to the poll, 15 as members of the ILP, 1 without party backing, and 4 as members of the Liberal Party. None was elected, and Keir Hardie, the Society's only representative in Parliament, lost his seat. After the election, Beatrice Webb wrote, J. To us the result is not altogether unsatisfactory. From our point of view the field had to be cleared. The utter rout, the annihilation, one might almost say, of the Harcourt faction, the hopeless discredit into which such reforms as local veto, Home Rule, Church disestablishment have fallen, clear the field of a good deal of cumbrous debris. On the other hand, the ILP has completed its suicide. Its policy of abstention and deliberate wrecking is proved to be futile and absurd. Keir Hardie has probably lost for good any chance of posturing as an MP, and will sink into the old place of a discredited Labour leader. So long as the ILP existed as an unknown force of irreconcilables, the more reasonable policy of permeation and levelling up was utterly checkmated. So while the Fabian leaders tried to return as best they could to a policy of permeation, Keir Hardie and his more invincibly optimistic followers were left to carry their third party through the difficult period of the late 90s. As an influence upon the Liberal government of 1892-5, the Fabian Society appears to have been effective in so far as it helped on the radical or the labor agitation. Fabian influence was indirect, for there was no member of the Fabian Society who was a Liberal MP until 1898, when W. C. Stedman was elected for Stepney. Nevertheless, the indirect pressure they were able to exert through the radical press of London in their agitation for the carrying out of the Newcastle programme was considerable, even if it is difficult, perhaps impossible, to point to any specific reform which can be attributed without question to Fabian influence. The minor administrative reforms carried out in their departments by Asquith, Buxton, Acland, and Haldane had their support and applause, and some of the actions of Lord Rosebery, Lord Ripon, Mundella, and Bryce won their approval, but it cannot be shown that these reforms were due exclusively or even mainly to Fabian initiative. The Society did claim, however, that the introduction of the 8 hours day by the War Office and Admiralty at Woolwich and elsewhere, which followed very shortly after the publication of To Your Tents, O Israel, was brought about by this exposure of the government's failure to make itself a model employer. It is possible that the Society's action may have hastened the introduction of this reform to some extent, although it was under consideration earlier. Sir William Harcourt's famous Death Duties budget of 1894 illustrates the difficulties and dangers in assessing Fabian influence. This budget incorporated, if only in a small way, a principle of taxation that the Fabians had long advocated. Yet no love had ever been lost between Sir William and the Fabians, they had repeatedly abused him, in terms calculated to rankle, as an extremely well-oiled and accurately poised political weathercock, and as a Whig obstructionist of radical reform, and they had blamed him for the Liberal government's failure to introduce death duties in previous budgets registered. Nevertheless, when Sir William Harcourt was drawing up the 1894 budget, he called extensively on the services of Sir Alfred Milner *, then chairman of the Board of Inland Revenue, who was closely in touch with the Fabians. It is fairly certain, however, that the decision to introduce a radical budget owed little or nothing to Fabian persuasion, direct or indirect. It was a calculated move by a shrewd politician in the parliamentary game, designed to prepare the way for an impending election by, if possible, trapping the House of Lords into a rash move, by driving a wedge between Salisbury and Chamberlain, and by taking some of the wind out of the sails of the I.L.P.5. The move failed, perhaps through not being bold enough. The Fabians during the Liberal opposition, 1895 to 1905. The 10 years of Conservative rule, which followed the defeat of the Liberals in 1895, were a period of uncertainty for the Fabians, during which many of the younger members of the society cooperated with the ILP and accused the older Fabian leaders of intrigues with liberal imperialists and even with conservatives. But inside the society the tide turned against the ILP men, and permeation again became the prevailing tactics. The society devoted itself mainly to local work, a field of activity in which both the ILP supporters and old gang could cooperate fairly harmoniously. Leading Fabians found a useful, if subordinate, role in giving advice in an expert capacity to politicians and administrators. The Webb's advice was sought by members of both parties in matters of detail concerning local government, education, and labor questions. In the sphere of national politics, the Fabian leaders Sidney and Beatrice Webb and Bernard Shaw worked closely with Haldane in his maneuvers to reconstruct the Liberal Party. They were drawn deeper and deeper into the factional struggles on the side of the Roseberryites, who were later to be known as the Liberal Imperialists. Haldane was the intermediary, and in the period his influence upon the Fabians was as great as their influence upon him. Haldane attempted to press Fabian collectivism upon Rosebery, Asquith, and Grey, but he was at least as successful in pressing imperialism upon the Fabians. The curious nature of the society's tract Fabianism and the Empire, which we have noted in an earlier chapter, and the reason why it was issued at all, is explained by the Webbs and Shaw's expectations of the liberal imperialists. The fact that Fabianism and the Empire was concerned for half its length with domestic rather than imperial affairs was neither an accident, a quirk of Shaw's, nor merely a sign that the Fabians were preoccupied with domestic reform. The Webbs and Shaw, supported by the majority of Fabians, had concluded at the turn of the century that Little England liberalism was done for, and they were quite prepared to make a deal with the liberal imperialists by which they would accept a broad-minded imperialism if the Limps would accept a large measure of collectivism. Rosebery's promises to wipe the slate clean of such features of the liberal program as home rule and church disestablishment appealed to the Fabians, who thought that too much attention to these measures had meant the sacrifice of domestic reforms, and Rosebery's talk of national efficiency was eagerly clutched at and expanded by the Webbs and Haldane to mean such things as improved education and housing. In his article Lord Rosebery's Escape from Houndsditch in the 19th Century of September 1901, Sidney Webb praised the ex-premier for casting off his Gladstonian old clothes and hastened to furnish him with a richly embroidered collectivist cloak to hide his nakedness. One cannot help feeling, in reading Our Partnership, that Beatrice Webb, with her haute bourgeois background, and Bernard Shaw, with his social charm, were more at home with the liberal imperialists than Sidney Webb was. Sidney Webb does not appear to have been completely happy about the Boer War. Nevertheless, he went along with them. 2 The Fabian inner circle continued to have hopes of the liberal imperialists at least until 1902, and intrigued busily on their behalf, bringing together the liberal imperialist leaders with promising LCC progressives and trade union officials. After 1902, Beatrice Webb's comments on the liberal imperialist group became steadily more critical and disillusioned. What had gone wrong with their schemes? In the first place, they had grossly underestimated Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman. Throughout, they interpreted his central position between the pro-Boers and the liberal imperialists as a sign of weakness, when in fact it became a position of strength after the jingoism of the war years had subsided. It is possible that Campbell Bannerman's masterly waiting tactics could have been completely upset by the kind of reverse in the Boer War which would have wrecked the Conservative government and brought Lord Rosebery to power. But the central group of liberals who followed Campbell Bannerman was always sufficiently strong to make its capture by one of the other groups a decisive factor in the future of the Liberal Party. The liberal imperialists and the Webbs entirely neglected to win Campbell Bannerman. This was, perhaps, impossible for them in any case, for to come to terms with Campbell Bannerman they would probably have had to recognize his leadership, and the liberal imperialists considered they already had a leader in Lord Rosebery. The Webbs also regarded Campbell Bannerman as an irredeemable liberal of the old Gladstonian school. Eventually, an alliance was formed between the Campbell Bannerman group and the pro-Boer group, which proved fatal to the plans of the Webbs and Haldane. In the second place, the Webbs appear to have underestimated the continuing importance of the nonconformist element of the Liberal Party. They came against it during the Education Acts controversy. The nonconformist opposition to the Acts was exploited by Lloyd George and other liberals to strengthen the influence of the party throughout the country. The liberal imperialist section was hopelessly split upon the issue. While Webb and Haldane supported the Acts, Rosebery, who had been courting nonconformist support for some time, deserted them, as also did Asquith. The liberal imperialists thus presented no united policy, and Webb and Haldane were positively on the unpopular side in this controversy, from which the Lloyd George Campbell Bannerman section of the party drew new strength. Another powerful reason for the Webbs' lack of success lay in the personalities of the liberal imperialists. This aspect naturally bulks largest in Beatrice Webb's journals of these years. The unstable Rosebery, fearing for his health and his nerve and playing at the best of times a tricky and disingenuous political game, obviously baffled the Webbs, and constantly upset the careful plans they concerted with Haldane. Rosebery was willing to use the Webbs insofar as their ideas served his own ends, but he showed a strong aversion to being managed, even for his own good, by them and Haldane, and he appears to have been rather amused by their attempts at it. Asquith disappointed the Webbs more and more as time went on. The apparent change in him was explained by Beatrice Webb at different times in terms of the influence of his wife and society life, and in terms of the devotion of his real abilities to the bar rather than to politics. But it is also probable that the Webbs took too sanguine a view of the collectivist possibilities of Asquith's radicalism in the 80s and 90s. The Webbs were often too ready to interpret mere radicalism in a collectivist sense. The enthusiasms of socialism really made little appeal to Asquith's cold and calculating temperament. Sir Edward Grey avoided the Webb influence more easily, by abandoning almost completely an interest in domestic problems and concentrating his attention on foreign and colonial policy. In addition to this unmanageable group of liberal imperialist leaders, the Webbs also, at various times, attempted to come to terms with John Burns, the former Social Democrat who graduated to liberal radical politics by way of the Progressive Party in the LCC. But Burns' jealous egotism made him nearly as suspicious of the Fabians as of most of his other socialist contemporaries. At one time in the 90s, in 1893, when the Fabian Society approved the Battersea Labour League's choice of a Liberal as its LCC candidate against an SDF man who was also supported by the I.L.P.2 relations between Burns and the Fabians became close. In the same year, an article Burns had written on the unemployed was republished as a Fabian tract degree, but the Webbs strongly disapproved of Burns' action in 1895, when he revenged himself on the ILP men by conspiring with the right-wing trade union leaders to smash the ILP influence at the Trades Union Congress. They considered his motives utterly unworthy. Registered from that time, Burns began to follow the path which was to end in the former revolutionary socialist opposing, as liberal minister, the recommendations of the Minority Report on the Poor Law. Well before the Balfour government resigned in December 1905, Lord Rosebery had been abandoned as impossible even by his closest associates, Campbell Bannerman's leadership was assured, and the liberal imperialists were on the defensive, making the so-called Relugus Compact, by which they hoped with the threat of non-cooperation to force Campbell Bannerman to accept them on their own terms. Once he had the distribution of the plums of office in his hands, the new premier had only momentary difficulty in smashing the Relugus Compact. The terms he offered were generous ones, and brought into the cabinet representatives of all the liberal factions. Beatrice Webb wrote, "Our friends the Limps have romped into the leading posts," but she forbore to mention that these leading posts were more concerned with foreign policy than with departments capable of being influenced in an important way by Fabian collectivism. Haldane's appointment as Secretary for War, not the position he would himself have chosen, removed from the sphere of domestic reform their most potent ally. The principal cabinet posts dealing with home affairs went to the former pro-Boers. Lloyd George, who was not at this time on intimate terms with the Fabians, and John Burns dominated those aspects of domestic policy with which the Fabians were mainly concerned in the pre-war years. Haldane appointed Sidney Webb to the committee he established to consider his army reforms, but this was a personal matter, rather outside the normal range of Fabian interests. The leading Fabians did not give up hope of influencing other liberal politicians, and they had some success with the younger liberals, particularly the undersecretaries of the new cabinet Winston Churchill, Herbert Samuel, Reginald McKenna, and Walter Runciman*. These young men, together with L. T. Hobhouse, J. A. Hobson, H. W. Massingham, and C. P. Scott were responsible for the theoretical statements of the new liberalism which attracted attention in the first years of the 20th century. The new liberalism represented an attempt to establish a theoretical basis for the radical progressivism of the late 19th century, with its general bias for free enterprise, but with the recognition of a field for state and municipal action in the control of public utilities and monopolies, and a concession to the demands of labor and socialist elements for national minimum standards and greater equality. Winston Churchill put their position succinctly in his remark, "We want to have free competition upwards, we decline to allow free competition to run downwards." The new liberalism was warmly welcomed by the Fabians, and especially by the Webbs, whose socialism about this time was showing a tendency to unravel and allow the fringe of private enterprise to become surprisingly large. "We don't want to abolish or restrain the development of private enterprise, but, by creating dikes and bulwarks, to control its mischievous effect on the character of the race," wrote Beatrice Webb. Other Fabians agreed, but some with a good deal more scepticism of the new liberalism's chances of being accepted by the Liberal Party as a whole, or by any important section of it. To what extent was the new liberalism influenced by Fabianism? This is no easy question. It could be maintained that the new liberalism avoided everything in Fabianism that differed from, or went beyond, late 19th century liberal progressivism, and in this sense it was not influenced by the socialism of the Fabians. On the other hand, the new liberal writers had read Fabian works, all of them were in contact with the Fabian leaders, and all were anxious to preserve the Liberal-Labor alliance which seemed threatened by the ILP and the newly formed Labour Party. Consequently there is a difference in the form, and to a lesser extent in the substance, of new liberalism, when compared with the older progressivism, which enables one to say that it was influenced by socialist doctrine of the Fabian kind. There was not merely the use of phrases like national minimum standards, and an acceptance of the ideas embodied in such phrases, but a general recognition also of the increased power and importance of labor in the state, especially of the trade unions, and a recognition likewise of the justice of labor demands for greater material equality. A gulf still remained, however, between the new liberals and the Fabians, and they were far to the left of their colleagues in the government. Beatrice Webb's diary shows that the liberal ministers were willing to receive expert instruction on special points from the Webbs, but were always wary of their advice, even when it concerned particular issues. The Webbs, despite their efforts to present a moderate point of view, were regarded as extremists. Moreover, they were listened to with attention only when the demands of organized labor were most formidable in the early days of the new government, and when the young administrators were new to their work and had not yet fallen into the departmental routine. Later, as the attitude of the liberal politicians hardened, the Webbs were driven gradually into opposition. The reforms which the Fabians tried to persuade the new liberal government to accept were set forth in the article The Liberal Cabinet, an intercepted letter, which was drafted by Sidney Webb, approved by a members' meeting of the Society, and published in the National Review for January 1906. This was an attempt to repeat, in a friendly and joking way, the "To your tents, O Israel" affair. It purported to be a circular letter sent by Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman to his newly appointed ministers telling them what reforms were required in each department. To Asquith were suggested graduated taxes with an abatement on incomes from personal service, the taxation of ground values, certain reforms of grants in aid, and the introduction of trade union wages, with a moral minimum for government employees. To H. Gladstone, the revision of Factory and Truck Acts, the extension of the Workers' Compensation Act, the reform of prisons, and the introduction of compulsory arbitration by trade boards and minimum wage legislation in certain industries. To Haldane, the introduction of compulsory military training for boys under 21, and the extension of the half-time clauses of the Factory Acts to make it possible for boys to undertake this training without interrupting their work or needing to live in barracks. Burns was advised to await the report of the Poor Law Commission which had been set up by the previous government, and in the meantime to look to the national minimum of sanitation. Birrell was urged not to alter too drastically the Acts of 1902-3, and to yield to the labor demand for the provision of meals for school children. Lloyd George was recommended to bring forward a bill to establish a Port of London authority, to insist on improvements in the railways, to nationalise canals, and to ensure the collection of proper statistics of home trade. To Buxton the only advice was the provision of higher wages for employees. It is apparent that most of these recommendations were not socialist in the narrower sense. Some, like the extension of the Workers' Compensation Act, were certain to be introduced. All had considerable radical support, not more than 3 originated in Fabian or other socialist circles, and those of the measures which were eventually introduced in no case reproduced Fabian plans in detail, where these had been set forth in their tracts. To illustrate these points, 2 examples may be taken: the establishment of wages boards, and the introduction of old age pensions. Trade boards. In demands for the establishment of wages boards in sweated industries, the Fabians had always been prominent. Beatrice Webb had investigated with Charles Booth the sweated conditions of the tailors in the East End, and later she gave evidence before the Select Committee appointed by the House of Lords to investigate the sweating system, which reported in 1890 that the evils could scarcely be exaggerated. When no legislative action was taken upon this report, the leadership of a campaign was taken by Sir Charles and Lady Dilke. As early as 1891 Sir Charles advocated minimum wage legislation for sweated trades, and Lady Dilke, in cooperation with Mary MacArthur and other women labour leaders, attempted, largely unsuccessfully, to organise women workers in these trades. In 1894 and 1896, the Fabian Society assisted the campaign with its tracts Sweating, Its Cause and Remedy, and Women and the Factory Acts. Advocating legislative action, and Fabian members were given instructions to persuade all organizations of which they were members to pass resolutions against sweating. In 1897 the Webbs in their Industrial Democracy pointed to the working of the minimum wage provisions of the Factories and Shops Act of Victoria, Australia, and put forward the suggestion for a national minimum wage for the lowest paid workers in all industries. In 1898, Sir Charles Dilke introduced his Sweated Industries Bill in the House of Commons, and thereafter similar measures were presented year after year. With the return of the Liberals to power in 1906, there was general expectation that they would yield to the widespread demand that had grown up, and, in fact, the Board of Trade immediately commenced an inquiry into the rates of wages in the lowest paid industries. The result proved even more shocking than had been expected. Scandalously low wages were shown to be paid in the tailoring, cardboard box making, linen, and jute manufacturing trades and for laundry work. The Anti-Sweating League was immediately formed with widespread support, and Fabian members played an active part in it. Shaw and Wells spoke for it. The Fabian Society produced its tracts The Case for a Legal Minimum Wage and Home Work and Sweating, The Causes and Remedies degree. The Daily News sponsored the campaign, and organized a Sweated Industries exhibit at the exhibition in Queen's Hall in 1906, which brought the plight of the workers in these industries to public attention. The Labour Party pressed a bill upon the Liberals. After further inquiries into the working of the Victorian legislation, the Select Committee on Home Work, of which Sir Thomas Whittaker was chairman, recommended legislation, and Winston Churchill, as president of the Board of Trade, introduced the bill which passed into law as the Trade Boards Act 1909. It introduced trade boards, from the January 1, 1910, into the tailoring, paper box making, machine-made lace finishing, and chain-making trades, with a provision for other trades to be brought in by a provisional order of Parliament if the Board of Trade considered the rate of wages paid to be exceptionally low. The legislation substantially followed the Victorian measure. The Fabians welcomed the passing of the Act, and, although it did not meet all their demands, they envisaged its extension in the future. Their chief point of criticism at the time was that the minimum rates of wages were to be fixed on the basis of what the trade would bear, while they considered it should have been fixed on the basis of the wage a worker needed for physical health and efficiency. Old age pensions. Sidney Webb had been amongst the early advocates of old age pensions in England. Bismarck's legislation had been much discussed in both conservative and radical circles, and proposals for old age pensions had been put forward by Joseph Chamberlain, Charles Booth, and others from the 80s and 90s. The difference between its various advocates, socialist and non-socialist, turned upon such questions as the age limits, the amount of pension, the method of administering it, and the method of financing it. The ILP, in its 1895 program, put forward an extremely advanced demand. The Fabian Society, in its first tract devoted entirely to old age pensions, which appeared in the following year, followed with a scheme that even many Fabian members considered far ahead of anything that was practical politics. However, the Fabian Society put its name to these proposals in order not to lag behind the non-socialist advocates of pensions. Charles Booth, in articles he had written early in the 90s, and in evidence before the Royal Commission on the Aged Poor, had proposed pensions for all at 65, and the Fabians felt they could ask for no less, even if Chamberlain had declared the House of Commons could never be persuaded to vote the money for so generous a scheme. The Fabian tract therefore demanded universal old age pensions at 65, paid for out of general taxation, and criticized alternative proposals. It altogether rejected plans for subsidies to friendly societies. It rejected compulsory state insurance on the ground of collection difficulties, on the ground that the compulsory contributions both of the workers and of the employers would come out of wages, and on the ground that the present generation of aged poor would be unprovided for, and, finally, it dismissed voluntary state insurance as useless. The antagonistic attitude to state insurance became important later. 261. The Royal Commission on Aged Poor had reported in 1895, and a parliamentary committee was appointed in 1896, which sat for 2 years. In 1898 an Old Age Pensions Act was introduced in New Zealand, and was given publicity in a Fabian leaflet. 2 Charles Booth took the lead in forming the National Committee of Organised Labour for promoting old age pensions for all, with widespread support from trade unions, cooperatives, clergymen and philanthropists like George Cadbury. The Fabians cooperated. The campaign during 1899 resulted in the appointment of Select Committee of the House of Commons which reported in favour of the New Zealand system, but the matter was shelved on the outbreak of the Boer War. The proposal was taken up again at the conclusion of the war, and the Committee of 1903 reaffirmed, with only a few reservations, the plan of the 1899 Committee. But the Conservative government was unwilling to face the expenditure on old age pensions. And many Conservatives, including Chamberlain, had come to the conclusion that it would need to be made dependent on the establishment of a system of tariffs. In the meantime, the TUC had steadily pressed the demand, and most candidates included old age pensions in their election promises in 1906, though the tariff reformers insisted on a tariff first. The House of Commons on March 14, 1906 unanimously passed a motion in favor of a scheme. After more than a decade of agitation for it, opposition to the scheme as such had been worn down, and delay and government niggardliness remained its only enemies. The budget of 1907 promised a bill in the following year, and the TUC in September protested at the delay, demanding the payment on January 1909 of pensions of at least 5 shillings a week to all persons aged 60 or over. The Fabian Society also issued a new tract urging the measure, and R. McKenna, the financial secretary to the Treasury, consulted the Webbs about the drafting of the bill registered when the bill was laid before the House in 1908. It was evident that the Webbs' advice had not been taken, at least in the matter of age limits, sliding scales, and the amount to be paid. The Labour Party was able to secure the modification of the bill in a more generous direction during its passage through the House, but it was still far from being the measure that the Fabians had desired. The part played by the Fabians in the passing of these two measures may be taken as fairly typical of the kind of influence they exercised on the Liberals after the 1906 election. The publication of their tracts, and their personal influence with politicians and high-placed officials helped in pushing forward demands which had more widespread support. The leadership of the agitation, as in the two cases that have been considered, was often non-Fabian, and the organization's non-party public opinion pressure groups, not of a permanent kind, but set up to promote a specific measure. This kind of agitation and organization became the model for that adopted by the Webbs and the Fabians when they set on foot their greatest campaign of all in the pre-war years, the campaign for implementing the Minority Report on the Poor Law. The story of that campaign must be told at some length, for its results were momentous in the political development of the society. The Royal Commission on the Poor Law, 1905-9. In 1905 the Balfour government set up a royal commission to conduct an inquiry into the problem of administering poor relief. There still remains some mystery about the reasons for setting up the commission at that particular time. It was not an especially bad period of unemployment, and although the cyclical nature of unemployment was becoming recognized, the cycle was not in a bad phase. On the other hand, an election was pending and the government had already passed the Unemployed Workmen's Act in the same year, an act which advanced, if only a small way, in the direction of recognizing that the state had some responsibility for dealing with the causes of poverty. It seems most likely that the appointment of the Royal Commission was inspired by the officials of the local government board, who felt that the principles which should guide them in their administration of the poor law had been thrown into a hopeless muddle by this latest piece of social legislation. The Webbs themselves have described how the English poor law had moved from its moorings in the principles which had been laid down by the famous Royal Commission on the Poor Law of 1834. The principle of national uniformity in particular had ceased to have any real application. Under the local control of poor law guardians, elected by the ratepayers in each poor law union, the administration of the law had in some places been made harsher and in others more lenient. The lenient guardians made as free use of the system of outdoor relief as the law would allow, though the granting of outdoor relief to the able-bodied poor had been condemned by the principles of 1834 as likely to perpetuate and encourage idleness. The harsh guardians insisted on all paupers entering the workhouse, even when their poverty was due to illness or old age, though the Royal Commissioners of 1834 had recommended the workhouse as appropriate only for the able-bodied poor. The workhouse was intended as a place which would save a man from starvation, but provide bare necessities under conditions so deterrent that the pauper would accept any independent employment offering rather than stay there. The general mixed workhouses which housed under the one roof men, women, and children, the old, the sick, the feeble-minded along with the able-bodied, were especially appalling. Between the extremes of harshness and leniency, all sorts of variations had occurred in the different unions, and the officials of the local government board found great difficulty in bringing general rules to bear on the administration of the law. At a time when social legislation was developing to the point where the new conception of the welfare state was beginning to challenge the assumptions of 19th-century liberalism, the reform of the poor law became a crucial problem. Before 1908, the poor law was the only statutory cash-paying social service in the British Isles. The diverse functions which it performed and the penal restrictions with which it accompanied its aid reflected the state's recognition that it had an obligation to its poorer members and its reluctance to acknowledge more than a minimal role. Could the poor law fit in with the new ideas which had already modified it? Should the poor law be changed, or the trend of policy which had carried it away from the principles of 1834 be reversed? The government, in so far as it thought about the matter at all, was probably genuinely puzzled about what its attitude should be. But the president of the local government board, Mr. Gerald Balfour, was a philosopher who, as Beatrice Webb remarked, recognized the public advantage of a precise discrimination between opposing principles, and Mr. J. S. Davy, chief inspector of the Poor Law Division of the board, was a man of firm views. He adhered strongly to the principles of 1834. To him the Unemployed Workmen's Act of 1905 was the last straw. He and his subordinates decided the policy of drift from the principles of 1834 had gone far enough, and that it was time for a complete overhaul of the poor law system. Official reaction, combined with genuine government bewilderment, would explain sufficiently both the setting up of the Royal Commission of 1905 and its mixed composition. I had extracted from Davy, in a little interview I had with him, the intention of the local government board officials as to the purpose and procedure they intended to be followed by the commission. They were going to use us to get certain radical reforms of structure. The boards of guardians were to be swept away, judicial officers appointed, and possibly the institutions transferred to the county authorities. With all of which I am inclined to agree. But we were also to recommend reversion to the principles of 1834 as regards policy, to stem the tide of philanthropic impulse that was sweeping away the old embankment of deterrent tests to the receipt of relief. Having settled the conclusions to which we are to be led, the LGB officials have predetermined the procedure. We were to be spoon-fed by evidence carefully selected and prepared. They were to draft the circular to the Board of Guardians. They were to select the inspectors who were to give evidence. They were virtually to select the guardians to be called in support of this evidence. Assistant commissioners were to be appointed, who were to give evidence illustrative of these theories. And, above all, we were to be given opinions and not facts. She determined to circumvent the officials' plans. How far was Beatrice Webb successful in influencing the Royal Commission? This is a question which needs to be answered in several stages. There is no doubt that her efforts helped to convert the inquiry from the sort of thing Davy envisaged into a scientific and systematic investigation of all aspects of the poor law. Special research was undertaken into the operation of the poor law and its effects at her instigation. She played an active part in the cross-examination of the witnesses, and she bombarded the commission with memoranda on special points. But Beatrice Webb altogether lacked her husband's skill in committee work, that flexible but tenacious quality which enabled him so often to get his way without in the least offending his colleagues. Beatrice Webb's outspoken and domineering manner, and the unauthorized and sometimes rather unscrupulous methods she used to push her point of view antagonized her fellow commissioners. In the end, her minority report was signed only by the Labour members of the Commission and by one convert from amongst the churchmen, the Rev. Russell Wakefield. Whether more conciliatory and wily tactics would have won over any of the other commissioners to full support of the minority proposals may be doubted, however, for differing views on the deterrence principle and on the virtues of private charity would have constituted an unbridgeable gulf, even if all personal antagonisms had been set aside. In the later stages of the commission, Beatrice Webb was inclined to think that her efforts had been responsible for persuading the majority to recommend the abolition of the existing poor law machinery, the sweeping away of the ad hoc boards of guardians and the transfer of their functions to other organs of local government. But on her own account of the earlier stages of the commission, some reservations need to be made. She herself admitted that it was a reforming commission. Even some reactionary officials desired the abolition of the guardians, and when this question was discussed by the commission, in October 1907, only 2 members were for the status quo. So far as pure destruction went, there was a great measure of agreement, though the reasons which lay behind this agreement differed. Some officials wanted the boards of guardians swept away because they thought many of them had become corrupt and lax and had departed from the principles of 1834 under the influence of democratically elected guardians. Beatrice Webb, at the other extreme, desired their abolition for a number of reasons, one of which was that they imposed a stigma of poverty on everybody who had recourse to their assistance. The majority of the Poor Law Commission wished to abolish the guardians in order to make way for new institutions, of a somewhat curious and complicated structure, which would allow a larger share of interference to voluntary charitable organizations registered. The central issue of the Commission, however, was its attitude to the deterrence principle or the principle of less eligibility, chief of the principles of 1834, and on this issue the difference between the commissioners emerged. The nature of the deterrence principle was expounded succinctly and ruthlessly by Davy. To make the condition of the person receiving poor relief less eligible than that of the lowest paid independent laborer, in order to discourage the others, it was necessary that the pauper should suffer first, the loss of personal reputation, secondly, the loss of personal freedom which is secured by detention in a workhouse, and thirdly, the loss of political freedom by suffering disfranchisement. In the workhouse, Davy recommended that the work should be both irksome and unskilled. You have got to find work which anybody can do, and which nearly everybody dislikes doing. You have got to give him something like corn grinding or flint crushing, cross-cut sawing, or some work of that sort, which is laborious and wholly unskilled. A generous spirit might suppose that such a principle could only be justified on the assumption that there was work for everybody if they would go to it, or that poverty was in some way the result of the pauper's moral shortcomings. But Beatrice Webb discovered the deterrence principle was supported by hard-headed and hard-hearted administrators who delved not at all into the ethical problem, but who simply took it for granted that the poor ye have always with you, and saw the administrative problem as one of keeping paupers off the rates. They believed that poor people would refuse to work at unpleasant employments and prefer to subsist on poor relief unless deterred by the knowledge that they were always worse off when receiving poor relief than the lowest laborer in independent employment. When Davy was asked if he did not think the deterrence principle bore harshly upon men thrown out of work by a trade depression, he answered, "He must stand by his accidents, he must suffer for the general good of the body politic." Was Beatrice Webb's campaign against the deterrence principle successful in persuading her fellow commissioners? It must not be supposed that the majority was wedded to harsh views. The commissioners did not need much persuasion that paupers should be divided into separate categories. There was general agreement that special provision should be made for pauper children and the aged, that those who had fallen into poverty through illness should receive special treatment, and that penalties such as disfranchisement should not be applied to those in receipt of medicine or medical attention. The difference of opinion concerning the non-able-bodied poor really arose on the question whether these categories of pauper should be treated altogether outside the scope of the poor law, thus removing from them entirely the stigma of poverty. Beatrice Webb did not succeed in convincing the majority to take this additional step, despite a long and strenuous fight on behalf of the sick poor. The main battle was joined on the question of the treatment of the able-bodied poor. Beatrice Webb was tireless in her efforts to demonstrate the social, as opposed to the individual moral causes of poverty, because she thought that most of the other commissioners, under the influence of the charity organization Society's views, were biased in favor of the opinion that pauperism of able-bodied persons was caused mainly by a failing of character. By her clever cross-examination, by calling Fabians, labor men, and social investigators as witnesses, and above all by the reports of special investigators which she promoted, Beatrice Webb drove home her arguments about the social causes of unemployment. 1. The majority report shows the effect, though it dealt first with the moral causes like drunkenness and gambling, it nevertheless devoted more space to such causes as casual employment, deadened employment, unhealthy trades, low wages, and unemployment due to cyclical fluctuations. Labor bureaus and unemployment insurance were recommended by the majority as measures for dealing with pauperism resulting from social causes. Even the establishment of special works by local authorities in times of exceptional distress was contemplated, if only for a strictly limited period during the earlier years of the reforms which we suggest. Point 4 Only persons receiving assistance for 3 months or more in a year were to be disfranchised. Thus the range of application of the deterrence principle was narrowed in the majority report. But an element of deterrence remained. In a sense, there was an element of deterrence even in the minority report, which agreed at least that habitual idleness, vagrancy, and mendicity should be suppressed with the full vigor of the law. But the minority assumed that vagrants and habitual idlers were rather exceptional people, and could be dealt with by the ordinary judicial powers which the state already possessed. The majority concluded that some special deterrent principle in the poor law was still necessary. The commissioners who signed the majority report were more ready to assume that labor exchanges and unemployment insurance would remedy involuntary unemployment, and this may have led them to believe that, after these measures had been introduced, the able-bodied poor who were unemployed for a period longer than 3 months would either be slacking or would in some way be responsible, consequently their condition would need to be made less eligible. Here they were being optimistic about the results of their reforms, as may be seen by comparing the majority and minority attitudes to public works provided by the state. The majority thought state public works would only be necessary until their other recommendations were fully put into force, whereas the minority thought of state public works as a permanent institution, to be expanded or contracted with the downward or upward movement of the trade cycle, and as a preventive measure, in that they were to be put into operation whenever unemployment rose above a certain percentage. In any case, there still remained the other prop of the less eligibility principle, the fear that too many people would be on the rates unless state assistance were made unpleasant. The difference between the majority and minority on this point could not be resolved. It was the same irreducible conflict that arose so often in other fields of local politics between the policy of saving the rates and the policy of high rates and a healthy city. The second slogan provided the key to the Fabian attitude to poverty. Stated fairly diplomatically in the minority report, more directly in the Fabian tracts, and most bluntly of all by Bernard Shaw in his plays and prefaces, it was in the last analysis that nobody should be poor. Poverty, like disease, needed to be eliminated. To such an attitude the question of individual responsibility for pauperism was almost irrelevant. Making people less eligible meant keeping them in poverty. But it was for the welfare of the state as a whole that nobody should be allowed to fall below a certain national minimum. The minority report opposed the detention of able-bodied paupers in special institutions, it opposed the withdrawal or restriction of outdoor relief, and it insisted that adequate maintenance, without disfranchisement or other penalty, should be provided for the unemployed and their families while they were unemployed. Point 1 The majority report, with its different outlook, favored the establishment of special institutions, not workhouses but places of detention where the able-bodied paupers would be given a course of treatment which would fit them to earn their living. It favored the restriction of outdoor relief to a minimum of emergency cases, and it recommended generally that state relief should be rendered less eligible not, it is true, than the condition of the lowest paid independent worker, but, significantly enough, than the relief given by voluntary charity. The acceptance of state relief for more than 3 months was to entail disfranchisement. The minority desired the completion of the process begun by the 1905 Unemployed Workmen's Act, the majority favored the abolition of the 1905 Act. The recommendations in the two reports concerning the reorganization of the machinery of poor relief followed from their different attitudes to deterrence and to voluntary charity. The majority proposed the transfer of the guardian's functions to special committees nominated by county councils and county borough councils in part from amongst their members and in part from outside. These committees, to be called public assistance authorities, were to have merely supervisory functions. Actual administration was to be carried on by subordinate public assistance committees, which were to include a certain proportion of persons nominated by the urban and rural district councils, and by voluntary aid committees that were to be set up to regularize and systematize voluntary charitable relief. In London, the Public Assistance Authority was to be a committee of the LCC, of which 3/4 of the members were to be appointed by the LCC, and the other quarter nominated by the local government board. On the local public assistance committees for London, nominees of the metropolitan borough councils were to replace those of the urban and rural district councils of the more general scheme. Central control was to be left in the hands of the division of the local government board, which already dealt with poor relief, with a change of name to Public Assistance Division. The minority described these administrative proposals as undemocratic, unnecessarily complicated, and unworkable, and advocated a radical transformation from top to bottom. In its view, the existing Poor Law Division of the local government board was unfit to work the new scheme, and should be replaced by a Ministry of Labour to organise the whole labour market. The complete breakup of the Poor Law was recommended. The functions of the boards of guardians should not be transferred en bloc to any new committee of local government bodies, but the services the Poor Law Guardians had administered should be divided among existing committees of the local county or county borough authorities. Thus the sick poor would be dealt with by the Public Health Committee of existing local authorities, the pauper children by the Education Committee, the mentally deficient poor by the Asylums Committee, the aged poor by the Pensions Committee, and other committees should be set up where desirable. The minority argued that this arrangement would ensure more efficient administration than any special committee dealing with the poor as a group and overlapping the functions of other committees, and would more effectually eliminate the stigma of the poor law, since each committee would be providing services that did not necessarily apply only to the poor. It would be left to the officers of local government to decide whether the service should be paid for or free, and thus the poor person would receive the same services and not be specially marked off from his fellow citizens. Beatrice Webb, it may be concluded, had some considerable influence upon the Poor Law Commission, though she failed to convert the majority to her point of view. Any more precise assessment must await a full-scale study of the Commission and the Commissioners. But there seems little doubt that her activities were partly responsible for moving the majority further from 270. Influence of Fabians upon Liberal Party. The principles of 1834 and further towards the principles of the welfare state than it would have gone of its own accord. Nevertheless, the difference between the minority and majority reports reveals a quite deep chasm between the thinking of the welfare state and the liberal thought of the early 20th century. The campaign for the minority report. The minority report of the Poor Law soon became a Fabian document literally as well as in spirit. The Webbs determined to conduct a large-scale national campaign for the principles of the minority report to influence public opinion and to force the Liberal government to accept and implement its proposals. As a first step, the Fabian Society issued a cheap edition of the report. The Webbs were more successful in getting widespread circulation of the report than they anticipated, for after the Treasury had failed to restrain the Society from issuing its cheap edition, the government printer brought out one too. The report had an unexpectedly large sale. By 1910 nearly 25,000 copies of the report in both editions had been sold. This had not been the first occasion on which the Society and its members had urged the reform of the poor law. There had been Fabian proposals, necessarily of a less comprehensive and well-studied character, in some of their earliest tracts. Though the same in spirit, they had not advocated such radical structural changes. During the sitting of the Royal Commission, however, a tract drafted by ERPs, the abolition of the Poor Law Guardians, had brought the Fabian recommendations up to date in this respect. The Society was ready and willing to provide the organizing ability behind the campaign to publicize the minority report, though for tactical reasons it was necessary that the campaign should not be led by the Society itself. In April 1909, 2 months after the reports had been published, a broad all-party organization was formed, which took the name, the National Committee for the Breakup of the Poor Law. The Rev. Russell Wakefield was its chairman and Beatrice Webb its secretary, and by December 1909 it had enrolled over 16,000 members. For 3 years its campaign was conducted with all the skill that Mrs. Webb's organizing capacity and enthusiasm and Sidney Webb's experience in the Fabian Society could devise. The committee won the support of practically all the Labour M.Ps, but of only a few Liberals, like Sir Alfred Mond, John Simon, and Winston Churchill, and a few Conservatives, like J. W. Hills and Gilbert Parker. A. J. Balfour, though remaining non-committal, allowed the Webbs to believe that he was not unsympathetic. An impressive list of patrons amongst academics, literary men, and ecclesiastics figured in the campaign. Literature, and Beatrice Webb observed that many progressives who latterly had shunned the Fabians are trooping into the National Committee. Leonard Hobhouse, J. A. Hobson, G. P. Gooch, Graham Wallace, Gilbert Murray, H. G. Wells, and others. The tactics employed by the committee were those well tried in the Fabian Society: public meetings, addressed by prominent men and women in different parts of the country, the organization of volunteer helpers in distributing leaflets and sending out circulars, the interviewing of influential people, the lobbying of M.Ps, the writing of letters to the press. Beatrice Webb's aim was to work up a public opinion which would press upon the government a bill to give effect to the Minority Report. The bill had been drafted by Henry Slessor, then a young lawyer who was an active member of the Fabian Society, and its second reading was moved by Sir Robert Price on 8 April 1910. At first the National Committee for the Break-up of the Poor Law regarded the Majority Report as the chief obstacle in its path. The majority had founded in February 1910 a body for advocating its point of view which was named the National Poor Law Reform Association, with Lord George Hamilton as its president. This association, and the Majority Report, drew the National Committee's fire. A third organization, the National Committee for Poor Law Reform, an offshoot of the British Constitutional Association whose propaganda was summed up in the title of Sir William Chance's pamphlet Poor Law Reform via Tertia, the case for the Guardians was regarded as comparatively unimportant. But the parliamentary debate on the second reading of the Prevention of Destitution Bill made it clear that the issue was not one between the majority and the minority, if this had not already become clear earlier. The supporters of the existing state of things regarded even the Majority Report as too radical. Most of the Poor Law Guardians could obviously not be expected to favor their abolition. But it came as a great blow to the Webbs when the County Councils Association proved to be divided in its views about their proposals. Though they had got a favourable resolution through the London County Council, even with its municipal reform majority, many of the other county councils showed considerable unwillingness to take over the onerous and expensive functions of the Guardians. On the second reading of the Prevention of Destitution Bill, the Prime Minister made his position clear. Speaking of both reports, he said that even on the points on which they are agreed, I am not sure whether it is possible or practicable to carry out their recommendations. They have both pronounced sentence of death on the boards of guardians. Let us assume they are right. I think you will find that the boards of guardians will die very hard. They are very powerful bodies. With all their defects and shortcomings, they after all represent an enormous amount of gratuitous and public-spirited service. We could ill spare from the sphere of local administration. I confess I am old-fashioned in that matter. Point 2. John Burns, the ex-Social Democrat now president of the local government board, still priding himself on being a strong man of working-class origin but in fact completely in the hands of his officials, spoke at length to the same effect. Turning to new account some scraps of his former Marxism, he solemnly assured the House that the causes of destitution were deep down in our social, industrial, and economic conditions, and therefore beyond the reach of any bill, but that the better administration of the poor law could be satisfactorily attended to by a few regulations of his own. Balfour, speaking as leader of the opposition, dallied with logical points and really avoided a decision. From the middle of I-910 it was obvious to the propagandists of the Minority Report that their campaign, while it had been successful in enlisting the support of some political figures on both sides of the House, had failed with the leaders. It was also apparent to them that the issue lay not between the majority and minority proposals but between both and the status quo. Consequently, At the first annual meeting of the National Committee for the Breakup of the Poor Law, held in TG 910, the name of the organization was changed to the National Committee for the Prevention of Destitution. The reason for this change of name was not to make the committee avowedly more radical and more socialist. On the contrary, the intention was to change it from an organization devoting itself to propaganda for the Minority Report to a wider organization which could enlist some of the supporters of the Majority Report. The Webbs recognized that a frontal attack on the existence of the Board of Guardians was, in view of the prepossessions of the Liberal cabinet of the time, unlikely to achieve any success in the political field. More effective results might be obtained, in the long run, by promoting, through an unsectarian organization, the growth of development of the various parts of the framework of prevention. What they meant by the framework of prevention is made clear in their English poor law policy. It is there used as a wide term, covering all the methods that had been making for the prevention of destitution and for a more humane policy on the part of the poor law authorities over several decades. The Webbs now aimed at the more gradual development of those measures of state action which they considered were gradually undermining the older conception of the poor law, and which they predicted would ultimately destroy it. In many of these measures there had been agreement between the majority and minority, and eventually at the conference held in Whitweek of 1911 the NSPD was successful in winning the sympathy of Lord George Hamilton and some of his majority colleagues. The Fabians dished by social insurance. Once again, however, the Webbs were outmaneuvered by the Liberals, and unemployment and health insurance was the means by which it was accomplished. Social insurance schemes had been canvassed in Part 6 ch4 and elsewhere of the Majority Report, where cautious schemes were recommended, and they were dealt with more briefly in the Minority Report in Part 2 chv. Both the Majority and Minority Reports mentioned favorably the Ghent scheme, whereby trade unions were granted a subvention by the state or municipality in order to encourage them to extend their insurance against unemployment, though the majority thought that the growth of friendly societies and trade unions organized for provident benefits alone should be encouraged by a similar scheme if it were adopted in England. Both the majority and minority dwelt on the disadvantages of a compulsory or universal unemployment insurance scheme. With regard to compulsory national health insurance, the majority and minority were divided. The majority declared themselves almost driven to the conclusion that a new form of insurance is required, which, for want of a better name, we may call invalidity insurance. They discussed various foreign schemes of insurance and approved a scheme which should be financed partly by contribution from the workers, partly by contribution from employers, and partly by a subsidy from the state. The minority, contemplating a vast expansion of the duties of the public health authorities and the numbers of the medical officers employed by them, definitely rejected any scheme for compulsory health insurance registered before the Commission's reports were issued. Schemes of health and unemployment insurance were already under discussion. Lloyd George had returned from a visit to Germany in August 1908 enthusiastic about the working of the scheme of health insurance established by Bismarck in 1889. At the same time, Lloyd George and Winston Churchill were beginning to be interested in the plans for unemployment insurance which had been worked out by William Henry Beveridge in 1907 after a study of municipal schemes in a number of cities on the continent. Beveridge was then a young radical journalist in whom the Webbs had taken an interest because of his work amongst the unemployed of London and his advocacy of labour exchanges. The Webbs incorporated many of Beveridge's notions concerning labour exchanges into their plans for poor law reform. They also gave Beveridge the opportunity of putting his ideas to the Poor Law Commission, and his evidence impressed the other commissioners too. When Winston Churchill, aware of the agreement of the Commission on this subject, decided to anticipate its conclusions by introducing a bill, the Webbs recommended the boy Beveridge to him. Churchill appointed Beveridge to the Board of Trade in 1908 and made him responsible for the planning and administration of the Labour Exchanges Act 1909. Already before this appointment, however, Beveridge had been striking out in a new line of thought very different from that of the Webbs. In November 1907 he had presented to the Board of Trade a lengthy memorandum on unemployment insurance, which was read and approved by Llewellyn Smith and Winston Churchill. Point 2. Shortly afterwards, Churchill asked Beveridge and Llewellyn Smith to work out in detail the scheme which later was embodied in Part 2 of the National Insurance Act (IQII). The Webbs disapproved strongly of both the Lloyd George health insurance schemes, which followed the German model, and the recommendations of the majority of the Poor Law Commission and the new Beveridge-Llewellyn-Smith-Churchill scheme for unemployment insurance. They realized early that an elaborate insurance scheme was in many ways the alternative to their own proposals in the Minority Report, and they believed, or pretended to believe, that the scheme was impracticable as well as inferior. In the Minority Report they not only disapproved of compulsory contributory insurance, but also predicted that it never would be accepted. Any attempt to enforce on people of this country, whether for supplementary pensions, provision for sickness or invalidity, or anything else, a system of direct, personal, weekly contribution must, in our judgment, in face of so powerful a phalanx as the combined friendly societies, trade unions, and industrial insurance companies, fighting in defense of their own business, prove politically disastrous. For the Webbs dismissed as wasteful the suggestion that the state should bring insurance companies, friendly societies, and trade unions into the scheme, and relied on the opposition of these vested interests to wreck any bill that would establish state competition in this field. They also felt that any insurance scheme would be used by the government as an excuse for avoiding the more urgent problems of public assistance. Spurred on by the Webbs, the Fabian Society began by attacking the National Insurance Bill root and branch. The crusade denounced it because it did not aim at prevention of ill health nor at the prevention of unemployment, and also because the contributory system would fall more heavily upon lower income groups. The Webbs put forward again their criticisms and alternative recommendations personally to ministers and officials and publicly in their works The Prevention of Destitution and the State and the Doctor, and Bernard Shaw in 1911 wrote his well-known preface to The Doctor's Dilemma. When it became apparent that Lloyd George was going to proceed with the bill, that he was going to carry the trade unions with him by the powers he was prepared to accord them in the administering of it, and that some Labour Party leaders were preparing to do a deal with him over it, the Fabian criticism altered. The Society's general attitude remained critical, though two members of the Executive Committee ERPs and Sir Leo Kayazamani were prepared to take the complacent view that the Society's principle was that of accepting and making the best of a bill introduced by a strong government, and that the Society ought therefore dissociate itself from the attacks upon the measure. The majority of the Executive, however, issued leaflets examining and criticizing the National Insurance Bill in detail. The criticism no longer was root and branch. The line of attack became almost entirely concentrated upon the injustice of the contributory principle. You cannot mitigate the evils of poverty at the expense of the poor, declared the Fabians, as they listed their reasons for opposition. These were, first, that the contributory principle amounted to a poll tax imposed without regard to ability to pay; secondly, that some employers would lower wages or increase the prices of their goods in order to pay their share; thirdly, that the insurance services already provided by some employers would be lost, while the municipal authorities would have no inducement to extend free medical and other services; fourthly, that those who could really afford to pay contributions would, if they had wished to do so, already have insured themselves, and fifthly, that the benefits under the scheme which the poor would receive would amount to precious little. The remedies the Fabians proposed took the form of two main amendments. They urged that no contribution should be taken from persons receiving less than a living wage and that every insured person should get a certain minimum benefit which, as things stood, those who most needed it would not receive. The Fabian opposition in both its forms proved quite unavailing. The National Insurance Act of 1911 became law and the Webbs campaign for the Minority Report, as John Burns gleefully announced, was dished. The Webbs' energetic but rather old-fashioned appeal at the hustings to enlightened public opinion was no match for the flamboyant demagoguery of Lloyd George, with his skillful manipulation of the press. Public attention was diverted from the minority proposals to the question of national insurance, and the issue was one calculated to divide once more the people whom the Webbs were trying to unite in their Prevention of Destitution campaign. Should national insurance be regarded as part of the framework of prevention? Differing answers to this question separated off the supporters of the majority proposals, and even divided the web's own followers. Disagreements about the role of medical men, and about contributory finance opposed to finance out of general taxation all helped to cause the steam to go out of the prevention of destitution movement. The NCPD dwindled from a wide organization to a smaller and more radical body. Its propaganda became more controversial, and though its work continued in this new form, though the younger and more radical elements even became more enthusiastic for it, the Webs already knew when they left for a holiday abroad in June 1911 that their campaign was declining, and when they returned to England in April 1912 they realized it was all but dead. An attempt was made to continue the struggle in 1912, and a second annual conference of the NCPD was held, but it was decided in that year to reduce the office staff and no longer to make appeals for subscriptions. The monthly journal of the NCPD, The Crusade, appeared for the last time in March 1913. The defeat was not simply a personal defeat for the Webs and the Fabians, they realized that it meant also the defeat of more fundamental, socialist change by a galvanized liberalism. Beatrice Webb wrote in her diary, "The issue is fairly joint complete state responsibility with a view of prevention, or partial state responsibility by a new form of relieving destitution unconnected with the poor law, but leaving the poor law for those who fall out of benefit. It is a trial of strength between the two ideas. One, and the attacks which the Fabians made on the contributory principle adopted in the National Insurance Act indicate that they were aware of a deeper conflict even if they did not realize its full implications at that time. Hitherto the Fabians had tended to identify advances towards the welfare state with advances towards socialism. The contributory principle, together with the subsidies to private enterprise provided for in the Insurance Act, showed that this identification was no necessary one, and that there were ways of establishing a welfare state which did not involve greater equality or complete social control. Over the section in their English Poor Law history which recounts the events of these years, the Webs have placed the heading "A Campaign That Failed." So far as the immediate result was concerned, the query might be removed from that heading. The Webs' campaign had failed. Nothing less than the Great Depression of 1929–33 was necessary to force the government to introduce any large-scale changes into the Poor Law, and the Local Government Act 1929 of the Conservative government followed more the lines of the Majority Report of 1909 than those suggested by the minority. The Beveridge Report incorporated and restated many of the Webs' ideas, but by the time the last remnant of the Poor Law was finally abolished in July 1948, when the National Assistance Act 1946 came into effect, the Webs' campaign for the Minority Report had been forgotten by the public. Nevertheless, in another sense, the Webs' query in their heading is well justified. Perhaps the agitation of the National Committee for the Prevention of Destitution had done something to change the sentiments of thinking people about the cure for poverty. And Fabian propaganda and influence did not cease with the ending of that campaign. The Fabian Research Committee undertook analyses of the National Insurance Act and the insurance companies, the reports of which appeared as New Statesman supplements on March 14, 1914 and March 13, 1915, they have been described as the Webs' revenge for their Poor Law defeat. Too much to their ironical amusement, the Webs' advice was sought by Lloyd George after these supplements appeared concerning financial troubles arising out of the operation of the Insurance Act. 4 During the First World War, a Ministry of Labor was created in 1916, mainly for administrative reasons, which took over from the Board of Trade the control of all labor matters, thus incidentally carrying out one of the proposals of the Minority Report. Beatrice Webb also urged other Minority Report proposals upon the wartime advisory committees of which she was a member. She had the satisfaction of getting most of these proposals adopted by the Local Government Committee of the Reconstruction Committee in 1917-1, but its recommendations were shelved after the war. She put forward her arguments to the public once again in the Fabian tract The Abolition of the Poor Law in 1918. This quiet and steady propaganda, though devoid of immediate effect, did something to keep the problem before the minds of administrators. Much more important were the indirect effects of the Poor Law campaign upon the Fabians themselves, and upon the Webbs in particular. It changed their view of political tactics, and marked the beginning of the end of permeation of the Liberal Party. The party divisions became more rigid when obvious reforms, that had been demanded for many years by radicals and humanitarian conservatives, became exhausted. Already some of the Fabians' more effective influence on the pre-war Liberal government had been exercised through the Labour Party, and as the Webbs and the older Fabians became disillusioned with their attempts to influence the Liberals, the Fabian Society began to move into the Labour Party's ambit exclusively. Out of the ashes of the Crusade arose the New Statesman in 1913. Certainly the leader of the first issue of this new journal disavowed connection with the Labour Party and announced its complete independence, but it entered the journalistic field as a rival of The Nation and other liberal periodicals, and its advent marked a change from the days when the Fabians were scornful of running a paper of their own and were confident of permeating the liberal capitalist press. Registered the move of the Fabian Society away from the liberals to a definite affiliation with the Labour Party might have taken place earlier if the Labour Party had not sunk into political lassitude and factional confusion during the years immediately before the First World War. Chapter X. The influence of the Fabians upon the independent Labour Party. The inaugural conference of the ILP. George Bernard Shaw and W. S. de Matos attended the inaugural conference of the Independent Labour Party at Bradford as representatives of the London Fabian Society, on the conditions laid down in its letter to the Workman's Times. The conference was also attended by representatives from the Bradford, Carlisle, Halifax, Huddersfield, Jarrow-on-Tyne, Leeds, Liverpool, Nottingham, Preston, and Ramsbottom provincial Fabian societies, and from the Yorkshire Fabian Federation. None of these provincial Fabian societies made conditions similar to those of the London group. In fact, a Liverpool Fabian protested at the conference against the London Society's attitude. The anger of many of the delegates expressed itself in a challenge to the London Fabian Society's credentials. Hostile delegates interpreted the Society's letter to the Workman's Times as meaning that the Society would refuse to be bound by ILP conference decisions, and that the London Society as a whole wished to prevent a national ILP from coming into existence. One speaker, who was ruled out of order, began a general protest about the way Sidney Webb had helped John Morley at Newcastle in the teeth of the Newcastle Labour Party. Shaw, who was required to withdraw from the body of the hall while his credentials were being discussed, but who immediately took up a strong enfilading position in the gallery, attempted to justify the Fabian attitude, but the conference refused to hear him until the vote was taken. The credentials of the London Fabians were accepted, but only by the narrow margin of 2 votes. 49 delegates voted for acceptance, and 47 against. This vote was not, of course, an expression of disfavor of Fabian policy in general, it was merely a protest against their sceptical or lukewarm attitude to independent tactics. As Shaw declared later, it was a curious division. Gallant opponents voted for us, whilst fellow Fabians and men who had the most signal proof of our sincerity and straightness to the labour movement voted against us. And he claimed that though he was the most unpopular man at the conference, and though Robert Blatchford was undeniably the most popular, yet Blatchford merely got all the applause, while the Fabians got all the votes. In any case, the Fabians had more than one string to their bow. If the London Society was unpopular, there remained the representatives of the practically autonomous provincial Fabian societies, in disagreement concerning tactics, but agreed on fundamentals, who could persuade the conference and obtain positions of influence in the new organization. It must be recognized at the outset that certain principles and policies adopted by the inaugural conference of the ILP which were in conformity with Fabian views, and which were claimed as evidence of Fabian influence, were, to all practical intents, accepted before ever the conference met, and did not in the least depend on the Fabian Society's popularity or persuasion at Bradford. As the conference was called with the specific object of establishing a new party to fight parliamentary elections, the anarchists and all those fundamentally opposed to the use of parliamentary methods did not attend. Representatives of some SDF branches were there, and so was Edward Aveling, the representative of the Bloomsbury Socialist Society, and at that time virtually the spokesman of Friedrich Engels, but the question whether the change to socialism could ultimately be effected without revolution was not discussed at the conference. 1893 was no such revolutionary period as the Middle 80s had been, and even the SDF was prepared to fight for palliatives in non-revolutionary periods. All the delegates wished to secure the cooperation of trade unions and of local labor leagues, many of them as yet not socialist, which nevertheless were interested in fighting local elections on an independent platform. Even the London SDF had expressed its benevolent neutrality to such an aim, and the picture of Aveling which emerges from the first conference report is that of a man whose purpose is to get a national party established at all costs, a careful diplomat, an angel of sweet reasonableness, both unusual roles for him. In these circumstances, the Fabians did not need to exert themselves to secure that the ILP would take part in the parliamentary game, or that it would adopt a program of immediate reforms. Amongst such general agreement, specific Fabian influence must be discounted. In what matters, then, did the Fabians succeed in influencing the ILP against some opposition? The Fabian representatives were not completely agreed in their views on the chief questions before the conference, but a general pattern may be discovered. For the most part, and insofar as they accepted the lead of the London delegates, their spokesmen were opposed to the word socialist appearing in the name of the new party, but were in favor of a socialist objective being affirmed in its constitution. They desired a federal basis for the new organization, not an amalgamated or unified one. They were opposed to the election of a secretary, and wanted him to be a paid employee. They resisted attempts to deny membership to those who were also members of any other party, and they fought Blatchford's Manchester Fourth Clause, a policy which required members to abstain from voting for the Liberal or Conservative parties, even where there were no ILP candidates in the field. In all save one of these things, the Bradford Conference decisions concurred with Fabian views. Does this not indicate that the Fabian Society influenced the ILP very considerably in its beginnings? This conclusion must not be accepted too hastily. Although the Fabians did advocate these things, and although they were, all but one, accepted by the conference, we must still ask whether the result would have been different if the Fabians had not been present. This is always a difficult question to answer in history, where there is but one instance to consider. It is especially difficult here, where in the last resort the answer may depend on the most difficult task of all, on assessing the influence of Fabian propaganda prior to the conference itself. But some evidence can be produced. Take first the question of the name. It was overwhelmingly agreed that the name should be Independent Labour Party and not Socialist Labour Party. The principal speech against the inclusion of socialist in the title was made by Bentelet, who was at that time a member of the Fabian Society though not one of its actual representatives at the conference. His was a powerful speech, of a type to become more familiar at labor conferences of later years, mixing sound common-sense tactical points with ignorant chauvinism of a British bulldog variety. The speech was well received at the conference, but did it really convince the delegates, or did it merely express pungently a verdict at which they had already arrived? The overwhelming vote suggests the latter. To the minds of most, if not all, of the delegates must have been present the question whether the new organization was to attempt to win the support of the trade unionists who were not socialists, and so become an independent party of socialists and trade unionists, or to become purely a socialist party on the continental model. Emerging, as the new party was doing, hard upon the heels of the victories of the new unionism, with the example of the SDF to discredit the continental idea, there really could have been little doubt of the choice of the vast majority of delegates. The conference required as little persuasion from the Fabians to write socialism into its objectives as to exclude it from its title. An amendment limiting the objective to that of securing the separate representation and protection of labor interests on public bodies was defeated by 91 votes to 16. A further amendment to insert the word ultimate before objective was turned down by 56 votes to 36. The reasons for these decisions seem to have been, first, that the majority of the delegates at the Bradford Conference were in fact socialists and, although they were prepared as a matter of tactics not to flaunt the red flag in the party's title, they nevertheless desired to win the trade unionists for socialism, and secondly, there was a feeling that a socialist objective would enable them to distinguish their party more satisfactorily from the Lib Labs, the Labour men content to remain as the tail of the Liberal Party. In the discussion on the objective, Shaw declared that, as a socialist, he would vote for the original resolution, and he suggested that all who were not socialists should vote against it, thereby revealing the strength of socialism at the conference. And another delegate supported the original resolution with the argument that the Lib Labs would capture the ILP and destroy it as they had destroyed the Labour Electoral Association and earlier bodies if the ILP had no criterion for excluding them. Only on the relatively minor issues did the Fabians need to make any sort of fight for their views. They sustained one defeat in their proposal to have a paid employee as secretary rather than an elected secretary. They also had one victory. Blatchford was the main champion of the policy of the Manchester Fourth Clause, and Shaw, enabling its most vehement opponents. In the midst of the controversy, the Bradford Fabian, Paul Bland, was able to move the successful compromise resolution, that where there were no ILP candidates the members of the party in that district shall act as directed by the local branch. Bernard Shaw also took an active part in the debate on the resolution, moved by F. W. Jowett of Bradford, that no member of any organisation connected with the Liberal, Liberal Unionist, Irish Nationalist, Conservative, or any other party opposed to the principles of the ILP shall be eligible for membership. He defended the Fabian policy of permeation, but the conference was less impressed by his claims for London progressivism than by other difficulties which might have been caused by the resolution. Even those who disagreed with the permeation tactic recognized the close links between trade unions and the Liberals, and the suggestion was put forward that the resolution could be made to apply to delegates to the ILP conference but not to the membership as a whole. Eventually, it was Aveling who produced the compromise amendment, that no person opposed to the principles of the ILP shall be eligible for membership. This was carried by a large majority with the understanding that it left local parties free to impose additional restrictions if they desired to do so. The Fabians had no considerable share in deciding the program or the organization of the ILP. The program, drawn up by a widely representative committee and presented in its original draft by Aveling, was in fact a compound of the programs of all the socialist groups represented. It included demands for the extension of the Factory Acts, for a legal 8 hours day and 48 hours week, for pensions for sick, disabled, aged, widows and orphans, for collective ownership of the land and all means of production, distribution and exchange, for free unsectarian education, and for properly remunerated work for the unemployed. The more controversial aspects of the political part of the program, such as the question of the abolition of the monarchy, or the adoption of the referendum, were avoided by the Omnibus Amendment declaring the ILP is in favor of every proposal for extending electoral rights and democratizing the system of government. The only feature of the program which may certainly be attributed to the Fabians was the addition suggested by Bernard Shaw of the words "and taxation, to extinction, of unearned incomes" to the fiscal proposals in Aveling's report, where the abolition of indirect taxation, and a graduated income tax were recommended. This was designed to replace a proposal to add "and taxation of ground values," for, Shaw explained, they ought to have grown out of the very undesirable distinction between incomes arising out of rent and those coming from interest. His amendment was accepted with one dissentient. On the question of a federal versus a unified or amalgamated organization, the London Fabian representatives approved federation but abstained from voting, as the London Fabian Society decided not to join the I.L.P.1. However, the federal arrangement had the support, in this formative period, of most of the delegates. It is interesting, in view of the organizational changes which occurred soon afterwards, that the unification plan secured only 2 votes at the conference. When the elections to the National Administrative Council of the ILP were being made, the London section of the Fabians decided to stand out of the list of nominees of their own accord. Yet later, Fabian News claimed that a number of the English members of the NAC were members of provincial Fabian societies. Only one accredited representative of a Fabian society was elected, G.S. Christie of Nottingham, but it is true that 7 of the 15 members of the NAC were members of provincial Fabian societies. The only objections the London Fabians could make to the first ILP executive were that the absence of John Burns and Tom Mann from it meant that leaders of London progressivism were not included in the party, that Aveling was not a proper representative of London socialism, and that Shaw Maxwell was not a perfect appointment as secretary because he had quarrelled with Burns. The London Fabians also took the view that the executive should have been a body of London men, for reasons of economy and efficiency, whereas the provincial delegates were all strongly opposed to this suggestion. What, then, may be concluded of Fabian influence on the inaugural conference of the ILP? The Fabian influence was not negligible, but some reasons have been advanced for not exaggerating it. The kind of policy the Fabians approved was adopted in the main by the conference because this policy had the tact of the possible, because it was in accord with the nature of the situation. If it be said that this is characteristic of policies which influence such bodies, we must then ask where the distinction comes between leading and following a general body of opinion. We have seen that many of the items of the Fabian policy were so generally accepted as almost not to be in dispute at the Bradford Conference. Let us suppose Shaw and de Mattos had not been present, or had been excluded by the vote on their credentials. What would have been different? All that can be said for certain is that there would have been no dispute about permeation, and the slight amendment to the fiscal clause in the ILP program might not have been made. Suppose all the representatives of all the Fabian societies had not been present, what then? Then, it is just possible that, in addition, the compromise resolution about voting at elections might not have been moved. The real difficulty arises if these questions were pushed to the point of asking what might have happened if no members of any Fabian society had been present. It is not possible to answer that question here, partly through lack of information about membership of local Fabian societies, and partly because of the perplexity arising from the division of opinion between the London and local societies and even within the London Society itself. Blatchford, for instance, was at this time a member of the Manchester Fabian Society and Keir Hardie a member of the London Society. We may assume that there were enough Fabians at the Bradford Conference for their absence to have made some considerable difference. But the inspiration in founding the ILP was almost as little specifically Fabian as it was SDF. Only the complete lack of doctrinal orthodoxy in the Fabian Society enabled those Fabians who played a chief part in the founding of the ILP to belong also to the Society, and it is significant that the Society soon began to lose its provincial groups to the ILP. The national ILP initially owed more to ex-radicals like Keir Hardie, to ex-S.DF men like H. Champion, to ex-socialist leaguers like F. W. Jowett, to the followers of Friedrich Engels, like Edward Aveling and Eleanor Marx, and to local labor men like Joseph Burgess than it did to the Fabians. It was in fact an amalgam created by those who were dissatisfied by the existing political sects. Its policy aspired to surmount sectarian divisions, and the Fabian element in it was only one of several. If the I.L.P.'s policy appeared more akin to the Fabian than to the S.D.F.'s, that was merely a reflection of its practical and undogmatic approach. Certainly the ILP always considered itself very much a separate organization from the Fabian Society in nature and spirit. Its relation to the Fabian Society resembled the relation of the Fabian Society in its earliest days to the Democratic Federation, drawing something from the earlier body but becoming a separate, and in some ways even a hostile organization. We must consider how far the ILP developed away from the Fabians, and what links remained. By the time of its second conference, which was held at Manchester in February 1894, the ILP began to drift further apart from the Fabians in some important ways. The main change was the abandonment of the policy of federation for that of unification. This departure from the organization approved by the Fabians was a consequence of the trade unions' refusal to support the ILP. The federal basis had been adopted at the inaugural conference for the purpose of winning the adhesion of trade unions and trades councils rather than with any thought of accommodating provincial Fabian societies or SDF branches. The winning of trade union support had been the main objective of the ILP men from the beginning, and the foundation of the national ILP in 1893 had followed as a direct consequence of the passing by the 1892 Trade Union Congress of Keir Hardie's resolution calling upon the Parliamentary Committee to prepare a scheme for labour representation, dealing especially with the financial difficulty, a resolution that had been strengthened by an amendment submitted by an Aberdeen delegate. Inserting the word independent before labour representation? At the following Trade Union Congress, held at Belfast in September 1893, the ILP men suffered a defeat, even though the Socialists appeared to be in even a stronger position than in the previous year. A scheme for financial assistance of Labour candidates at local and parliamentary elections was accepted, on the motion of Ben to let * more than that, a resolution put forward by James MacDonald of the SDF making it necessary for the candidates receiving support from the fund to declare themselves in favour of the collective ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange was carried by 137 votes to 97, amidst the cheers of the Socialists. 1 But this victory for socialism did not mean a victory for the ILP men. When Keir Hardie proposed a further resolution that the candidates supported by the fund should also declare themselves independent of both Liberal and Tory parties, his resolution was rejected by 119 votes to 99. After John Burns, who was hostile to the politics of the ILP and jealous of Hardie, threw his vehement weight against it, joining his opposition with that of the Lib Labs. It represented a major defeat for the ILP, which had failed to win exclusive trade union support. If any trade unions chose to subscribe to the fund, it was possible that the ILP, along with other organizations, might get some of it for its candidates. But after the 1893 Trades Union Congress, it was plain that the ILP was to be considered not the organization for putting up working-class candidates, but only one amongst others. Its hopes of securing direct trade union affiliation were, at least for the moment, at an end. Worse was to follow, when at the 1894 Congress it became clear that there was little response to the proposal for voluntary subscriptions to the fund, which, in any case, the Lib Lab Parliamentary Committee was deliberately sabotaging by a policy of inaction. The events of the 1895 Congress, which was held after the I.L.P.'s debacle at the 1895 elections, merely confirmed the swing of the pendulum against Hardie and his followers. They were blamed for causing the Liberal Party's defeat, for which they were not really responsible, and for the reduction of Lib Lab representation from 16 to 12, for which in part they were. The Lib Labs took steps to eliminate as many Socialists and ILP men as possible from future Congresses. The Webbs and the Fabians, who equally disapproved of Hardie and his tactics, were disgusted when John Burns lent his assistance and sanction to these anti-socialist maneuvers. The new standing orders which were adopted by Congress excluded the representatives of the trade councils, where the Socialists were strong, and made it necessary for all delegates to be working trade unionists or minor officials. In addition, the new orders introduced the card vote, which meant that a delegate's vote counted for the number of unionists he represented, and so established the dominance in Congress of the great coal and cotton unions, both opposed to independent representation. After this crushing defeat, there remained no alternative for the ILP but to fall back upon its own resources and to become a unified political party. And the change to this policy meant a development along lines different from those the Fabians had desired the ILP to follow. The rise and repulse of the ILP in the early 90s reflected the upsurge and recession of the new unionism. The oldest and most firmly established of English trade unions, especially those in coal and cotton, were unions of skilled workmen, and they had through their own efforts secured satisfactory conditions under capitalism. Their policies had become those of caution and collaboration with the existing parties. The uprush of the new unionism at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s appeared, momentarily, to have made a considerable change. The new unions were fighting organizations mainly of the unskilled with a different spirit, and led by socialists. In the early 90s they challenged the older tradition of trade unionism, and shook it severely, and, by forcing the older unions to widen their membership, bade fair to transform them. But the new movement did not last sufficiently long. The new unionism had fought and won its initial victories in the period of reviving prosperity from 1888 to 1890. While the new unionists and their allies the independent laborites were still riding on the crest of the political wave which had resulted from this elemental movement of the rising tide of trade, the tide had changed beneath them. From 1891, until the revival in 1896, the movement of the trade cycle was downward. It was a period of increasing unemployment. It was a period when strikes and lockouts almost invariably resulted in defeats for the workers, yet, withal, it was not a period of hunger revolt, for the cost of living continued to decline until 1896, so real wages, for those in employment, rose. In the circumstances, new unionism suffered a severe setback. The unions began to lose the increased membership, and some of the older Lib-Lab union leaders predicted that the new unions would collapse. This did not happen. But after the 1895 Trade Union Congress, the older type of unionism was back in power, without recapturing all the ground which the new unionists had gained in the early 90s. This, then, presented the alternative to socialists. If, like the Fabians, they took their cue from the attitude of trade union congresses of 1895 and the next few years they followed the path of moderation that was dangerously near to Lib-Labism. Alternatively, they could, like the $.df, choose the path wherein socialism remained pure and undefiled, but it meant a retreat into the political wilderness. The ILP stood, hesitating, between the Fabians and the $.d.f. From 1894, the I.L.P's first move was, perforce, in the same direction as the SDF. Towards a unified party, built up on the basis of individual membership, on the continental model. For the Fabian Society, the decision meant that the provincial Fabian societies had to choose between preserving their connection with the society and sinking their identity in the ILP. The majority of them preferred to go over to the I.L.P.1. The SDF branches which had cooperated with the ILP at the time of the inaugural conference were likewise presented with the alternative of changing their allegiance or withdrawing. Thus the ILP established itself as a separate organization, a new socialist group in competition, at least to a certain extent, with the SDF and the Fabian Society. The disadvantages of this state of affairs were recognized at the second conference, and from the time of that conference onwards, and chiefly under the inspiration of Tom Mann, who was then elected secretary of the ILP, negotiations were commenced for forming a National Socialist Party by unifying the ILP, SDF, and Fabian Society. These negotiations were destined to be protracted over many years, and in the end unsuccessful. 2 At first the SDF made difficulties at a time when Mann might have been able to carry the ILP with him. Later, when Mann had resigned his secretaryship, and MacDonald, Glacier, and Snowden had joined the ILP executive, it was the SDF which became anxious for unity, and the ILP leadership which had grown cold about the scheme. As for the Fabian Society, Webb and Shaw were opposed to socialist unity, but because other members in the society were strongly in favor, the society as a whole stood aside, awaiting developments of negotiations between the SDF and ILP. In a letter to the ILP it declared that while it was in favor of the principle that there should be some form of united socialist party, it thought that at present the difficulties in the way are formidable. Registered along with the movement away from the policy of federation, the ILP showed a tendency to revert to another policy which the Fabians hoped they had vanquished at the Bradford Conference. The Manchester Fourth Clause, though it was never carried, not only gained an increased number of votes in 1894, but also became in fact the policy followed by the ILP at the 1895 election. At Bradford, the action to be taken at elections was left to the branches, and a conference of branch delegates before the general election decided in effect that only ILP and SDF candidates should receive ILP support, and that members should abstain from voting in other constituencies. This was the outcome of high feeling between the Liberals and ILP men before the election. As the Fabians predicted, it meant the withdrawal of all Liberal support, and was partly the cause of the I.L.P.'s complete failure at the 1895 election, and in particular the cause of Hardy's losing his seat in South West Ham. During the 90s the ILP leaders were very conscious of their separateness from the Fabian Society. Bruce Glacier probably expressed their point of view most clearly when he said, in 1898, that the ILP stood at the center of a triangle formed by SDF, Fabian, and idealist socialism. 1 ILP propaganda, 2. Developed an emotional quality which Fabian rationalism rather carefully avoided, a quality which derived partly from a more immediate sense of working-class grievances and partly from the background of North Country working-class nonconformity. ILP propaganda, though it profited a good deal from Fabian criticism of SDF propaganda, and though it drew upon and used Fabian facts, developed a character of its own, one which appealed to a wider audience than either Fabian or SDF writing did. Sacrificing, no doubt, something of theoretical accuracy and academic wit, abandoning, certainly, pedantic dogmatizing, Keir Hardie by solid, honest pulpit punches in the Labour leader, and still more, Robert Blatchford and the brilliant journalists of the Clarion with their infectious enthusiasm and bright, clear writing became the propagandists who really brought socialism to the masses. During the 90s the ILP also developed a completely different attitude to international matters from that of the majority of the Fabian Society. Its attitude here derived chiefly from Marxist sources and from left-wing Little England liberalism. The distinctively ILP synthesis of this combination included a strong advocacy of free trade, a hostility to imperialism, and a belief in international working-class solidarity extending almost, if not quite, to pacifism, and to some consideration of the general strike as a means of preventing war. Fabian links and influences which remained. Personal links. Having observed the drift of the ILP away from Fabian influence, it is now necessary to look at the other side of the case, and see what ties remained. First, there were personal ones. Members of the Fabian Society continued to be strongly represented on the National Administrative Council of the ILP. The size of the NAC was reduced to 9 at the 1894 ILP conference, and of those 9, at least 6 were also members of the Fabian Society in 1894. 1895, and 1896, of the 9 NAC members appointed at the 1897 conference, 5 were Fabians, in 1898, 6, while in 1899 and 1900 the number of Fabians on the NAC had fallen to 3.2. However, these figures do not give a completely accurate guide to the degree of Fabian influence. These figures include such men as Keir Hardie, who from 1890 always remained nominally a member of the Fabian Society, Tom Mann, who remained a member of the Fabian Society active in London progressivism all the time he was secretary of the ILP, and J. Ramsay MacDonald, who was a member of the Fabian Society from 1886 to 1900 and who was elected to the NAC in 1897. These men, who impressed their personalities so strongly upon the ILP, can hardly be regarded as typical Fabians. Tom Mann, in the early 90s, was working closely with the Webbs. His sympathies and attitude of mind were fundamentally more Marxist-anarchist than Fabian. But at the time of the dock strike, Mann was in disagreement with the leaders of the SDF in matters of tactics, and this disagreement caused him to come into a fairly intimate association with leading Fabians. He joined the society, and he became the first secretary of the London Reform Union when the Webbs decided to harness his organising abilities in the cause of London progressivism. Mann, like John Burns, did not attend the inaugural conference of the ILP, but soon after its formation he became actively associated with it, and he was unanimously elected secretary of the party when he put in an appearance at its second conference in 1894. As ILP secretary, Mann undertook the task of welding all the socialist bodies in which he had been interested into a party of socialist unity. During the years of his secretaryship of the ILP, he continued to work with the Webbs in the London Reform Union, and in 1894 he and Sidney Webb were collaborating in the Minority Report of the Royal Commission on Labour. Webb was drafting the report for Mann, and they both were engaged in persuading Maudsley, the veteran Tory Labour leader, to accept it. Point 2 However, soon after this, Beatrice Webb was noting in her diary that it was melancholy to see Tom Mann reverting to the old views of the SDF, and, what is worse, to their narrow and sectarian policy. As Shaw remarked, he is deteriorating. This stumping the country, talking abstractions and raving emotions is not good for a man's judgment. This caustic. 291. Entry was partly provoked by the tactics the ILP adopted, under the guidance of Keir Hardie and Mann, at the 1895 elections. In 1896 Mann caused an uproar in ILP ranks by openly declaring his sympathies with the expelled anarchist section at the International Socialist Congress, and at the following conference of the ILP in 1897 he announced his resignation of the party secretaryship to devote himself to the organization of the Dockers. The beginning of Mann's discovery of the new creed of anarchist syndicalism necessarily ended his influence with the ILP, which was based on an acceptance of political methods. Mann's withdrawal from the ILP coincided with the election of J. Ramsay MacDonald to its National Administrative Council. The secretaryship fell to John Penny, a Fabian and cooperator, who filled the post efficiently but unobtrusively until 1903. The dominating role was quickly assumed by MacDonald. At the time of his election to the NAC, MacDonald had but recently become antagonistic to the Webbs, although he still remained a member of the Fabian Society. Earlier, his relations with the Webbs had been exceedingly cordial. He had joined the Fabian Society in 1886, and in 1894 had been elected to its executive. In 1895 Webb appointed him one of the Society's touring lecturers under the Hutchinson Trust. MacDonald at that time was anxious to bring the Fabians and the ILP into closer harmony, and a conference of the leaders of the two groups was arranged at the Webbs' house in January 1895. Nothing came of this, but at the end of the same year MacDonald was still listed by Mrs. Webb among the young people who were more or less devoted to the Fabian junta. In the following year, however, relations between MacDonald and the Webbs, if not other members of the Fabian Society, became strained. Beatrice Webb attributed a great deal to personal grievance. MacDonald was piqued at Webb's refusal to appoint him to a lectureship at the newly founded London School of Economics. Webb did not think him good enough for such an appointment. But there was also a division of opinion between them on certain matters of policy. MacDonald was strongly opposed to the use of the Hutchinson Trust for purely educational purposes. He considered Webb's use of the money inconsistent with the promotion of socialism, which was the express desire of the benefactor. Webb had even insisted that the lectures on the provincial tours should be of an educational rather than a propagandist nature, and he was steadfastly opposed to MacDonald's suggestion that some of the funds should be used to pay an organizer of branches degree. Again, MacDonald, though he had once been a Liberal Party agent, became a strong opponent of the Fabian Society's policy of permeating the Liberals. After his conversion to the ILP in 1894, he led the attack on this policy when it was reaffirmed in Tract 70. After 1896, MacDonald was a strong critic of Sidney Webb both inside and outside the Fabian Society. Beatrice Webb's journals record constant friction between MacDonald and Webb on the LCC after MacDonald had been successful at a by-election in 1900. Their antagonism had become greater when the ILP and Fabian Society took different attitudes to the Metropolitan Borough Councils Act, the Boer War, and the Education Acts. MacDonald resigned from the Fabian Society in 1900 as a result of its attitude to the Boer War. Relations between MacDonald and the Webbs never again became completely cordial, despite their association in the Labour Party after the First World War. Because MacDonald became the principal official theorist of the ILP in the pre-war years, it is necessary to estimate the extent to which his ideas remain distinctively Fabian. The account of MacDonald's disagreements, personal and political, with the Webbs must not be allowed to obscure their agreement in the theoretical sphere, for it is impossible to read MacDonald's books and speeches without realizing how extensive this agreement is, and how strongly he was influenced by Fabian ideas during his membership of the Society. MacDonald's political theory was, in its main essentials, that of Fabian essays, strengthened with some arguments from the continental revisionists, and furnished with a greater wealth of biological metaphor. There was the same emphasis on the organic nature of society, on the slow, evolutionary inevitability of social change and the unimportance of mere political revolutions, the same criticism of Marxist theories of economic determinism registered, class war registered, and the state, with nevertheless the same turning to the wage earners registered because they are the oppressed class, the same state socialist attitude registered with the same insistence on the importance of municipal socialism 1 degree and on the interventionism of the positive welfare. 293. State, the same presenting of socialism as the completion of liberalism, the same reliance on democracy and British constitutional methods, the same economic theory, the same tolerant agnosticism towards religion and other indifferent subjects. For against the huge area of agreement, the differences between MacDonald's political theory and that of the early Fabians seems almost superficial. They disagreed in their attitude to imperialism, but even here MacDonald was not completely hostile, but occupied a middle position between the Fabians and the more intransigent ILP views. They were on opposite sides concerning independence and permeation, but here again MacDonald by no means took up an extremist position. He declared that what was required was not a socialist party, but a socialistic party, which would have on occasions to cooperate in a bloc, either refusing or accepting the responsibility of office. 6 There were differences also in the extent of MacDonald's and leading Fabian's acceptance of existing British institutions of government, but this was for the most part merely a difference of degree. More significant was an elusive but definite difference in tone between the writings of MacDonald and the Fabians, a little more of the nonconformist clergyman and a little less of the teacher, a call for moral regeneration rather than purely a call for intelligence, a shade more of historicism and a shade less of positivism, and an elusive but important element of pacifist defeatism which appears occasionally in MacDonald degree and contrasts with the fundamental energetic confidence of the Fabian leaders. Fabian influence on Independent Labour Party. James Keir Hardie from 1890 until his death remained nominally a member of the Fabian Society. There was always a certain antagonism between him and the Webbs, though he was on friendly terms with Bernard Shaw and other leading Fabians. Hardie's type of mind was as antipathetic to the Webbs as it was to Friedrich Engels. The Webbs, like Engels, hoped much at first of John Burns, and not only dismissed his rival as woolly-minded, but also suspected his motives and ambitions. It is not strange that these founders of different schools of socialism should have made similar judgments of Hardie. Both judgments were intellectualist, both mistook Hardie's uncompromising, and not always carefully expressed, moral fervour and the touch of harmless theatricality in his appearance and manner for careerism and a desire for notoriety. In fact, Hardie was a man of intense and passionate feeling on certain guiding principles of political conduct, but he found a great deal of difficulty in formulating them into a coherent system which could compete with the Marxist, the Fabian, or the anarchist creeds. As a result, he floundered unhappily between them, agreeing consistently with none of them, but unable to justify himself in his rival's eyes, and so creating the worst impression. His guiding principle of political tactics was a belief in the need for building up an independent party of labor. He had no faith in the policy of permeating or persuading the older parties. He believed firmly that any real concessions they granted to the working class were given under pressure of one kind or another, and that the Liberals in this respect were no better than the Tories. He was convinced that the independent party of labor needed to secure the active cooperation of the trade unions and to base itself on them. And recognizing the English trade unions for what they were, Hardie was far from wishing his new party to be a revolutionary one. He desired its tactics to be as constitutional as the Fabians. constitutional, but not too respectful of parliamentary procedure when his feelings were aroused to protest against injustice. Hardy was behaving in his most characteristic manner in the days when he was the member for the unemployed. The right to work, the 8 hours day, old age pensions, equal rights for women, the international solidarity of labor, these were the other principles, steps towards socialism, for which Hardy fought with all the passion of a deeply religious nature. It could well be argued that his straightforward political tactics proved, in the event, at least as adequate as those of his critics, one instance where a man of instinct was justified against the men of intellect. But Hardy's lack of a social philosophy made him liable, within certain limits, to fall under the influence of others who were better equipped. Ramsay MacDonald came in time to supply Hardy's need exactly, and from the late 90s, he fell as much under MacDonald's influence as his turbulent spirit and his steadfast principles would allow, or even more, perhaps, for he later defended MacDonald's conduct in circumstances where his natural sympathies were on the other side, and when he was noticeably uneasy in doing so. Hardy's frequent laudatory descriptions of MacDonald as the biggest intellectual asset which the socialist movement has in this country today leave no doubt of the esteem in which he held him, and of the sense of relief he felt at the provision for the ILP of a statement of its position in theoretical terms. Hardy himself even attempted, not very successfully, a few essays in theory along MacDonaldite lines. But for our purpose it is chiefly necessary to observe that, while there was little personal sympathy between the Webbs and Hardy, yet there was some cooperation. Hardy always thought it worthwhile to preserve his membership of the Fabian Society, and there were always others among the Fabians, notably Shaw and the younger members, who remained on the friendliest terms with him. Robert Blatchford was neither a platform orator nor a great political figure in the ILP, but he was its outstanding journalist in the 90s, and it has been claimed that he made more converts to socialism through his paper, The Clarion, and through his booklet Merry England than any other propagandist of his time. The views which he expressed with such clarity, strength, and human appeal were remarkably eclectic. What novelty there was in them lay merely in his particular selection and combination, not at all in their originality. In 1890 Blatchford joined the Fabians and became president of the Manchester Fabian Society, and his debt to Fabian ideas is plain as can be. He not only drew heavily on Fabian statistics and facts, but his collectivism, with a strong emphasis on municipal enterprise, was essentially Fabian, and he had the same general expectations of peaceful and constitutional methods. Nevertheless, Blatchford also levied other schools of socialism for a contribution to his views, and a large measure of his appeal came from his combination of their not always compatible elements. He drew from William Morris and Kropotkin a hatred of industrial towns and an aspiration towards a merry England where modern urban life could be brought into a more harmonious relationship with the revived agriculture. He also got from them his belief that propaganda activity, the making of socialists, was the main task. With the SDF, Blatchford shared at least a bitter rejection of the established parties, and a tendency to attack, not merely to ignore, orthodox religion. His broad unsectarian tastes in socialist theory were reflected in the campaign for socialist unity and labor federation which the Clarion organized in the *90s. The more religious and serious-minded members of the ILP, like Keir Hardie, were rather shocked by the levity, gaiety, and somewhat bibulous habits of the Clarionettes, but Blatchford's influence with the young was great. That influence did not really decline until after 1906, when Blatchford's predilections for militant agnosticism, for protection in tariff policy, and for bellicose nationalism became prominent in a way that offended considerable sections of the ILP. These were the leaders who dominated the ILP. Of the others it is not necessary to speak at length. J. Bruce Glacier was not a member of the Fabian Society. Though he was at one time employed by the Fabian executive as a Hutchinson lecturer. His socialism derived from William Morris, and though he departed from the anti-parliamentary principles of his master, his interest remained chiefly in the propaganda, educational aspect. He looked upon all the institutional changes as so many manifestations of the change of heart, and he was also quick to point out that socialist institutions, unless continually animated by the socialist spirit, could become empty shells. His emphasis on the ethical aspect of socialism enabled him to make many shrewd observations concerning the moral claims which lie at the basis of socialism and of much other economic reasoning, but it also frequently led him into a form of sentimental moralizing exhortation repellent to the hard-headed. In general, he was friendly to the Fabians, and hostile towards the SDF. His speech at the 1898 annual conference of the ILP helped to defeat the move for fusion with the S.DF*. Philip Snowden came into the ILP after the time when real danger of Marxist influence upon it had passed away*. Although he was frequently in conflict with MacDonald, personally and politically, he never moved outside the general bounds of I.L.P. Fabian doctrine. He was closely connected with the Fabians, a member of the society registered and much more Fabian in his out. 297. Look than most of the ILP men. Thus, for instance, he stood for socialism against mere labourism inside the Labour Party, and unlike many of his ILP colleagues he was a strong upholder of the principle of compulsory arbitration. Always a formidable, acid-tongued orator, he acquired, under Fabian influence, another accomplishment, the detailed knowledge of public finance, which was to prove the strength and the bane of his parliamentary career. Fred Jowett was a staunch socialist working man who had formerly been a member of the Bradford branch of the Socialist League. Although he was not a member of the Fabian Society, he had a thorough training in municipal socialism as an ILP representative on the Bradford City Council, and this experience led to a development of his ideas in a direction similar to the Fabians. In some matters, particularly in his views concerning the reform of parliamentary procedure, Jowett's opinions seem to have been arrived at independently of the Fabians, despite this close resemblance. Jowett consistently represented the moderate left wing within the I.L.P. One other prominent ILP leaders can merely be mentioned. In the early days of the ILP, Shaw Maxwell, Curran, Burgess, Kennedy, Buttery, Lister, Drew, Dr. Pankhurst, and Catherine Conway were all members of the Fabian Society, though they were at that time mostly in conflict with the Fabian leaders, and of them only Lister and Miss Conway had actually come into the socialist movement through the Society. The names of Brocklehurst, Enid Stacy, Russell Smart, Mrs. Pankhurst, Penny, Shullard, Ensor, Snell, and Margaret Bondfield also need to be added to the list of those on the National Administrative Council of the ILP who were at one time or another members of the Fabian Society. Bentelet, in the early days an enthusiastic Fabian, later drifted far to the left. George Lansbury was also a member of the Fabian Society, though he was still more closely connected with the SDF. Of course, a mere list of this kind does not do justice to the relation of these men and women to Fabianism, but the very number of prominent ILP names in the list is significant. And as for the few other ILP leaders whose names do not appear on this list, it would be possible in most cases to demonstrate, by reference to their speeches, close resemblances between their general outlook and Fabianism. Registered organizational links. In addition to the personal links between the ILP and the Fabian Society, there were organizational ones. The most important and permanent of these arose from their mutual concern with local government. The ILP had of course always been interested in local government affairs, for the party had been formed by a union of local organizations, but after the 1895 general election defeat, it was obliged to make the most of its opportunities in the municipalities to offset its failure in national politics. Consequently, the ILP was very willing to avail itself of the expert knowledge of the Fabians in local government matters. The Fabian tracts circulated widely among the ILP membership, and on Fabian initiative a special committee was established with the object of pooling Fabian and ILP experience of local affairs, and of giving guidance to their elected representatives. This committee was set up following a conference of elected persons, a conference between Fabians and ILP representatives on public bodies held in conjunction with the ILP. Annual Conference at Leeds in 1899, by which year nearly 250 members of the ILP had been elected to positions of local authority of one kind or another throughout Great Britain. 1 At the Conference of Elected Persons, prominent Fabians read papers on different aspects of local government and, as a result, it was decided to establish the permanent joint committee, the Socialist and Labour Elected Persons Association, to act as an advice and information bureau. The committee consisted of J.R. MacDonald and John Penny from the ILP and ERPs and F. Whelan from the Fabian Society. 2 A few months later, the name of this committee appears to have been changed to the Local Government Information Bureau, and its function expanded to take over some of the work which the Fabian Society had been doing informally for several years. No longer was its advice and information confined to labor members of local authorities, but was made available to anyone who paid a small annual subscription. It was managed virtually by the secretaries of the two societies and performed the useful and typically Fabian function of preparing abstracts of bills and acts of parliament and providing other information of interest to its members. It continued in existence until 1911, when its duties were taken over by the Joint Standing Committee, which was then established to coordinate all joint activities of the two organizations, and which consisted of 4 members and the secretary of each, the Fabian Society and the ILP. From the time of the formation of the Joint Standing Committee until the outbreak of war in 1914, the relation between the ILP and the Fabian Society, and their cooperation in domestic policy, was exceedingly close, especially in the campaigns for the prevention of destitution and against the Lloyd George Insurance Act, and in the adult suffrage demonstrations registered. So active were the Fabians on behalf of the Joint Committee when it was first established, that a series of lectures delivered under its auspices were for a short time allowed to replace the ordinary lectures of the Fabian Society. Thus the organizational links between the Fabian Society and the ILP in the local government sphere were close from 1899 until 1914, and especially close after 1911. And, although the Local Government Information Bureau was the most permanent organizational link, yet there were others of an important, though less continuous kind. The ILP and Fabian Society were associated from time to time in unemployed committees and housing committees. Fabian members constantly gave lectures to ILP branches and clubs. Fabian book boxes were in constant demand by ILP branches. The Fabian Society conducted correspondence classes in economics and history for members of the working classes, in which its instructors discouraged socialist teaching of an extreme type, although these study classes were not established on a regular basis with the ILP until 1913. Degree and last, but not least, the Fabian Society provided financial assistance for ILP leaders, sometimes by engaging them as touring lecturers, occasionally by assisting them financially in electoral contests. How far were the specific doctrines and practical proposals of the Fabians accepted by the ILP in its programs and statements of policy? A statement of the ILP program more detailed than the one adopted at its inaugural conference did not appear until the Third Annual Conference, which was held at Newcastle on Tyne in April 1895. The new program did not differ essentially, however, from the earlier one. The fiscal, educational, and social, industrial and political demands remained substantially unaltered. To the demand for free education was added proposals for free maintenance of school children, and for the raising of the school leaving age to 15 years, in addition to the demand for old age pensions required that pensions should commence at 50 years, a novel item was the demand for the municipalization of the drink traffic. These additions went further than Fabian demands at that time, even if some Fabians were sympathetic to them. Leading members of the Fabian Society regarded the proposals for pensions at 50 as being outside the realm of practical politics*, and the I.L.P.'s proposals for the municipalization of the drink traffic anticipated the Fabian tracts 85 and 86 by 2 years. The chief addition to the ILP program made in 1895 was an extensive agricultural section, which was adopted as a result of the reorganization of local government in rural areas affected by the Parish Councils Act of 1894. Here the measures were similar to those being put forward by the Fabians at the same time. The socialist demands in this program were a typically Fabian solution of the English land question, municipal ownership and the letting out of small allotments by the municipality, with some larger farms directly managed by the municipal authority itself. As measures for achieving this objective, local authorities were to be encouraged to obtain and exercise powers of acquiring land compulsorily, and of taxing land values. Other more immediate remedial measures were also proposed: the establishment of a state department of agriculture, which would found agricultural colleges and model farms, the reclamation and reforestation of waste land, and the establishment of some form of administrative machinery to aid the marketing of agricultural produce. The program of the ILP adopted at the Third Annual Conference resembled the program of the Fabians, and owed something to them. But then it was also similar to the immediate measures put forward by the SDF, and in certain items went beyond Fabian measures to incorporate SDF ones. The list of the resolutions which the ILP submitted to the International Socialist Congress of 1896 form an interesting contrast with the witty and provocative resolutions drafted by Shaw as the Fabian Society's contribution. The I.L.P.S. resolutions, unlike the Fabian Societies, did not raise theoretical issues, and, in fact, avoided the theoretical conflict between the Marxists and the Fabians as far as possible. Unemployment and other social evils were declared capable of being abolished only by the complete overthrow of the capitalist system, but could be limited in proportion as order and regulation are introduced into the present industrial confusion, and that therefore certain present measures were necessary. These present measures were identical with the demands of the Fabian Society, except in one case. But the phrasing made it seem that the ILP leaned rather to a modified version of the S.D.F.'s distinction between the revolution and palliatives, than to the unqualified gradualism expounded by the Fabians at this time. The practical measure upon which the ILP showed itself in opposition to the Fabians concerned the 8 hours day. The ILP favored the device of trade exemption, and suggested that a general 8 Hours Act should apply to all classes of workers unless 2/3 of the workers engaged in the trade demanded otherwise. The Fabian Society continued to reject trade exemption, although a sharp struggle had meanwhile taken place inside the society about it. As we have already seen, the original Fabian proposal was the device of trade option. This proposal gained the support of the more moderate section of labor men, but it was rejected at the 1891 Trade Union Congress in favor of trade exemption. Following this decision, a members' meeting of the Fabian Society was held in November 1891, at which a resolution was moved for the withdrawal of Tract 9 and the substitution of trade exemption for trade option. The alignment was similar to that in the disputes about permeation which were taking place at the same time. On this occasion, Bland was in the chair, but Mrs. Bland was one of the principal supporters of the resolution, while Webb, Pease, and Wallace defended trade option. The resolution was carried by 28 votes to 26. Webb took his defeat gracefully and offered to serve on the redrafting committee. 1 The result, not altogether surprisingly, was a committee dominated by Webb, of which the majority were or became opposed to trade exemption. When the committee reported 6 months later, the society was treated to a lecture in economics explaining that the instantaneous character of trade exemption might cause industrial dislocation, that the act would be unworkable unless a register could be prepared, and that this would be impossible in the unorganized trades. The report reaffirmed Webb's earlier arguments that the gradualist character of trade option would avoid these disadvantages, and promote the growth of trade union organization into the bargain. Angry scenes followed. Bland declared the report was stamped. With the nervous cautiousness of a certain teacher of economics at whose feet sat the majority of the committee, and an account of the meeting describes how this academic tone made 1 or 2 members, particularly Burgess, Pete Curran, and Dr. Pankhurst, desperately angry. The report was rejected. 7 months later, the dispute was settled by a compromise proposal which was carried by a considerable majority at a members' meeting. Trade selection was the name coined for the new Fabian device, and a tract was prepared in the following year embodying it. The new plan bore the marks of having been through the fire of criticism, and not only left-wing criticism. Trade selection involved the passing of a general act for the limitation of hours of labor, leaving the application of it to particular trades to the Home Secretary under certain conditions. When requested to do so by Parliament, a county council, a town council, a trades union, a trades council, or a factory inspector, the Home Secretary was to appoint a small commission of inquiry to investigate conditions in a trade and report to him on the prevalent opinion of members of the trade about a reduction of hours, on the probable effects on the community of granting such a reduction, on what reduction was desirable, and whether the Home Secretary should make a regular Fabian influence on independent Labour Party himself or delegate his power to do so to a local government body. Within 3 months of receiving the report, the Home Secretary would be required either to give effect to the recommendation by making a regulation, or report to the House of Commons his reasons for taking no action. 1. The ILP in 1896, however, refused to follow the Fabian lead, and reaffirmed trade exemption. The other main point of disagreement between the Fabian and ILP reports to the International Socialist Congress of 1896 concerned the section in the Fabian Society's report which set forth the Society's electoral tactics. The Fabian Society does not claim to be the people of England, or even the Socialist Party, and therefore does not seek direct political representation by putting forward Fabian candidates at elections. But it loses no opportunity of influencing elections, and inducing constituencies to select socialists as their candidates. No person, however, can obtain the support of the Fabian Society or escape its opposition merely by calling himself a socialist or social democrat. As there is no second ballot in England, frivolous candidatures give great offence and discredit the party in whose name they are undertaken, because any third candidate who is not well supported will not only be beaten himself but may also involve in his defeat the better of the two candidates competing with him. Under such circumstances, the Fabian Society throws its weight against the third candidate, whether he calls himself a socialist or not, in order to secure the victory of the better of the two candidates between whom the contest really lies. But when the third is not only a serious representative of socialism, but can organize his party well and is likely to poll sufficient votes to make even his defeat a respectable demonstration of the strength and growth of socialism in the constituency, the Fabian Society supports him resolutely under all circumstances and against all other parties. Even Peace has admitted that this statement was extreme. It is worth noting that the Liverpool Fabian Society did not accept it, but presented a separate report to the Congress stating that it always supported ILP, SDF, and trade union candidates. The London Society's provocative reaffirmation of their earlier attitude encountered great opposition from the ILP men in the Society. Led by Ramsay MacDonald, they organised a move for the deletion of this clause, but they were voted down at a members' meeting. These programmes of the ILP, and particularly that of 1896, show the substantial accuracy of the view that the ILP stood halfway between the Fabians and the SDF. In two important points of policy the ILP differed from the Fabians and resembled the SDF. In other ways, the ILP resembled the Fabians more than the D.F. As the N.A.C.'s annual conference report said in 1898, we have differed from the SDF almost solely because we have refused to adopt certain rigid propagandist phrases and to cut ourselves off from other sections of the labor movement, particularly trades unionism and cooperation, and the advanced elements in the humanitarian movements. Equally important, though neither report nor programs mention it, was the fact that most ILP men did not care for the outspoken atheism of many of the SDF leaders. Like the Fabian Society, the ILP avoided taking up a definite attitude in religious matters. Many of its members and leaders were no longer members of Protestant sects, but they were still strongly influenced by the nonconformist outlook, and patronized the labor church movement of John Trevor. From 1897, Fabian influence on the ILP increased in some ways and declined in others. In that year, the chief personal Marxist influences on the ILP disappeared with the withdrawal of Tom Mann, the suicide of Eleanor Marx Aveling, and the final discredit of Aveling. After that time, Ramsay MacDonald and Bruce Glacier became the leading theorists of the ILP, and, whatever disagreements these two men may have had with some Fabians and some aspects of Fabian policy, their disagreements with Marxism were greater. Insofar as Fabianism was a criticism of Marxism, it was encouraged, and the continental revisionists and critics of Marx were translated for the ILP library. The criticism of Marx was often carried to the length of fostering the idea that he was so wrong or outdated as not to be worth reading. In this sense, as Professor Trevelyan has shrewdly observed, the Fabians exonerated socialists from the heavy obligation of reading Karl Marx. In addition, the breakdown of negotiations for unity between the ILP and the SDF was attended with a bitterness and mutual recrimination which produced a hostility to Marxist influence. The very existence of the ILP meant a diminution of Marxist influence in that working-class men more readily than before could enter the socialist movement without having to pass through the SDF ranks. And the final years of the 19th century were not at all a period of social crisis, such as favors the general spread of Marxist doctrine. This decrease of Marxist influence in itself made for the growth of Fabian opinions amongst the ILP. But Fabianism did not flourish simply because of the decline of its opponent. It is clear that from about 1895 to 6 Fabian lecturing was being directed more towards ILP clubs and branches and less towards radical and liberal clubs than formerly, simply in response to the demand for the society's speakers. Fabian evolutionism and complete reliance on democratic methods, Fabian economics and views on collectivism, Fabian municipal socialism were preached to ILP branches, and found receptive audiences. There was also one point of tactics, soon to become of great importance, in which the ILP returned to Fabian methods. We have seen how the ILP swung over to a policy of unification as the only course open to it, after it had failed to secure trade union backing at the 1894 Trade Union Congress, and how this had led Webb and Shaw to abandon the party as hopeless. After its defeat at the 1895 election, and after some experience of the slow progress of building up a party on continental lines, the ILP leaders returned to the Fabian policy of winning the trade unions as a quicker way to power. The party's propaganda amongst the trade unions was attended with increasing success after the engineers' lockout of 1897, with its attack by employers on collective bargaining. Despite these increases in Fabian influence on the ILP, in other matters the ILP was in disagreement with the Fabians, and some of their disagreements increased towards the turn of the century. Fabian influence was confined solely to domestic policy, and even in domestic affairs there were divergences between the two organizations. In local government policy, London progressivism was the Fabian ideal, while the ILP of course insisted on independent candidatures. The ILP was soon to rally to the defense of the school boards, which Webb and the majority of Fabians desired abolished. The ILP took up vigorously the demand for the state feeding of school children, which had once been a Fabian demand, but had been dropped by them as impracticable. But in foreign policy, especially in their reactions to imperialism and the Boer War, the majority opinions in the ILP and in the Fabian society were poles apart. The I.L.P.'s interest in foreign affairs was greater than that of the Fabians, and this was partly due to the fact that the ILP had been recognized by continental socialist parties as the true representative of British socialism. The ILP did not wait until the outbreak of the Boer War to reveal its attitude. In 1898 an anti-conscription resolution was passed by the ILP Annual Conference, which stood in marked contrast with the attitude of prominent Fabian leaders, who always inclined towards a form of conscription. In 1899, the year of Fashoda, the ILP passed a resolution expressing its opposition to war and calling for international arbitration. 2 At the conference of 1900, when the situation had become really serious, strong resolutions were passed expressing the I.L.P.'s opposition to imperialism, militarism, and conscription. The anti-imperialist resolution was in direct opposition to the resolutions adopted by the Fabian Society, because amendments to delete the word imperialist and substitute militarist or to insert jingo before imperialist were defeated, and the sentences in the ILP resolution which called for the withdrawal of the iron and unnatural dominance of our Western political ideas, to allow the development of native forms of rule indicated that the ILP, unlike the Fabians, valued self-government even above Western civilization. The anti-militarist resolution was saved by an amendment on this occasion from becoming a definitely pacifist resolution. At the succeeding conferences of 1901 and 1902 the ILP declared itself definitely pro-Boer. Resolutions calling for an anti-war conference, deploring militarism, condemning atrocities and barbarities were passed, and a motion that the ILP engage actively in peace propaganda was carried against an amendment that the party concentrate on socialist propaganda without worrying about the war, the amendment being rejected by a large majority. In its attitude to foreign affairs, the Fabian Society had very little influence on the I.L.P. but there was a minority in the ILP which agreed with the Fabians, just as there was a minority in the Fabian Society which followed the ILP. In the first years of the 20th century, the Boer War and Education Act issues so dominated politics that the agreement between the ILP and Fabians on other issues was obscured. They were on opposite sides in the major political alignment of that time, though their expectations of the outcome were the same. Hardy, like the Webbs, predicted the emergence of the liberal imperialists as a new party, with perhaps a Rosebery-Chamberlain alliance registered to form a third party between the old conservatives and the pro-Boer liberals. While Webb was trying to persuade the Roseberyites to add social reform to their other watchwords of imperialism and efficiency, the ILP, in close cooperation with the pro-Boer liberals in the war and education controversies, had hopes of an accession of this group to the Labour Party *. The Labour Representation Committee, which 6 years afterwards became the Labour Party, was established as a result of a meeting held in the Memorial Hall, Farrington Street, London, on February 27, 1900. Industrial conflict during the later 90s had convinced some powerful trade unions of the need for political action, and the persuasion and initiative of the socialists, mainly the ILP men, brought the new organization into being. The Fabians had a share in the founding of the LRC, but compared with the role of the ILP their part was almost insignificant. The policy adopted in the establishment of the LRC resembled to some degree the policy which the Fabian Society had unsuccessfully pressed on the labor movement in 1894 in its Tract A Plan of Campaign for Labor, but this policy was put into force at a time when the leading Fabians had lost their enthusiasm for it. We have seen how the ILP, after the defeat of its spokesman at the Trade Union Congress of 1895, was obliged to fall back upon its own resources, and attempt, like the SDF, to build up a labor party on the continental model through individual membership. It did not make headway, so far as it is possible to estimate on very imperfect statistics. It seems that the ILP declined in membership in the final years of the 90s. The ILP leaders had probably never abandoned their hopes of winning the cooperation of the trade unions, but the failure of the alternative method forced them to concentrate once again on that policy. Adversity had produced a chastened and less aggressive mood, more agreeable to the Trade Union Congress. Instead of demanding that the ILP should be the political instrument of the trade unions, the ILP leaders adopted the Fabian policy of attempting to draw the trade unions into an alliance for political action with all socialist groups. Their endeavors were crowned with success at the Trades Union Congress of 1899. The conditions necessary to this victory were provided mainly by events in the industrial world, although the failure of the conservative government to grant reforms, and the apparent breaking up of the Liberal Party provided good talking points for advocates of political action by trade unions. The decision at the 1899 Trades Union Congress was carried, on a card vote, by the far from overwhelming margin of 546,000 votes to 434,000, and the LRC was supported, at the outset, only by a small minority of unions. The setting up of the LRC had in fact been made possible by the swing mainly of the railwaymen, engineers, boot and shoe operatives and sections of the printing and iron trades over to the side of the new unions. These unions had been involved in the severe strikes and lockouts of the later 90s, the period of the employers' counterattack, as Elie Halaby has called it. The lessons of the engineering struggle of 1897–9 in particular were discussed in the presidential speeches at both the Scottish and British Trade Union Congresses of 1898, and those congresses marked the beginning of the turn of the tide once more in favour of the left wing. The decision of the British Trades Union Congress in 1899 was preluded by resolutions of the Scottish Trades Union Congress, an organisation much more amenable to ILP influence. The Scottish Trades Union Congress had been founded in 1896, partly for nationalist reasons, but mainly as a protest against the new standing orders introduced by the British TUC in 1895, for the socialist elements excluded after 1895 from the British TUC were strong in Scotland. At the initiative of the ILP, negotiations had already commenced between representatives of the ILP, the SDF, and the Parliamentary Committee of the Scottish Trade Unions for United Political Action some months before the third annual meeting of the Scottish TUC in Dundee in April 1899. Keir Hardie spoke at the Congress, and a resolution was carried endorsing the moves for a conference of trade unions, trades councils, cooperative societies, the ILP, and the SDF, to decide upon united working class action at the next general election. In Edinburgh, on January 6, 1900, this conference took place and resulted in the formation of the Scottish Workers' Parliamentary Election Committee to promote independent labour representation. This development in the Scottish labour world took place without the assistance of the Fabian Society, whose organisation in Scotland by the turn of the century was confined to the Glasgow and Edinburgh university groups. The ILP men pursued similar tactics with the British Trades Union Congress, which was held at Plymouth 5 months later, but they needed to move more warily. Their resolution was much more cautiously worded then. The resolutions of the Scottish Congress, calling merely for a special conference of representatives of cooperative, socialistic, trade union, and other working organizations, as may be willing to take part to devise ways and means for securing the return of an increased number of labour members to the next Parliament. 1 When the resolution was carried against the vote of most of the coal and cotton unions, the next step was to ensure that it should be implemented not by the Parliamentary Committee of the TUC, which was largely hostile to the socialists, but by a special committee on which the socialists should be strongly represented. This was maneuvered. The committee appointed consisted of 4 members of the Parliamentary Committee: Will Thorne, a Social Democrat, W.C. Stedman, a Fabian, and Richard Bell and Sam Woods, both Liblabs, together with 2 members each from the ILP, the SDF, and the Fabian Society. Thus there were 8 socialists on the committee, and of the 8, 5 were at that time members of the Fabian Society. This does not mean, however, that the Fabian Society as an organization had any influence in bringing the LRC into existence. The main work had been done by the ILP, assisted, in the later stages, by the SDF. It is true that a number of the ILP men vigorously engaged in this campaign were, as a matter of fact, members of the Fabian Society, but their work was done rather as members of the ILP. They were, about this time, in conflict with the majority of the Society on a number of issues, and it is clear from the publications and minutes of the Society that its main attention was directed elsewhere than towards these happenings in the labour world. The only member of the Fabian Society not also a member of the ILP who played a considerable part in the development of the LRC was W.C. Stedman, of the barge builders. Pease and Shaw were appointed to the committee which had the task of calling the LRC conference, not because they had had any hand in originating this development, but because the Fabian Society was treated as a socialist body whose cooperation was desirable. And the Fabian representatives attended, not because they thought the new development promising, but simply on the principle that any organization was worthwhile permeating. The Fabian executive gave its representatives no specific instructions, and apparently Bernard Shaw took no active part in the committee's work, leaving it to Edward Pease. When the conference was convened, W.C. Stedman was elected to the chair. Stedman's qualifications for this position were that he was a member of Parliament and a Lib-Lab, a Fabian socialist yet favorable to the development of a Labour Party, and therefore acceptable both to the liberal trade union leaders and to the socialists. His election may be said to foreshadow and symbolize later Fabian influence in the Labour Party. Fabianism became the compromise position between the ILP left wing and the Lib-Lab trade unionist right wing of the party. This result was brought about by the nature of the situation, rather than by positive action on the part of the society itself. The official Fabian delegates to the conference were Bernard Shaw and E.R. Pease. Shaw did not go, and Pease did not speak at the conference. The Fabian Society, because of its standoffish attitude and also because of its attitude to the Boer War, was out of favor with both the ILP and the SDF delegates. An ILP spokesman proposed an amendment, which was carried, reducing the size of the LRC from the original plan of 12 trade unionists and 2 representatives of each of the 3 socialist organizations to 7 trade unionists, 1 Fabian, and 2 members of each the ILP and the SDF. Harry Quelch, speaking for the SDF, proposed the exclusion of the Fabians altogether. His proposal was not adopted, however. E.R. Pease appointed himself to the 1 seat allowed the Fabians by the ILP resolution. By tactful and diplomatic methods, and with the aid of ambiguously worded resolutions, the ILP leaders preserved their control of the inaugural conference. Blatchford and his clarionets, like the Fabians, had lost influence through their attitude to the war. As a consequence, the 4th clause did not reappear. John Burns was there and made a speech, but his reputation in working-class circles had waned, and his influence at the conference was slight. For the rest, the ILP was conveniently situated to throw its weight equally against resolutions it disapproved from the trade unionists on the right of it, or from the $.df on the left, to secure their defeat. On the one hand, the ILP men secured the rejection, by amendment, of a motion to restrict the L.R.C's activities simply to the promotion of working-class candidatures. On the other, they opposed an SDF resolution which sought to commit the new organization to a socialist policy based on the class war doctrine, and substituted for it Keir Hardie's intentionally ambiguous amendment, that this conference is in favor of establishing a distinct Labour group in Parliament who shall have their own whips and agree upon their policy, which must embrace a readiness to cooperate with any party, which, for the time being, may be engaged in promoting legislation in the direct interest of labor, and be equally ready to associate themselves with any party in opposing measures having an opposite tendency. This formula proved agreeable to the trade unionists, and the ILP. One recognition of its principle of independence at the cost of abandoning any attempt to force the new organization to declare itself socialist, and also at the cost of leaving undefined the precise terms upon which collaboration with the Liberal Party would be permitted. It is almost certain that at no less price could the support of the main body of trade unionists have been purchased. 1. The election of James Ramsay MacDonald as secretary of the LRC confirmed the triumph of ILP diplomacy. Not much had been achieved at this inaugural conference of the LRC in defining the exact nature of the new organization. Most of the definition had been in the way of negation. The LRC was certainly not to be a Marxist-socialist body. It was not even socialist, but it was not quite like the older electoral organizations which had been completely under the thumb of the Parliamentary Committee of the Trade Union Congresses. It was a federal organization, with the socialists vastly overrepresented, proportionately to their numbers, on its governing committee, but with its purse strings securely held by the trade unions, and their veto on its actions assured by the card vote. Initially, it had no policy, only a function, the function or organizing labor candidatures, and the only way in which this function differed from that performed by the earlier Labor Electoral Association and by the still earlier Labor Representation League, was that, in some not altogether clear manner, the candidates promoted by the LRC were to be independent of the Liberal Party. The founding of the LRC attracted very little attention at the time, and few observers expected anything important to come of it. The Fabian leaders shared this general opinion. But why were they not at least as excited about the possible developments of a link between the trade unions and socialism as they had been in 1893-4, when they produced the plan of campaign for labor tract? They had grown more cynical since those days, their attention was turned elsewhere, they were permeating in high official and political circles, but, not least, it also appeared to them that the LRC of 1900 was obtaining trade union support at the price of its socialism. The gain of independence did not interest the Fabian old gang, they cared for socialism and for trade unions, not at all for independent tactics, that was the I.L.P.'s game. It must be concluded that the influence of the Fabian Society, as a society, on the LRC at the time of its foundation, was slight or negligible. But its influence was not destined to remain insignificant in the future. Although the leading Fabians, and the Fabian Society as a whole, displayed little interest in the LRC, a few individual members of the society were active in promoting its development, and ERPs, the society's secretary, played throughout an inconspicuous but useful role in the new organization. Pease remained the society's single representative on the LRC and Labour Party executive from the time of its foundation until 1914, when he was replaced by W.S. Sanders. The correspondence which passed between Ramsay MacDonald and Pease in connection with the LRC shows that Pease was kept constantly in touch with the committee's work, and that he was occasionally consulted by MacDonald on special points of procedure. Pease was especially active in persuading the LRC to establish itself on a sound financial basis. He and S.G. Hobson resurrected a proposal that had been made by the Fabian Society at the time of the founding of the ILP for the creation of a labor members' maintenance fund, which would be contributed to by the trade unions at the rate of 1 penny per member per annum. But it was now recommended that this fund be administered by the LRC. The proposal was discussed at LRC conferences under the name of the Fabian Scheme. It had obvious advantages, the political advantage to the LRC of making the M.P.S.O. maintained labor representatives rather than representatives of particular trade unions, and the financial advantage to the trade unions, particularly the smaller ones, of sharing the burden equally by all instead of leaving it entirely with the particular trade union to which the elected man happened to belong. The scheme was disliked by the liberal leaders of the greater trade unions. The original financial provision for the LRC made at its inaugural conference was a beggarly 10 shillings per annum for each 1,000 members of the affiliated societies, and the function of the LRC was said to be the recognition and assistance of candidates put forward by member organizations, not the promotion or putting forward of candidates itself. The Fabian scheme was debated, but not approved, when it was put forward by S.G. Hobson at the first annual conference of the LRC held at Manchester in February 1901. Its acceptance was finally made possible, like so much else, by the militancy which emerged when the trade unions realized they were unlikely to obtain a speedy reversal of the decision of the House of Lords in the Taff Vale judgment. A favourable discussion took place at the second annual conference, and the Fabian proposal was finally adopted at the Third Annual Conference of 1903.1. This was, then, the chief contribution of the Fabians in the early years of the LRC. It was, characteristically, a piece of machinery, but of great importance in changing the nature of the LRC from a body which merely recognized candidates to one which ran candidates itself. Furthermore, this demand for a political fund for the LRC was urged by the Fabians at a time when the ILP did not support it. At the first annual conference, the ILP representatives voted with the liberal trade unionists against the scheme, whereas the SDF representatives spoke in favor of it. There seem to be two possible explanations of the ILP leaders' attitude on this occasion. They may have feared that, if the LRC became a body capable of financing its own candidates, the I.L.P.'s importance in the movement would be greatly diminished. This explanation is plausible, but not altogether convincing. For the I.L.P.'s attitude changed at the second conference, and it then supported the Fabian plan. A more likely explanation is that the ILP representatives were being cautious, aware of the dangers of running ahead of trade union opinion in this matter. They showed the same attitude when, after the trade unions had come to accept the idea of the LRC fund, Henderson of the Iron Founders and Wakehill of the Stonemasons urged that the amount of the levy should be raised from the proposed sum of 1 penny per member to 4 pence and 1 shilling respectively. The ILP spokesmen were very anxious on that occasion to make it clear that these amendments did not come from the socialists, and voted against them. In the L.R.C.'s finances the Fabians were the pioneers, the ILP men the diplomats, with their eyes to the tact of the possible. When the parliamentary fund was established, ERPs was elected one of its 3 trustees and he continued to be reappointed until the financial arrangements of the Labour Party were reorganised at the 1912 conference. Benevolent passivity were the words used by Pease to describe the relations between the Fabian Society and the LRC and Labour Party. He is modest about his own share in the administrative work, in all his years of membership. Of the executive of the LRC and Labour Party, Edward Pease hardly ever missed an executive meeting. But his words describe succinctly the attitude of the Fabian Society as a whole. Not until the Newport Conference of 1910 did the Society again put forward a resolution, and then it was only to urge support of the local government finance bill. And neither the number of Fabians prominent in the Labour Party nor the part which the Society's representatives played at annual conferences of the party suggest any great degree of influence separate from that of the ILP, at least in the early years of the Labour Party. Apart from Pease, only 2 or 3 of the men who composed the LRC were members of the Fabian Society, and these Fabians were also prominent ILP men. The proportion of Fabians amongst Labour Party members of Parliament between 1906 and 1918 was even smaller. After the 1906 election there were 5 Fabian members of the Parliamentary Labour Party, the number fell to 4 in the election of January 1910, but increased to 8 in the election of December of the same year. It fell again to 3 in the 1918 election registered at Labour Party conferences. The Fabian Society's representatives do not seem to have exercised any outstanding personal influence. Until the Labour Party's success at the polls in 1906 the Fabian Society was content to be represented at the LRC conference by Pease alone, and Pease was always a behind-the-scenes man, rarely speaking at the conferences. After 1906 Fabian representation gradually increased as its growing membership entitled it to send more delegates, and Pease was joined by other prominent Fabians, at first by Bland, then by Bernard Shaw, and W. S. Sanders, and later by others H. H. Schlosser, Dr. Ethel Bentham, Clifford Sharp, Mabel Atkinson, H. Snell and finally the Webbs * Bernard Shaw's appearance at the Labour Party Conference of 1909 as one of the Fabian representatives marked, in no uncertain fashion, an increase in the amount of Fabian participation, but his numerous interventions in debate were not conspicuously successful. At subsequent conferences the Fabian delegates usually had something to contribute, but as a rule they confined themselves to supplying special information or elucidating difficult points. Is it, then, at all possible to maintain that the Fabian Society had any considerable influence on the Labour Party? At this point it becomes necessary to look at the policy that the Labour Party was gradually adopting. The Labour Party programme before the First World War. From the time of the 1901 conference, the LRC adopted a series of resolutions which in effect were a party programme, though it is doubtful if the word programme should be used of them, as hot debate on the question whether the LRC ought to adopt a program was going on all the time these resolutions were being passed. The demand for a program, which came at first from the SDF men, was really a demand for a comprehensive statement of party policy, which would include socialist objectives. The opposition to it was based on the fear that a full and explicit statement of this kind would create friction between the socialists and liberal trade unionists who jointly made up the LRC and would lead to a schism. On this ground the ILP men opposed a program. At the beginning of its existence the LRC was frankly recognized by the ILP leaders for what it was, an alliance, for limited purposes, between liberal trade unionists and socialists. The ILP men recognized that the majority of the trade unionists could only be brought to accept socialistic measures by extremely gradual and cautious methods of persuasion, and they were prepared, as the SDF men were not, to consider labor organization more important than professions of socialist faith. 1 Thus at the first annual conference of the LRC held at Manchester in February 1901, James Sexton of the Liverpool Dockers, an ILP man, deprecated the introduction of mere party politics into the trade union movement, and spoke against socialist resolutions moved by the SDF and by a fellow member of the ILP, saying that the essential purpose of this movement was to bring the scattered elements of the labor movement to agree on a common platform of independent representation of labor. Personally, he was in favor of the resolution, but he would not vote for it because he thought that in these conferences no one side should ram their principles down the throats of the other side. Similarly, Keir Hardie, in a famous speech he made at the 1903 conference, argued that the basis of the LRC was not socialism, nor liberalism, nor Toryism, but independent labourism. Any attempt of one section to insist that all should be socialists or of another that all should be liberals would split the movement. Their common ground was that, when acting in the House of Commons, they should be neither socialists, liberals, nor Tories, but a Labour Party. And at the same conference he urged the delegates to be content with their measure of agreement, for the present was no occasion for programs. The demands for a program were voted down at LRC and Labour Party conferences. Nevertheless, Bernard Shaw at the 1909 conference, in one of his trimming, paradoxical speeches so annoying to both sides, was able to point out that the Labour Party did not need a program because it already had one. The resolutions passed by the party conferences did in fact provide a program of some sort. It is possible to classify the main resolutions passed by the Labour Party conferences under a few broad headings, and as the Fabian Society itself very seldom put forward resolutions dealing with general policy, the problem becomes one of considering how similar the result emerging from the cooperation and conflict of the ILP. Socialists with the liberal trade unionists resembled the proposals urged in the Fabian Tracts. The Labour Party was not, originally, a socialist body. The rejection, with the connivance of the ILP members, of resolutions designed to make the LRC declare itself socialist, led to the withdrawal of the SDF in August 1901 and the replacement of the two SDF representatives on the executive body by two trade unionists. Individual $.df men, however, continued to appear at the LRC conferences, as delegates of other bodies, so resolutions designed to commit the LRC to socialism continued to be moved after the SDF withdrawal. There can be little doubt that the ILP could have caused the LRC to declare itself definitely socialist had it wished to do so. This was demonstrated at the 1908 conference, when an SDF attempt to write the ultimate objective into the L.R.CS Constitution was turned down by 951,000 against 91,000 votes, with the ILP in opposition, but when, at the same conference, a socialist resolution was proposed merely as a test of the conference's opinion, with ILP support, it was narrowly carried, by 514,000 votes to 469,000. The ILP preferred to win the liberal trade unions and keep them united on the policy of independent labourism. It was wary of forcing the pace of the trade unionists along the path of socialism, which it nevertheless expected them ultimately to tread. From 1906 the process of winning the Labour Party gradually to socialism had been commenced. Particular resolutions of a socialist character were put forward one by one for Labour Party approval. The ILP men naturally began by proposing borderline resolutions, which could be accepted by the radicals, but soon their resolutions became more definite. Thus, the first socialist resolution passed by the Labour Party was probably that moved by Glacier at the 6th Annual Conference, when he secured the party's acceptance of the principle that taxation ought to be used for redistributing the national income on a more equal basis. At the following conference, while attempts by Quelch, Tillet, and Thorne to persuade the Labour Party to adopt a socialist program, or at least to take a ballot of the membership on the question whether the party should be pledged to the public ownership of the means of production, were rejected as inopportune, the delegates accepted a resolution for the public ownership of monopolies. In 1908, a more specific note was struck when the Labour Party conference carried a resolution in favour of the nationalisation of railways. This was the first demand for the public ownership of a particular service. It was at the same conference that the General Socialist resolution put forward by the engineers for the purpose of testing the opinion of the conference was carried by a narrow margin on a card vote. The experiment was repeated, with the same result, at the 1909 conference. It was not, however, until the 1913 conference that resolutions were carried adding demands for the nationalization of canals and waterways to the demand for nationalization of the railways, and also calling for the national ownership of the land and coal mines. Another motion which won approval called for the establishment of a state medical service. In 1914 a further advance was made when a resolution was carried declaring socialism to be the aim of the Labour Party. Socialist ideas made great headway in the Labour Party during the war, but the final step was not taken until 1918, when a socialist objective was eventually written into the party's new constitution. The Fabian Society's part, compared with that played by the ILP, in urging the Labour Party gradually towards socialism was only a minor one, yet it was not without some importance. The Fabians, having a less responsible position in the Labour Party than the ILP leaders, were in the fortunate situation where they could criticize the Labour Party for not being socialist enough. They were not necessarily obliged to incur the odium of restraining the enthusiasm of the socialist left wing. Yet the Fabian Old Guard leaders recognized the character of the Labour Party for what it was, and they did not attempt to force the pace. Dissident Fabian members within the Labour Party however did lend support to SDF and left-wing ILP resolutions at conferences. Presently the Old Guard Fabians were facing left-wing groups within the society itself. But the disputes within the society did not concern the question whether the Labour Party could be forced more quickly towards socialism, but rather the question whether it was worthwhile for the society to retain its membership of so incoherent an organization as the Labour Party. The demand for a state medical service, which was embodied in a resolution passed by the 1913 conference, was a demand deriving from Fabian sources, and after the same conference passed the resolution for the nationalization of coal mines, the Miners' Federation and the Labour Party commissioned the Fabian lawyer, H. Schlosser, to draw up a nationalization of mines and minerals bill for presentation to Parliament. Insofar as socialism was accepted by the Labour Party before the Great War, it was socialism of the type advocated by Fabians, but the Fabians did not need to fight for their type of collectivist socialism against the syndicalists within the Labour Party. The struggle between syndicalists and state socialists was fought out in the trade unions and the Trade Union Congress and in the ILP branches, not in the Labour Party. The leaders of both the ILP and the Labour Party were convinced state socialists, and whenever syndicalist resolutions arose they were emphatically rejected. Municipal Socialism and the Labour Party. The ILP had followed the Fabian Society in concentrating much of its attention in local politics. This was not the case with the Labour Party in the pre-war years. The LRC, and later the Labour Party, was an organization for engaging in national politics. It was a national federation, and it did not compete with other organizations in running candidates for local elections. At the 4th annual conference of the LRC a specific declaration was made that the LRC had no concern in municipal elections, and as late as 1913 a protest that a member of the Fabian Society was standing as a progressive for the London County Council against a Labour man was ruled out of order at the Labour Party conference on the ground that the executive has no control over bodies in respect to local elections. This attitude was maintained, despite the emergence of bodies that became known as local L.R.C.S. These bodies appear to have been of two kinds: either local federations of local socialist and labor organizations for the purpose of contesting elections to local government authorities, or labor associations formed on the basis of individual membership by particular labor M.P.S. to support them in their constituencies. They were at first not encouraged. The LRC preferred to work through the local trades councils or the machinery of its member organizations, and the ILP at first looked upon the growth of these local L.R.C.S with hostility as possible competitors. In 1903 they were refused affiliation to the national LRC, and the reason given was that they were really only joint committees of societies already affiliated. But the growth of these organizations was remarkable, and in 1905 the national LRC agreed that in constituencies which are not covered by a trades council, the labor association for the whole constituency be eligible for affiliation on the same basis as trades councils if it accepts the constitution and policy of the national. The Labour Party nevertheless still declined to concern itself with municipal politics in any but its broader national aspects, until after the reorganisation of the party by the 1918 Constitution. But municipal issues managed to intrude into national politics. The LRC rallied to the defence of the principle of municipal trading in 1901, when it was being attacked vigorously in the conservative press. 1 The Labour Party upheld the principle that the government and the municipalities should be model employers, paying fair wages and recognising trade union standards. It also upheld the principle of direct employment and, where this was impossible, the enforcing of model conditions on government and municipal contractors. 4 And from time to time resolutions were passed about housing, equalisation of rates in London, and the municipal taxation of land values, when these were raised as parliamentary issues. These things found general support in Labour Party ranks. They did not require special advocacy by the Fabians, but occasionally they were brought before the conference by such ILP Fabians as Philip Snowden. The policy of independence. The ILP had persuaded the LRC to declare for the policy of independence, but some interpretation of this policy became necessary in the years which followed. Keir Hardie's famous speech at the 1903 Labour Party conference gave vigorous expression to the principle. It was stated quite frankly at the same conference that independent tactics were necessary because the LRC was recruiting adherents from former supporters of both Liberal and Tory parties. What the principle of independence meant in precise political terms was never exactly as clear as day, but it was clarified somewhat by the kind of proposals that were rejected. In the first place, it involved a steady refusal to add the word socialist to the party's title or to allow its candidates at elections to call themselves socialist candidates. This issue was fought over and over again. The ILP leaders were conspicuous in combating these attempts. The Fabian representatives took no part in these disputes until the 1911 conference, when W. S. Sanders joined the ILP in opposing the perennial resolution. On the other hand, attempts by anti-socialists to undermine the privileged position accorded to the socialist organizations in the Labour Party were equally resisted. A proposal to exclude the socialist bodies from the LRC in order to keep it clear of parties was rejected in 1903 with practical unanimity. The Radicals made their most serious attempts to capture the LRC at its 1903 and 1905 conferences. After 1906 the character of the Labour Party as a trade union socialist alliance appears to have been too firmly established to be shaken by them. In 1903 and 1905 a number of clever amendments to the Constitution, designed to weaken ILP influence, had to be fought. Resolutions were moved for the admission to the LRC of liberal associations having similar objects, to allow constituent organizations more freedom in their politics, to give the executive greater freedom to support candidates of other parties who were favorable to the L.R.C.S. objects, to institute a referendum for the sanctioning of increased monetary contributions, to limit membership of the LRC to trade unionists, and to elect the executive by a ballot of the whole of the delegates. At the LRC conference and not on a federal basis. 1 All these resolutions were rejected, and the result was to tighten control over Labour M.P.S. when the ILP men, retaliating, carried a resolution making it necessary for Labour M.P.S. to pledge themselves not to identify themselves with another party and to vote as the parliamentary group decided. The Fabians were placed in a somewhat difficult position by the introduction of the LRC pledge, and the Fabian News * expressed its surprise at the decision. W. C. Stedman refused to accept the pledge and his name was removed from the Labour Party's list of candidates. Two other Fabians, Will Crooks and Isaac Mitchell, avoided acceptance for over a year, but finally yielded. Officially, the Fabian Society took no action, but privately leading Fabians continued to regard the policy of independence as foolish and mistaken. After the success of the Labour Party at the 1906 election, Bernard Shaw made some sour comments on the dependence of Labour Party M.P.S on liberal ideas and liberal votes, and hinted that its independence was merely nominal. Indeed, the extent of the Labour Party's victory was due partly to the fact that the Liberals had allowed the majority of successful Labour candidates a clear run against Conservative or Unionist opponents. In 24 out of the 30 successful candidatures, there had been no Liberal opposition. The existence of a secret electoral arrangement between the Liberal and Labour parties was suspected at the time, and has since been confirmed. If this be claimed as further evidence in support of the Fabian contention that Labour Party independence was nominal, the ILP men might well have retorted that independence was a better method of permeation than the Fabian way. The threat of running independent candidates had caused the Liberals to yield 24 seats at least to Labour representatives. What had Fabian persuasion achieved in the same direction? Immediately after the election, Arthur Henderson, as chairman of the 1906 Labour Party conference, declared that the Labour Party would treat the new government exactly as it had treated the old one. "We must guard as a sacred right," he said, "the basic principle of independence which has assured the success of our movement." But after the first moment of success had faded, the Labour Party found its principle of independence became the point of appeal for those dissatisfied with the party's leadership. From the time of the 1909 conference there were quarrels about the independence of Labour Party M.P.S who shared double constituencies with Liberals in particular, and about the parliamentary party's independence of the Liberals in general. In the years before the First World War it needed a good deal of double talk on the part of ILP leaders to reassure their followers about their doctrine of independence, but myths are important in politics. The Labour Party's first success had been accompanied by an upsurge of socialist enthusiasm which brought crowds of new young members flocking into the ILP and the Fabian Society. When the Labour Party's advance suffered a check, and the party settled down to ordinary parliamentary routine of a minority party, the enthusiasts blamed the old leaders for frustrating their energy and turned to the more extreme methods of the SDF and the syndicalists. Within the Fabian Society the old gang had to meet a number of challenges to its leadership between 1906 and 1914. The first, led by H. G. Wells from 1906 till his resignation in 1908, called for the Fabian Society to turn itself from a study group into a middle-class socialist party which would work in cooperation with the ILP and Labour Party. S. G. Hobson in 1908-9 urged the Fabians and ILP to withdraw from the useless alliance with the liberal trade unionists and to join with the Social Democrats in forming a genuinely socialist party. * The ILP men in the Fabian Society, led by R. C. K. Ensor, Dr. Hayden Guest, Clifford Allen, and H. H. Schlosser, meanwhile conducted a campaign for the Society to give its exclusive support to the Labour Party and to make ineligible for a seat on its executive committee any Liberal or Conservative MP or candidate, and alongside all these was the growing influence of Guild Socialism with its neo-syndicalist disillusionment with all political action. The attempts to change Fabian policy were repelled by the old gang. The Webb's campaign for the breakup of the Poor Law provided an outlet for the enthusiasm of young Fabians, and the leaders of reforming movements after that of Wells and Hobson were handled more in a spirit of toleration and compromise. Torn by these dissent ions, the Fabian Society could provide no collective lead in the difficulties which the Labour Party was facing. With their old gang, leaders preserving the somewhat nebulous status quo, the Fabians were more influenced by the Labour unrest than influential. The differences were fought out most vigorously in the ILP, and the conflict was the more severe as a good case could be made out for both sides. There was a similar undercurrent of criticism within the Labour Party, but much fainter, as it had little hope of success there after the Liblab Miners' Federation had affiliated to the Labour Party in September 1908, and thereby given the party an even stronger liberal bias. The most practical aspect of the independence controversy where the Fabians were drawn into the fringes of the argument, concerned its interpretation in terms of detailed parliamentary tactics. Here three methods competed for recognition. The first was the demonstration method, used by Keir Hardie in his early days, when he was the member for the unemployed, and subsequently used by Victor Grayson after his election at Con Valley in 1907. The second was the traditional parliamentary method, of which Ramsay MacDonald made himself chief advocate. The third was the voting on merits method, urged principally by F.W. Jowett of the ILP. The demonstration method, which consisted simply in making scenes in the House of Commons for the purpose of drawing public attention to some grievance, required for effectiveness to be used with discretion. It had been approved of by the ILP in the days when Labour representatives were only a tiny minority in a substantially hostile House. Its later use by Grayson, and its advocacy by the Social Democrats, however, sprang from their belief that little good could come of a diplomatic approach to the enemy, and the House of Commons should be used primarily as a forum for drawing attention to the workers' wrongs. It was not a method that could commend itself to those who wished to convince the public that the Labour Party was a respectable and responsible organisation. Most Fabians were opposed to it. But Ramsay MacDonald was its chief opponent. In a speech which carried the day at the annual conference of the ILP in 1911, he declared, "I do not know if I am differently constituted from other people, but if I found that our representatives in the House of Commons tried to appeal to me as an outsider by making propaganda speeches in the House of Commons, I should be far more disgusted than pleased. The great function of the House of Commons is to translate into legislation the socialism that is preached in the country, and 323. To make it effective in the law of the land." Grayson and his followers in the ILP were eventually disciplined, after Hardie, Snowdon, Glacier, and MacDonald tendered their resignations from the council of the ILP as a protest against the movement of irresponsibility which has grown up inside the party. The Fabian RCK Ensor moved the resolution of regret when this collective resignation was announced. The demonstration method, if it met with disapproval in the ILP in its latter days, was even more strongly discouraged in the Labour Party. The trade unionist leaders were proud of their respectability and altogether approved MacDonald's leadership. Very early in the history of the Labour Party, the chairman of the LRC had praised Ramsay MacDonald in these terms: "The committee and the movement were to be congratulated in having for its secretary a gentleman so able as Mr. MacDonald." Before this conference he had not the pleasure of knowing Mr. MacDonald as he did now, and he was sure he will conduct the movement in a gentlemanly manner. Though it caused less stir, the policy advocated by F.W. Jowett had more formidable support even in Labour Party ranks. The Fabians were divided about it, and became more so in the years between 1907 and 1914. Jowett put forward three proposals. First, to ensure Labour's independence of the Liberals, he proposed that the Labour Party should vote on bills according to its view of their merits, without considering the possible effect this would have on the Liberal government. Secondly, he recommended that the Labour Party should use its influence to relax party discipline generally by advocating that M.P.S should vote on bills according to their individual view of their merits, and not according to the direction of the party whips. As a corollary, the government was to recognise that it was not obliged to resign unless defeated on a major measure, or on a definite vote of censure. Thirdly, Jowett suggested that the committee system as used in local government should be introduced in the House of Commons in place of the cabinet system. This was to involve the allocation of all M.P.S to committees, each reflecting party strength in the House, which would be responsible for the different departments of state. The minister was to be chairman of his departmental committee, and cabinet was to become a kind of general purposes committee, made up of the chairman of the committees. Ramsay MacDonald was the chief opponent of the Jowett scheme. Against the naive critics who attacked the Labour Party's refusal to vote against the Liberal government when it opposed Labour Party measures, MacDonald advanced practical considerations of electoral expenses. But he also treated Jowett's full-blown scheme with contempt, and opposed it steadily. He was a firm upholder of the existing methods of party and cabinet government, and he perhaps was acquiring a greater relish for the intricate parliamentary game, which he played very well, than for the socialist results it achieved. Keir Hardie, with some misgivings, lent his official support to MacDonald. There was no common Fabian attitude to this issue, but a number of the Fabian ILP men in the Parliamentary Labour Party, including Snowdon, O'Grady, Lansbury, and Poynter, agreed with Jowett in being sharply critical of MacDonald's leadership. They felt that the Labour Party's interests were being sacrificed for the sake of the Liberal alliance. These M.P.S defied the party whips on several occasions, notably in the case of Lloyd George's National Insurance Bill, when they voted against the contributory principle, and 3 of them voted against the third reading of the bill as a whole. Amongst the older leaders of the Fabian Society, too, as time went on, there was a tendency to move to a view closely resembling Jowett's. Similar unfavorable comparisons of the existing parliamentary system with the committee system had been expressed in Fabian circles by Bernard Shaw about the time that Jowett was formulating his ideas on the subject, although Jowett appears to have arrived at his views independently of the Fabians. And it is he rather than the Fabians who must be given chief credit for propagandizing the idea in the years before the First World War. The campaign was one mainly fought out inside the JLP and in the pages of the Clarion. The Labour Party, under MacDonald's influence, decisively rejected the plan at its 1911 conference, and Jowett and his supporters wisely decided to concentrate their energies first on capturing the ILP for the idea. From the time he first raised the issue in 1911, until his proposals were fully carried at the 1914 conference of the ILP, Jowett won a steadily increasing proportion of votes. That part of his proposals demanding the committee system for Parliament was carried at the 1912 conference, and the other parts about voting on merits were carried in 1914. Jowett, that dear, modest, dull but devotedly pious socialist shone out among his cleverer brethren and carried his impractical resolution, was the cynical, but not unkind, comment of Beatrice Webb, who was present at the 1914 coming-of-age conference of the I.L.P. degree. The defense and extension of trade union rights. The defense and extension of trade union rights was an end which all the labor and socialist organizations desired, but when the House of Lords gave its decision in the Taff Vale case in 1901, there was some disagreement about the exact response that needed to be made to it. The trade unions were aroused to vigorous protest for the decision of the law lords in allowing the Taff Vale Railway Company's claim for damages resulting from a strike against its employees' union. The Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants seemed to open the way to a general attack on the industrial organization of the workers. The Taff Vale decision was based on the reasonable enough principle that a trade union was a corporate body at law and so liable for the acts of its servants, but it had generally been assumed that trade union funds were exempted by the legislation of the early 70s from actions for tort. The Taff Vale case came as the culmination of a whole series of legal decisions in the last decade of the 19th century which undermined trade unions' right to strike. And in this period of the employer's attack, it was accompanied by expressions of general hostility to labor organization from the bench, in Parliament, and in the press. The fortunes of the LRC were made by the fierce reaction of unionists to the Taff Vale decision, and the alacrity of the ILP leaders in taking advantage of the situation. The trade unions could not get a promise of redress from the Conservative government, and, although the majority of the Liberal opposition eventually agreed to support them, there was much shilly-shollying by Liberal lawyers, understandable enough, for there was now much doubt about the legal position, but very trying to the union leaders' patience. In the circumstances, the I.L.P.'s claim for greater labor representation in Parliament won more adherents, and the trade union membership of the LRC increased steadily. Attended 1 or 2 meetings of the Trade Union Congress. Beatrice Webb recorded in her diary in July 1902. Dominant note of the Congress is a determination to run labor candidates on a large scale, and faith in the efficacy of this device for gaining all they require. There is less cleavage between trade and trade, or between old and new unionists than in any Congress I have before attended. Practically the Congress has been captured by the I.L.P. degree. Eventually, After a more moderate measure had been rejected in the House of Commons, the Parliamentary Committee of the TUC, encouraged and supported by the ILP men, drafted a strong bill which simply reversed the House of Lords Taft-Vale decision, making union funds immune from civil action, but retaining the advantages of corporate legal entity. It was a bold claim for a specially privileged position for trade unions, of a kind to make a lawyer blench. Some liblabs and a few socialists hesitated, toying with the idea of less drastic legislation, or even with an acceptance of Taft-Vale if it would help forward the cause of compulsory arbitration in trade disputes. Among those who adopted a compromising attitude were some leading Fabians, in particular the Webbs. In their preface to the second edition of Industrial Democracy they proposed not the direct reversal of the Lords' decision on financial liability, but a clarification of the legal position by a bill which would define carefully those acts committed and the agreements, combinations, or conspiracies entered into by or on behalf of an association of employers or a trade union which should not be actionable. Their attitude did not commend itself to the trade unionists, who at the 1902 conference of the LRC had already expressed considerable irritation with those who were not firm enough in their response to Taft-Vale. When the Balfour government set up a Royal Commission on Trade Disputes in 1903 and appointed Sidney Webb one of its members, the Trade Union Congress of 1903 would not accept him as a labor representative. It unanimously condemned the government's insult to labor in the selection of members of the Royal Commission, and ordered all trade unions to boycott it. One speaker declared that Sidney Webb should not be a member because he had prejudged the issue. The union leaders made it clear that they would accept no half measures in handling the Taft-Vale case. By the time the report of the Royal Commission was published in January 1906, few labor men and only a minority of liberals were prepared to take notice of its majority report recommending that trade unions should only be liable for actions of their members if these had been expressly authorized by an executive committee. Logically, the Webbs could make out a convincing case that definition would provide a clear and smooth legal alternative. But it was no matter for typical Fabian compromise. The trade union leaders preferred that the law should remain unclear but that their financial position be made unassailable. The ILP leaders understood better than leading Fabians that it was a question of power and sentiment. The Fabian Society had little influence upon the Labour Party when it was a matter of defending trade union rights. The trade union leaders were well able to conduct their own defense. When the Society was willing to act as clerks to the labor movement, the trade unions were willing to avail themselves of their services, and some of the Fabian tracts which were circulated most widely were those which explained the benefits of trade unionism to the public or which explained to trade unionists their rights under social service legislation. But where the Society had an independent policy different from that of the trade union leaders, it was conspicuously unsuccessful. The Society's attitude to compulsory arbitration in trade disputes may be taken as another example. The Fabian Society, impressed with Australasian experiments, became after the middle 90s a chief advocate of the plan of compulsory arbitration. Sidney Webb urged it in his rider to the majority report of the Royal Commission on Trade Disputes, and the Fabian Society as a body recommended the principle to the International Socialist Congress of 1903.2. The Fabians also sought to persuade the ILP to place compulsory arbitration in its program, but the ILP from the beginning treated their claim, that compulsory arbitration could be an effective substitute for strikes, with great reserve. At its sixth annual conference of 1898 the ILP amended a motion deploring strikes to make it emphasize merely the need for supplementing trade union methods by political action. Later Ramsay MacDonald became a strong opponent not only of compulsory arbitration, but also of minimum wage legislation, and fought the Fabians on these issues inside the I.L.P*. Both the ILP and the Labour Party were willing to accept the demand for minimum wage legislation, and to support the establishment of wages boards and arbitration courts to enforce it, but they were quite unwilling to abandon anything of the trade union's right to strike. Syndicalism and strikes, particular or general, for political objects made little appeal to either the ILP or the Labour Party, but the Fabian Society's view that the strike was an obsolete weapon in the industrial field was equally unacceptable to them. When the Fabian Society's executive in 1907 sent a letter to the press approving Lloyd George's action in establishing trade boards for the railways after the unsuccessful railway strike of that year, on the ground that compulsory arbitration needed to be enforced by the government despite protests of either workers or employers, the Fabians fell into extremely bad odor with the trade unionists, and the incident aggravated the dispute inside the Fabian Society between the old gang and the younger members. Gradually, under pressure of labor opinion, the Fabians at least abandoned their claim that compulsory arbitration was a substitute for strikes. National minimum standards of life. The phrase, "at any rate," was a Fabian one. It had been coined by the Webbs when they sought a descriptive expression to indicate the true end of all forms of government interventionism, not only of those measures which the Fabians were advocating, but also of those which had occurred before their time. Even a list of the resolutions of this kind passed by the ILP and Labour Party would be formidable, but a couple of examples may serve to illustrate Fabian influence. Here again, agreement about ends frequently went along with a disagreement about means. The 8 hours day. The disputes between the Fabians and the ILP concerning the method of establishing a general 8 hours day have already been discussed. The Labour Party at first proceeded cautiously, and concerned itself only with the particular issue of the 8 hours day for miners. The divisions amongst the miners' unions which had prevented a united demand for an 8 hours bill had disappeared by the early years of the 20th century. The Northumberland and Durham miners had gradually changed their opinion. And the new Liberal government, faced with the determination of the great miners' unions to press the measure through, yielded with reluctance. The Coal Mines Act became law in 1908. Not until 1907, when the campaign for the Miners' Bill was well launched, did the Labour Party begin to advocate legislation for a general 8 hours day and 48 hours working week. At its 1909 conference, the Labour Party accepted the Fabian method of trade selection as the means by which the General Act should be enforced. The explanation of this victory for Fabian ideas was that the departmental committee which the Liberal government set up to inquire into the problem before introducing the miners' 8 hours bill, and which the miners had boycotted on the grounds that it was a mere delaying tactic, had at least produced some interesting evidence. This practical demonstration of the usefulness of the inquiry method redounded to the credit of the Fabian scheme. Although the General 8 Hours Bill remained high on the Labour Party's list of parliamentary measures thereafter, the 8 Hours Day had to be won in England by those piecemeal industrial methods which had earlier secured the 9 Hours Day. Unemployment and the Poor Law. The main story of the Fabians' campaign for the reform of the Poor Law has been told in an earlier chapter. 1 All that remains to be done here is to indicate the relation between the Society, the ILP, and Labour Party. The Minority Report on the Poor Law became the point d'appui of the whole campaign for the relief of the unemployed and the humanizing of the Poor Law. Yet when the report was issued, the ILP declared that it was their old proposals paraphrased, brought up to date as to facts and experience, and issued at the public expense. This was true in the sense that, by 1909, most of the principles which it embodied were common ground of all socialist and labor organizations. Resolutions for the amendment of the Poor Law, for the provision of remunerative government work for the unemployed, and the recognition of the right to work, had been constantly passed by the ILP and the Labour Party for years. As an abstract principle, or as a principle attached to plans for the organization of cooperative workshops, the cry for the right to work had indeed been heard well before the time of the founding of the ILP or the Fabian Society. It goes back at least to the socialists of the 1830s. It had reappeared in England in the propaganda of the Workingmen's Association in the 60s and in that of the DF and the Fabian Society in the 80s. The ILP had taken it up and made it a central issue. In the 80s and 90s, right-to-work demands became associated with proposals for the reform of the Poor Law, and as Fabian, ILP, and SDF representatives gained experience on boards of guardians, these proposals took on a more detailed character. The Labour Party, when the Balfour government's Unemployed Workmen's Act of 1905 was due to expire in 1908, was persuaded at its 1907 conference to accept a motion moved by the Social Democrat, Harry Quelch, and backed by the ILP, that municipalities should provide work for the unemployed. This led to the drafting of the Labour Party's Right to Work Bill of 1907, which provided for the registration of the unemployed, and placed the responsibility for remedial action on the ordinary local authorities, assisted by the national government. There was, then, considerable agreement about the principles and the general direction of the administrative reform needed, but the detailed investigation and the detailed recommendation of the precise reorganization of government machinery required to give effect to them were the Webb's triumph, and no one who has read the report or Beatrice Webb's account of its preparation will doubt the great industry and hard thinking which they put into it. After the minority report was issued, it was immediately adopted by the ILP and the Labour Party as the basis of their subsequent campaigns. Only the SDF, claiming that the directly elected guardians were more amenable to popular influence, opposed the minority report proposals for the reorganization of the poor law machinery. The campaign for the breakup of the poor law won back for the Fabians the respect and admiration of labour men which they had been in danger of forfeiting. But, as we have seen, that campaign ended in defeat, and it was partly the defection of the trade unionists and the Labour Party which brought about that defeat. The parliamentary committee of the TUC was double-faced. F.W. Chandler, its representative on the Royal Commission, signed the minority report, and D.J. Shackleton, its chairman, supported the Webb's campaign, but the parliamentary committee as a body was not committed, and it had in fact already let it be known that it was favourably disposed to a contributory national insurance scheme. The ILP men in the House of Commons at first fought the contributory principle, but when it was clear that the Liberal government would not give way, they split. The Fabians in the House of Commons, including Keir Hardie, fought it through to the bitter end, but they were isolated. MacDonald and the majority of the Labour Party believed that no matter of principle was involved and were not going to quarrel with the Chancellor of the Exchequer if a small contribution from the workmen going to lubricate the matter. Extensions of democracy. Extension of the suffrage. Generally speaking, registered all the socialist groups and the Labour Party were agreed that the suffrage should be extended until the objective of one person, one vote was attained. The position, however, became complicated by the claim of the more militant groups seeking the vote for women. Their demand that the vote should immediately be extended to women on the franchise which applied to men cut across the demand for universal suffrage. Even those socialists and Labour men most favourably disposed to the women's cause had to ask themselves whether the extension of the vote to women on the existing electoral basis would result in enfranchising mainly middle-class women who would cast their vote for Conservative or Liberal candidates. It was this question, rather than a simple issue for and against votes for women, which seriously divided Labour ranks and raised sharp dispute within all Labour and Socialist groups. The old gang of the Fabian Society at first endeavoured to dodge this dangerous issue, but they were forced to declare for the immediate extension of vote to women on the franchise applying to men by the action taken by the leading women members of the society. A similar dispute, with a similar result, took place inside the ILP. At the annual conference of the ILP held at Manchester in 1905, a resolution supporting the proposed women's enfranchisement bill was opposed by a number of delegates, mainly on the ground that it would delay universal enfranchisement by satisfying the demands of middle-class women. The women of the ILP replied fiercely to this argument, and eventually a compromise resolution was carried, declaring that universal adult suffrage was the party's goal, but calling for an immediate extension of the vote to women on the same terms as men enjoyed. This resolution became the official attitude of the ILP. It was reaffirmed at subsequent conferences, and finally written into the party's constitution and rules. Even this did not satisfy the more militant suffragettes, and at the annual conference of the ILP at Derby in April 1907 there was a scene when Mrs. Pankhurst insisted that woman suffrage should be given priority over other ILP demands. In practice, this came to mean that Labour M.P.S. should vote against all measures of the government until woman suffrage was granted. George Lansbury was the only MP who went to the lengths of resigning his seat and recontesting it on the Votes for Women platform. The ILP as a whole repudiated his action. It was willing to agree that its members should vote against any further extension of the suffrage that did not include women, but would not countenance the suffragettes' extremist tactics. Within the Labour Party, the advocates of woman suffrage had even less success, and the combination of outright opponents with those who feared the enfranchisement only of middle-class women proved the stronger until 1913. By curious chance this gave effect to the policy recommended by a Social Democrat, for Harry Quelch had moved the amendment at the 1905 LRC Congress, declaring that no measure would be regarded as satisfactory which did not embody complete adult suffrage for men and women alike. Philip Snowden, speaking unsuccessfully against the amendment, declared that a year before he would have agreed with Quelch that the Women's Enfranchisement Bill would delay universal suffrage, but had since been persuaded that it would not do so. Quelch's amendment, however, was carried by 483 votes to 270, and at subsequent annual conferences of the Labour Party it was always reaffirmed, though sometimes with narrow majorities. In 1913, when the suffragettes' agitation had reached its height after the Speaker of the House of Commons had ruled out of order the women's suffrage amendment to the government bill extending the male franchise, the Labour Party conference modified its attitude to the extent of deploring the Speaker's ruling, and resolving to oppose any extension of the franchise which did not include women. W. S. Sanders spoke strongly, on behalf of the Fabian Society, in favor of this motion. Ending political monopolies, payment of M.P.S. At its first annual conference, the LRC, on the motion of John Penny, the ILP Secretary, adopted a resolution calling for the abolition of all political monopolies and for the payment of the salaries and election expenses of MPs. In such matters, where the ILP and the Fabian Society policies were in agreement, the Fabians were happy enough to see the Labour Party taking its lead from the ILP. Here, the cloudy language of the first part of the resolution followed closely the statement of policy adopted at the inaugural conference of the ILP in 1893, which, it has been suggested, was phrased in this way to avoid a definite pronouncement about the monarchy. There was undoubtedly much more need for a cautious approach to this subject in Igor. On the other hand, there was not much question of the Labour Party's attitude to the House of Lords. At the 1908 conference a resolution for the abolition of the House of Lords was carried unanimously, and at the 1911 conference W. C. Robinson stated in his presidential address, "Our party's attitude with regard to the question of the House of Lords is summed up in two words: total abolition." Payment of M.P.S. was, of course, a demand common to all socialist and labor organizations, as it was looked upon as a means of gaining increased labor representation in Parliament and of relieving trade unions of the financial liability of supporting their members who secured election. Not much thought seems to have been given to the danger of elevating M.P.S. to the status of self-employed persons, at a time when this class was diminishing in the community, apart perhaps from some attempts to prevent M.P.S. from being also members of the party executives. ERPs came forward in opposition to these left-wing moves. The Fabians were always opposed to any hint that M.P.S. were delegates, and to the removal of the best men from positions of leadership. When payment of M.P.S. was eventually achieved in 1911, it was unfortunate for the Labour Party that circumstances suggested that the Liberal government was granting the measure as a consolation for its delay in reversing the Osborne judgment of 1909, which held that the expenditure of funds by trade unions for political purposes was not a legitimate trade union activity. Proportional representation and the second ballot. In the early days of the revival of socialism, the SDF advocated proportional representation, while the Fabian Society recommended the second ballot. Later the Fabians definitely opposed proportional representation. The I.L.P.'s early omnibus resolution, that it supported every proposal for extending electoral rights and democratizing the system of government, avoided a pronouncement about either, but in 1908 the I.L.P.'s new constitution declared in favor of the second ballot. 1 In 1913, however, the ILP altered its opinion and passed a resolution accepting proportional representation and rejecting the second ballot or any system of an alternative vote. This change seems to have been due mainly to the persuasion of Philip Snowden, who had come to the conclusion that proportional representation would increase the Labour Party's representation in the House, while any form of second ballot, alternative vote, or preferential system would work in favour of the other parties. Point 2. When these questions were raised at its 1914 conference, the Labour Party refused to follow the I.L.P.'s lead, and rejected both devices. Ramsay MacDonald's influence remained supreme in the Labour Party at the beginning of 1914, though it had declined in the ILP, and MacDonald threw his weight against proportional representation as successfully as he had done some years earlier, when Quelch had championed its merits. Education, religion, temperance. The Labour Party and education. At the second annual conference of the LRC, held in February 1902, the Fabian policy towards the Education Act suffered a defeat, when a resolution in favour of ad hoc school boards moved by the ILP Secretary, John Penny, was carried by a large majority. The debate, however, revealed an interesting division of opinion amongst the ILP leaders. John Penny and Ramsay MacDonald expressed the opinion of the majority of the ILP when they spoke strongly for the resolution, but J. Parker and Philip Snowden joined with the Fabian speakers, ERPs and SD Shullard, in defending the act. Thereafter, the Labour Party annual conferences continued to carry resolutions condemning the Education Acts of 1902 and 1903, until the conference of 1906. In 1906, some misgivings were felt in Labour ranks at the Liberal Party's attitude, and the government's amending bill was referred to as nothing but a surrender to intolerant nonconformity, but the principle of education under full popular control was still upheld. By the 1908 Labour Party conference, any demand for the restoration of school boards had disappeared from the list of resolutions, partly no doubt because of the government's defeat on the education issue, and partly because the Labour Party was beginning to turn its attention to other questions. But in 1909 and 1910, the problem was raised in a new form with the resolution that education be secular. In 1909 this resolution was opposed vigorously by Bernard Shaw, on behalf of the Fabian Society, and also by the Roman Catholic Labour leaders, Sexton and O'Grady. But it was carried, at both the 1909 and 1910 conferences. After that time, however, it did not reappear. In the main, the education policy of the Labour Party was formulated for it by the ILP, and particularly by Margaret Macmillan. Its policy did not differ greatly from Fabian policy, except perhaps in paying chief attention to primary education, and not enough attention, in the opinion of some Fabians, to education at the secondary and tertiary level. But such measures as free meals for school children, free education up to 16 years, scholarships and bursaries for secondary, technical, and university education, adequate training college facilities for teachers, school clinics, etc., were fairly common ground of socialist opinion. So far as parliamentary action was concerned, the Labour Party devoted itself chiefly to pressing for the provision by the state of free meals for school children. An act was passed in 1906, but its provisions were not made compulsory and a halfpenny rate limit was imposed. Thereafter the Labour Party tried to secure an amending bill to permit school meals in holidays, to remove the halfpenny limit, and to make the bill compulsory for local authorities. The two first objectives were finally achieved in 1916, but the compulsive clause was deleted before the Labour Party's bill passed into law. Religion and the family. Both the ILP and the Labour Party, under the influence of Ramsay MacDonald, made pronouncements very similar to the Fabian Society's earlier one, about religion and the family, stating that they had no collective views on theological beliefs, and that they did not in the least desire the breakup of the home. These statements were made necessary by anti-socialist attacks, but were also designed to dissociate the ILP and Labour Party from the outspoken materialism of some of the SDF leaders, and the atheism of Blatchford. Needless to say, these pronouncements did not prevent the ILP and Labour Party from adopting resolutions for the provision by the state of kindergartens and nurseries, and of meals for school children, which some conservatives interpreted as a tax on the family and some Marxists regarded as a transformation of the family, nor did they prevent the ILP and Labour Party from showing, in various ways when politics touched on religious matters, a nonconformist collective bias, or at least the bias of those who had recently departed from the nonconformist faith on friendly terms. The liquor traffic. The control of the liquor traffic was a problem that the English socialists were bound to encounter at some time, as liberal Puritanism constantly occupied itself with it. In the early days, perhaps the socialists' chief concern with it was to combat the extremely optimistic type of liberal creed which claimed that everyone would be well off but for the drink. The proposal for municipal control of the drink traffic seems to have been first put forward as part of the program of one of the socialist groups by the ILP in its program of 1895.1. The Fabians devoted their attention to the problem a couple of years later, at the time when the Royal Commission of Liquor Laws was conducting its investigations. ERPs was chiefly responsible for leading the Fabian Society to take an interest in it, and he drafted their two pamphlets on the subject, Liquor Licensing at Home and Abroad, a factual statement, and Municipal Drink Traffic Registered, which gave the details of a scheme for municipal control. The second pamphlet expressed the Society's collective views, for it was discussed and modified at members' meetings before it was published. The idea of municipalizing the drink traffic met with warm approval in the labor movement, and a resolution adopting this policy was carried at the 1905 LRC conference. To this was added a resolution for local veto at the 1906 conference. Nothing came of it. The party's attempts in 1908 to move amendments to the Liberal government's licensing bill were prevented by the use of the guillotine asterisk. International questions. International relations, imperialism, and war. In these questions the Labour Party was constantly torn between the pressure from the ILP to declare itself against war and imperialism in the interests of the unity of the working classes throughout the world, and the tendency of the trade unions to mind their own business. This was amply demonstrated at the first and second conferences of the LRC. At the first annual conference of 1901, Joseph Burgess of the ILP secured the passing of anti-imperialist and anti-war resolutions. The delegates felt strongly about these things at the time of the Boer War. But at the following conference in 1902, when Keir Hardie attempted to interest the delegates in happenings in Spain, his motion was ruled out of order, and the strong desire of the conference to confine itself to domestic issues was made clear. The Fabian Society, though it favored this second attitude, did not play any part in persuading the Labour Party against the I.L.P.'s resolutions. All that can be said is that Fabian policy was based on a sound diagnosis of the patriotic and insular character of the trade unionists, which put, so to speak, the onus of proving their case onto the ILP men. Resolutions of an anti-militarist, anti-war nature became a constant feature of annual ILP conferences, and the ILP took pride in the fact that it had made itself the spokesman of oppressed people throughout the world, but similar resolutions were only partially successful with the Labour Party. After 1901, no other definitely anti-imperialist resolutions were passed at Labour Party conferences before the First World War, and only an occasional resolution which dealt with the internal affairs of another nation. On the other hand, general resolutions against militarism, conscription, and war were frequently passed by the Labour Party, usually as a result of resolutions submitted by the ILP or its members. What was always missing from these resolutions was the sanction that the Labour Party intended to employ if its resolution should not be heeded. What was to be done in the event of a war breaking out? The proposal for a strike against war, which was approved by the ILP, was deleted by the Labour Party Special Conference from a resolution which Keir Hardie submitted to it in 1911. Two resolutions moved by ILP members at the Labour Party to give consideration to the proposal for a strike against war were carried, but nothing was done about them. Other resolutions dealing with international affairs, of a more specific kind, were also passed by the Labour Party. Haldane's proposal for a citizen army was utterly rejected by the Labour Party, as well as by the ILP, Keir Hardie observing that a citizen army was impossible with a capitalist government. Blatchford was attacked by Labour Party members for his attitude towards Germany. Sir Edward Grey's anti-German foreign policy was deprecated. Resolutions against secret diplomacy and for democratizing foreign policy were carried. Anti-conscription resolutions appealed equally to liberal Labour men, and to that anti-state feeling always present in the ILP, which the Fabians often derided. Indeed, the strength of the anti-conscription sentiment amongst the Labour Party was very strong, and continued even into wartime. Even after the Labour Party had carried its resolution at its 1916 conference, pledging full assistance to the government in its prosecution of the war, it was only reluctantly brought to accept each new compulsion that was found necessary. Protesting at each step, however, it acquiesced. During the First World War, the Labour leaders were to find the Fabians helpful in directing their activities into useful channels on the War Emergency Workers' National Committee, and similar bodies. If, before war broke out, it appeared that the ILP attitude to international affairs coloured many of the resolutions of the Labour Party, nevertheless, in the crisis of the war itself, the majority of the Labour Party adopted an attitude similar to that taken up by the majority of the Fabians. Free trade. The Labour leaders, both those of the ILP and those of the Labour Party, remained firmly attached to the doctrines of free trade, even though they usually added that free trade in itself was not enough, and needed to be supplemented, not by the protection of Mr. Chamberlain, but by the protection of Labour Factory Acts, 8 hours legislation, etc. While the Fabians were divided amongst themselves on the merits of free trade, the basic faith of the Labour leaders was unshaken. In the policy which was supposed to have been the foundation of England's prosperity since the middle of the 19th century and to have meant cheap food for the masses, resolutions were moved by Philip Snowden and carried at the 1904 conferences of the ILP and LRC, which supported free trade against tariff reform but maintained at the same time that free trade by itself was no solution to the community's problems. There were only 2 dissentient votes at the ILP conference, and at the LRC conference amendments calling for empire preferential tariffs and for a full inquiry into the tariff system were decisively rejected. The LRC followed up this resolution at its next conference by declaring free trade organizations neutral platforms, not debarred to Labour speakers when these organizations did not actually support Liberals against LRC candidates. The ILP, more rigid in its independence, however, declined to allow its members to truckle to the Liberals by lecturing under the auspices of the Free Trade League, although Snowden, Hardy, Russell Smart, and others would willingly have permitted it. A later attempt to get the Labour Party to refer back its endorsement of free trade platforms as neutral, failed. Summing up of Fabian influence. It is often said that Labour Party policy before the First World War derived from Fabian sources. One may suspect that those who make this claim have no more evidence than the fact that the Labour Party's policy was in general cautious, non-revolutionary, constitutional, and collectivist, and was therefore in general similar to that policy which the Fabian Society had recommended many years before the Labour Party came into existence. A great deal more evidence than this is required to prove that the Labour Party policy was influenced by the Fabians, and even more is needed to show that it derived from Fabian sources. For the very nature of the Labour Party determined to so large an extent by the liberal trade union leaders within it ruled out the possibility that any kind of revolutionary creed would be accepted by it. The SDF could only have remained in the Labour Party on the basis of accepting the dominance of extremely moderate policies. The choice of general policy was limited to liberal radicalism or a form of radicalized socialism. The claim on behalf of the Fabians could again be pressed on the ground that they first formulated a theory of radicalized socialism, and inasmuch as the Labour Party did come to accept this policy, it was indirectly influenced by the Fabians. This claim is by no means without foundation. The most considerable socialist influence upon the Labour Party came from ILP sources, and, as we have demonstrated elsewhere, Fabian influence upon the ILP had been by no means small. Nevertheless, it is also true that the ILP was no mere channel for Fabian ideas, but an independent organization, with a different tone and in certain respects differing policies. A number of issues were certainly common ground between the ILP and the Fabian Society. There was much agreement between them on general ends and methods, but as their socialist opponents on these general issues were only occasionally more than a negligible force, differences in detail of policy bulked more largely than this agreement. Descending to details, and recognizing that the Labour Party was nearly always brought to accept common ground measures through the immediate influence not of the Fabians but of the ILP men, it appears that the Fabian Society can be regarded unequivocally as originators of Labour Party policy. Only in two matters, namely, in the establishment of the Labour Members' Maintenance Fund and in the method of implementing the General 8-hours day. In these things the Fabians were pioneers. Closely allied with these were the proposals for the reorganization of the poor law and the demand for a state medical service. There may be some debate whether these proposals actually originated with the Fabians, but they were early in the field and their researches were of such a character that they resulted in an important new complexion being given to these demands. In a second order of influence could be placed those measures, such as the demand for the municipalization of the drink traffic or the drafting of the Nationalization of Mines and Minerals Bill, where it cannot be said that the proposal originated with the Fabians, but where it was elaborated by them, either by a detailed investigation of the facts, or by the drawing up of draft legislation. This was distinctively Fabian work, and its importance, after the Labour Party entered Parliament in strength, has been stressed by Philip Snowden. The character of Labour propaganda had been changed by the advent of the Labour members to the House of Commons. It had now become wholly political, dealing with current questions. The old socialist propaganda had been abandoned, and with its disappearance a good deal of the idealism had been lost. After 1906, the typical Fabian approach to socialism became more useful than the typical approach of the ILP. Finally, in a third order of influence must be placed the outcome of the Labour Party's attitude to international questions, where, without any important direct intervention by the Fabians, but out of the conflict of Liblab and ILP influences, emerged a policy similar to that adopted by the majority of the Fabians. Though the Fabians cannot be said to have brought about this result, it was to be responsible for increasing their later influence. The growth of Fabian influence. From the first the ILP men recognized the need to proceed with caution in their policy of bringing the Labour Party to a full socialist position. But the progress toward this objective proved exceedingly slow. The accession of the Miners' Federation at the end of 1908 made the composition of the Labour Party more liberal than before. I well remember, wrote Bernard Shaw, recollecting those years, Edward Pease, our secretary, telling me triumphantly that we had roped in the Miners' Federation and that the money difficulty no longer existed. But I shook my head and said, what then becomes of socialism? For I knew that the miners' leaders were not socialists. They were all for seats in Parliament and state regulation of employers by means of factory legislation, but they were out to exploit capitalism, not to abolish it. This delay in the progress to socialism, coming as it did at a time of increasing labor unrest in the pre-war years, made it difficult for the Labour I.L.P. parliamentary leaders to keep the ILP and Labour Party in harness together. Despite the prestige of these leaders, the ILP was manifestly tending to run ahead of the Labour Party before the outbreak of war, on various issues, on the women's franchise issue, on the reform of Parliament issue, and on the general question of liberal-Labour relations. The different attitude adopted by the ILP and the Labour Party on the outbreak of war increased this division between them. The estrangement must not be exaggerated. The ILP did not cease to be a constituent member of the Labour Party during the war, but neither must it be underestimated. Though the leaders of both parties may have managed to work together on matters that were not immediately concerned with the actual fighting, nevertheless the fact that the ILP had declared against the war meant that it more definitely than ever before ranged itself amongst the ultra-radical elements of English politics. After the split in the British Socialist Party on the war issue, the ILP had only the most extreme Marxists to the left of it. After the war, the ILP was to preserve its pacifist and extreme radical character. The decision of Arthur Henderson to reorganize the Labour Party and give it a new constitution at the end of the war was to some extent motivated by the Labour Party leaders' disapproval of the ILP during the war years. It was announced, as one of the reasons for opening the Labour Party organisation to individual members, that the party's prestige with the general public had been increased by its genuine working-class diplomacy during the war. The statement was intended as a reflection upon the ILP, and treated as such by it. 2 Furthermore, during the war the Labour Party, although it did not expel the ILP from its ranks, amended its constitution, changing the method of the election of its executive in a way that was aimed at reducing its influence. Whereas previously it had had a federal executive, the election was thereafter to be by ballot at the annual conference, with no organization nominating more than one candidate unless its membership exceeded 500,000. The attempts of the ILP in 1918 to get the Labour Party to revert to the system of federal representation in its new constitution failed. Registered. This was, however, only one of the motives which inspired the new Labour Party constitution, and withal, not the major one. Henderson was mainly concerned to reorganize the party so as to attract those persons who in the later years of the war were dissatisfied with the older parties, but who were unable to attach themselves to a trade union or a socialist organization. In order not to alienate completely the ILP, Henderson cleverly presented the new constitution of the Labour Party as a radical and bold move, which, up to a point, it was. Advised by Sidney Webb, who had become his closest associate, Henderson was prepared to placate the critics of the left with socialist policies and the trade unionist critics of the right with an increased voice in party organization for trade unions. The ILP, with some misgivings, therefore supported the reorganization. At the time, the ILP recognized the possible effect of the competition of the new Labour Party's branches on its own branches, but consoled itself with the hope that the Labour Party branches would appeal to a different group of persons, even that the new Labour Party branches might stimulate rather than injure the local branches of the I.L.P., and that the ILP would continue to have a special propaganda role to play. Although this view appeared justified during the resurgence of the ILP in the 1920s, the new constitution did emerge in a period of relative decline of ILP influence, and in the long run it made possible that separation in the 1930s which was to prove fatal to the ILP. At the time when the influence of the ILP on the Labour Party had declined in the war and post-war years, that of the Fabians was increasing. Those Fabians who supported the war drew closer to the wartime leaders of the Labour Party. In 1915 Sidney Webb became the Fabian representative on the Labour Party executive, and became a close associate and friend of Arthur Henderson, who had replaced Ramsay MacDonald as Labour Party chairman. Henderson, who had previously been a Liberal, had joined the Fabian Society in 1912, but it was really during the war years that Webb became Henderson's expert advisor. The report of the 1918 Labour Party conference at Nottingham reveals the growth of Fabian influence. The reorganization of the Labour Party envisaged in the new constitution meant an increase in clerical and research work, and the Fabian Society and the Fabian Society's offspring, the Labour Research Department, were specially drawn upon to undertake it. Special research committees were established on labour problems in the post-war period, and Fabians were put in charge of them. The Fabians were thanked for the work they had already performed in working out new lines of legislation, and for their assistance with publications such as the Labour Yearbook. Finally, the new party constitution itself, and the report Labour and the new social order that went with it, were both drafted by a committee of which Sidney Webb was the leading member. That is to say, they were drafted by Webb himself. The new Labour Party constitution. The new Labour Party constitution and its accompanying manifesto Labour and the New Social Order must be considered amongst Sidney Webb's most skillful pieces of permeation. The bricks of earlier Labour Party resolutions are cleverly put together with a little mortar of Fabian doctrine to produce a recognisably Fabian edifice. The distinctive new achievement was the writing of socialism into the party's constitution. Though the Labour Party had been growing steadily more socialist in the war years and the years immediately before the war, the final step had hitherto been resisted. No longer was the Labour Party to be an alliance between socialists and liberal trade unionists on an independent platform. The Labour Party in 1918 became itself a socialist party. It was of course explained carefully in Labour and the New Social Order that this socialism would be of a very moderate, constitutional, evolutionary kind. This was assured by the reorganization of the party on a local basis, diminishing the influence not only of the ILP but also of the trades councils. In the circumstances, Webb felt there was no harm in reversing an earlier Fabian dictum to point out to potential recruits from the liberals that warmth as well as light was needed to build up a new civilization, in place of capitalism, which was at the point of collapse. The four pillars of the new socialist civilization which the Labour Party would endeavour to build up were said to be the universal enforcement of the national minimum, the democratic control of industry, the revolution in national finance, and the surplus wealth for the common good. With a little difficulty, all the resolutions of past Labour Party conferences were grouped under these headings, together with an occasional additional demand which had no such endorsement. Thus, under the first heading, in addition to the old demands for minimum wages etc., the principle of equal pay for men and women for equal work was slipped in quietly. A plan was outlined also for the organization of demobilization in such a way as to provide full employment, through the maintenance of wartime controls. 343. The democratic control of industry did not imply, as the words might suggest, any concession to syndicalists or guild socialists. It meant, as it had always meant for the majority of the Fabians, the control of industry by a democratic state. Democracy in industry meant the progressive elimination of the private capitalists' control of industry, and apart from that, simply the adoption of those systems and methods of administration and control that may be found, in practice, best to promote, not profiteering, but the public interest. Immediate nationalization was recommended for transport and mines, as the Labour Party had formerly demanded, but to them were added electricity and life insurance, whose ripeness for nationalization had only recently been investigated by the Fabians. A program of municipal socialism on Fabian lines was now set out as the basis of the Labour Party's local work, together with the rural program, which, starting out from a resumption of control of the land by the state, envisaged a variety of forms of tenure: national farms, municipal farms, cooperative farms, and small holdings let out by the municipality. These demands for increased state ownership went hand in hand with demands for extension of political democracy. The Representation of the People Act was not considered sufficient, and complete adult suffrage was called for. The maintenance of the empire on the basis of home rule all round was declared to be the Labour Party's principle, and Webb seized the opportunity to insert in the report the scheme which had appeared in Fabianism and the Empire 18 years before: home rule for Ireland, legislative assemblies for Scotland and Wales, and an imperial parliament. In the international sphere, the League of Nations and the International Court were acclaimed. The revolution in national finance and the surplus wealth for the common good sections likewise embodied old Labour Party demands, and new ones that the Fabian Society had recently put forward. In addition to the repudiation of protective tariffs, and the call for the removal of indirect taxes, except those on luxuries, and for the increase of death duties and supertax, the new proposals were for assessment of taxation in terms of family incomes and for a capital levy to pay off the war debt. Labour and the New Social Order ended with a typically Fabian statement that the Labour Party would lay great emphasis on the findings of political and social science, and would encourage the science in every way. With the publication of these two documents, the 1918 Constitution and the report, the link was made between the Fabian Society and the Labour Party, which has remained ever since, so far as the society as a whole is concerned, despite the tendency in the interwar years of some individual Fabians to move further to the left. The Labour Party, founded rather by the ILP than the Fabians, had come by 1918 more under Fabian than ILP influence. At the price of increased trade union control over the party organization, the Labour Party had accepted Fabianism as its doctrinal basis, while on their side, the Fabians at last accepted the Labour Party as the appointed instrument for bringing about socialism in Britain. 345. Chapter 12. General Conclusions. "I can swim too," said Rue proudly. "Not round and round," said Eir. "It's much more difficult. If, when in, I decide to practice a slight circular movement from right to left, or perhaps I should say," he added, as he got into another eddy, "from left to right, just as it happens to OCCUEMOMNE since." Sidney Webb saw history as a great river moving slowly and inevitably towards socialism, with the Fabians floating approvingly with the current, pointing out its direction and helping to remove obstacles to its flow. As a picture of Fabian influence, it was sounder than those sometimes presented by other Fabians. Bernard Shaw in his more extravagant moments would give an impression of the society, or more particularly of Sidney Webb, as the real manipulator of the thinking of the labour movement, or of the Liberal government, or of the Progressive Party on the London County Council. H. G. Wells, on the other hand, in a bitter and critical mood, spoke of the Fabians as self-deceivers who claimed an influence they did not have. "Measure with your eye this little meeting, this little hall, look at that little stall of not very powerful tracts, think of the scattered members, one here, one there, then go out into the Strand. Note the size of the buildings and the business places, note the glare of the advertisements, note the abundance of traffic and the multitude of people. That is the world whose very foundations you are attempting to change. How does this little dribble of activities look then? The river of opinion has indeed flowed in the direction the Fabians approved, but so far in the Western world not to socialism. It remains to be seen whether the river will run on, or whether it has emptied itself into the lake of the Keynesian welfare state. How far the Fabians were responsible for that movement is a question which, to be answered in its full complexity, requires techniques more subtle and highly developed than history can at present deploy, but certain points have been established. Fabian doctrine did not reach the highest level of theoretical originality. It was not the kind of doctrine which, for better or worse, introduced a new departure in social thinking, as, for example, did the doctrines of Ricardo, of Marx, or of Keynes. Fabianism was eclectic and critical rather than a new synthesis, and while this is not necessarily a reflection either on its soundness or its usefulness, it does mean that the Fabians were deficient in one kind of influence. Their ideas did not form a landmark in economics, politics or philosophy. The society as a whole, in its concentration on practical detailed reforms, virtually cut itself off from the higher ranges of theoretical speculation, and individual Fabians, despite great achievements, did not succeed in storming these heights. The Webbs did not rewrite economics, though their industrial democracy remains a worthy monument to their attempt, and though their researches into the problems of unemployment did lay, perhaps, some of the foundations of later Keynesian theory. In politics, the Fabians were content to work out to the full the implications of Victorian liberal radicalism, and to analyze and describe the workings of political institutions. Graham Wallace's Human Nature in Politics was a brilliant introduction to a new approach, but he had parted company with the Fabians before it appeared in 1908, and he failed in his later works to create the great theory of political psychology to which this book had pointed the way. In philosophy, the Fabians had little of importance to contribute. Bernard Shaw, it is true, flashed like a comet through this as well as all the other fields, but his bright contributions were those of an artist and not of a systematizer or analyst. It is in the realm of historiography and the descriptive analysis of political institutions that we discover the true greatness of the leading Fabians. In the works of the Webbs, of Graham Wallace, R. H. Tawney, R. C. K. Ensor, and G. D. H. Cole is to be found some of the finest history written since 1890, while such Fabians as Cole, Lasky, W. A. Robson, and H. Feiner have written a number of the standard books of political science. So far as works of history and political science have an influence amongst thoughtful persons, we may affirm in general that Fabian influence was considerable, but it is not possible to give any accurate measure of it. Likewise in the realm of art, where the Fabians were exceedingly fortunate to have counted in their ranks the greatest playwright and one of the most prolific and popular novelists of the time, the historian can do little more than record the opinion that Bernard Shaw and H. G. Wells by their lively assaults on bourgeois values taught many to think critically about society, even if, as G. K. Chesterton complained, the Philistines defended themselves against the laborious lucidity of their attacks by an impregnable obtuseness, or by refusing to take them seriously. The eclectic nature of Fabian doctrine makes its influence the harder to assess, for there is a danger of attributing to Fabian influence effects which are due to other and more general causes. The principal general achievement claimed on behalf of the Fabians by the Secretary of the Society, ERPs, in his history was that they were able to break the spell of Marxism in England. The claim is extravagant, for Marxism had cast no spell over 347. England. So long as socialists clung to a rigid Marxist dogma, they were doomed to remain a tiny and insignificant sect in a country which was still, in the later 19th century, the most prosperous country in the world, and which had made half a century of progress since the turbulence of the change to an industrial society. By the time the Fabians appeared, English capitalism could afford the luxury of a conscience, and the relatively larger size of the cake to be shared between worker and capitalist, as well as the advent of democracy, made necessary a modification of rigid Marxist formulas. A more accurate claim on behalf of the Fabians would be that the Fabians were the first group in the field with a socialism suitable for a nation so prosperous, so constitutional, and so respectful of suave and confident authority as England. Only a Fabian type of socialism could have won the allegiance of English trade unionists. That such a socialism would have made its appearance, even if the Fabians had not supplied it, seems likely. That the Fabians accomplished the theoretical task well seems established by their effective predominance in the field. England would have been constitutional anyway. The Fabians supplied a doctrine which could enable a church warden, or an English trade unionist, to call himself a socialist. But his conversion, presumably, made a difference to his fundamental assumptions about society and to his ultimate social objectives, for Fabian doctrine, if not original at the highest level, did involve a serious challenge to old established social opinions. It involved the abandonment of the ideal of a mainly laissez-faire society and the acceptance of its opposite, the ideal of a society consciously organized. It involved the rejection of the rights of the rentier, and the acceptance of a greater degree of economic equality. It demanded drastic state action to eliminate poverty. These were, of course, beliefs characteristic of socialism in general, rather than of Fabianism in particular, but Fabianism permitted Englishmen to swallow these pills without too much shock to their constitution. It is tempting for those who discover a fascination in political doctrine to believe that history is made by the filtering down of the thoughts of political philosophers to the realm of popular beliefs. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams, wandering by lone sea breakers, and sitting by desolate streams, world losers and world forsakers, on whom the pale moon gleams, yet we are the movers and shakers of the world forever, it seems. It seems weakens the claim. The obsessive and multiplex systems of theorists appear very remote from the haphazard and chaotic beliefs of ordinary citizens. The relationship between the theorist and the historical process nearly always turns out on examination to be more complicated than it seemed at first sight. Yet there is something in the claim. Systems of theorists may not be the motive force of historical development, but neither are they mere strange epiphenomena of the historical process. A political doctrine, well formulated or well expressed, has an enduring quality and an authority not enjoyed by the great bulk of political writings and speeches. Just as past civilizations tend to be remembered by works of literature and art produced by men least typical of the ordinary citizen, so the political thinking of an earlier time is often encapsulated and conveyed to a later generation in the systems of theorists. In its time, ILP propaganda was certainly more widely read than the writings of the Fabians. But ILP propaganda, faded as an old photograph, remains of interest to few save historians, whereas the chief works of the Fabians have withstood pretty successfully the corrosion of time. And theirs has not been merely a posthumous authority. ILP men, whenever they were pressed in argument, were always likely to appeal to the more substantial writings of the Fabian theorists. As a group, however, the Fabian Society claimed to set more store by its immediate and down-to-earth policies. In this, more measurable, field of practical politics, the Fabian record is a checkered one. It is at least as much a record of errors and self-deception as of success. The Fabian Society was primarily a London group, often divided within itself on major issues, and its leaders tended too readily to generalize at the level of national politics the politics suitable to the metropolis. Its success in London politics, though real, was not entirely due to its influence, for much of its program would in any case have been carried through by the liberal progressives as London made up its leeway in municipal reform. In national politics the Fabians were deceived in their hopes of permeating the liberals, and it seems certain that the Independent Labour Party and the Labour Party would have come into existence without their assistance, which was for the most part equivocal and not very helpful. No major political development can be attributed with certainty to Fabian influence, but few similar groups, so small and so much outside the established centers of power, can have exercised as great and as varied an influence in minor but not unimportant ways. Perhaps, after all, this is not surprising, when the Fabians numbered in their ranks some of the wisest, most learned, and wittiest men and women of their age. Il. Parliamentary debates, minutes of the Fabian Society, the London County Council and the Labour Representation Committee and Labour Party, annual reports of the Fabian Society, London Reform Union, Technical Education Board, the National Liberal Federation, London Liberal and Radical Union, the Trades Union Congress, the Independent Labour Party, the Labour Representation Committee and the Labour Party. Newspapers and journals referred to include The Times, Justice, The Practical Socialist, Today, Our Corner, Fabian News, Workman's Times, Handbook of the 80 Club, Star, Radical, Speaker, Labour Leader, Clarion, ILP News, Fortnightly Review, Review of Reviews, Saturday Review, Contemporary Review, The Crusade, The New Statesman, Fabian Quarterly, Fabian Journal. In addition, I was indebted to members of the Fabian Society for personal reminiscences and for permission to inspect some unpublished material during my stay in England between 1946 and 1948. In revising my thesis for publication I have taken account of works published since 1949, but unfortunately I have not been able to return to England to consult the rich collections of private papers which have become available in the last 10 years. I console myself with the thought that probably no general survey of the field could use all the evidence available today, yet some general picture seems necessary, if only to stimulate the research which may alter and enrich its conclusions.